Good morning and welcome to the Stillfront Q1 presentation. I am Alexis Bond, the CEO of Stillfront, and I'm joined today by our CFO, Emily Villate. Before we get into the quarter itself, let me start with a brief reminder of who we are and how we're building the business. Stillfront is a global gaming company focused on forging gaming's next forever game franchises, one community at a time. Today, we reach around 36 million players every month, and our strategy is centered around 7 key franchises, where we focus our resources on the games with the highest long-term potential. Our key franchises have strong player communities and predictable cash flows, and by concentrating capital, talent, and product development behind them, we are building a more resilient and scalable business over time. As we summarize the first quarter of 2026, we delivered a stable start to the year with flat organic growth while continuing to see strong performance in our key franchises. Our key franchises grew organically by 12%, highlighting the strength of the portfolio and the progress we are making in scaling our most important assets. This is a clear validation that our strategy to focus on our 7 key franchises is yielding results with superior growth to the market. Growth was supported by several of our key franchises, with the big franchise delivering an exceptional organic growth of 88%, following the continued scaling of our new game, Big Farm: Homestead, and the broader strength of the franchise. At the same time, we increased user acquisition spend to capture attractive growth opportunities, which supported scaling in key game franchises such as Brig, but also Supremacy, and that impacted profitability in the quarter. Adjusted EBITDA amounted to 311 million SEK, corresponding to a margin of 23%, and that reflects both higher UA investments as well as FX headwinds. Finally, we also strengthened our financial platform through a 1 billion SEK refinancing transaction, which was settled on April 27th. This improved our debt maturity profile, pushing maturities beyond the period of earn-outs. Next, I would like to zoom in a bit on Big and walk you through development in a little more detail. During the quarter, we continued to build the early momentum and encouraging signs that we saw in Big Farm: Homestead, following the launch at the end of Q4 2025, in December to be precise. At the beginning of Q1, Homestead entered the global launch and became our most successful new game launch to date. By applying the lessons learned from Sunshine Island, both what worked well and what could have been done better, we are able to scale and monetize the game effectively. This demonstrates our ability to develop and scale new games within our key franchises. We also continue to see strong growth in Sunshine Island during the quarter. Together, Sunshine Island and Big Farm: Homestead drove organic growth of 88% in the franchise. The quarter also reflected increased user acquisition investments with higher spend supporting the scaling of both titles. This had a negative impact on profitability in the quarter, but we view it as a value-creating investment in line with our investment criteria. That said, we do not expect the same pace of sequential growth to continue quarter after quarter. If we look at Sunshine Island, growth will gradually stabilize after the initial launch phase, and we also see normal patterns where Q4 and Q1 tend to be particularly strong, while Q2 is usually slower. We're very happy with the performance of the Big franchise, and we really are seeing excellent results there. Going over our other key franchises, starting with Supremacy, revenue amounted to 247 million SEK. That corresponded to also a good organic growth of 15%. The quarter benefited from strong live operations execution from the team and also favorable marketing conditions, including a higher engagement linked to geopolitical events. Looking ahead, of course, one of the key milestones for the franchise is the planned global launch of Supremacy Warhammer 40K. In Jawaker, revenue came in at 190 million SEK with organic growth of 1%. Growth was held back by a more challenging environment in the Middle East, but the franchise continues to hold a strong long-term position supported by a loyal and engaged player community. In Big, revenues reached 178 million SEK. As I already said, that corresponds to an organic growth of 88%. Performance was driven by continued momentum in Sunshine Island and the successful scaling of Big Farm: Homestead following its global launch earlier this quarter. The focus here remains on scaling the current portfolio while continuing to invest in new game development. If we now look at Empire, revenue comes in at 97 million SEK with organic growth of 1%. Content updates and in-game events help stabilize the revenue trend versus recent quarters, while the franchise continued to deliver strong profitability despite ongoing investments in a new game for the franchise. For BitLife, revenue was 95 million SEK with organic growth of -19%. The decline was mainly driven by a more disciplined UA approach, but we continued to strengthen the product during the quarter through web shop enhancements, tutorial improvement, and broader onboarding up. We really think that we have the possibility to get this franchise back to growth over the medium term. For Albion, revenue was 81 million SEK, corresponding to organic growth of -4%. The game continues to benefit from an established and engaged player base, and during the quarter, the main focus was on preparing the Xbox Series X and S launch, including a big graphical overhaul, and all of that happened in April 21st of this quarter. In board, revenues amounted to 68 million SEK with organic growth of 22%, so strong performance. The franchise continues to perform well, supported by ongoing product improvements and healthy player engagement. And finally, other games generated revenue of 377 million SEK. That corresponds to an organic decline of 21%. And while this portfolio still weighted on top-line development, the pace of decline has moderated sequentially, and other games continue to drive significant cash flow for the overall business. Now we'll switch over to Emily for more on financials.
Thank you, Alexis, and good morning, everyone. Great to be here. All right, let's talk through our group financial results for the first quarter. We reported net revenues of 1,333 million SEK for the quarter, representing flat organic growth. Given the double-digit decline we saw in 2025, this is a material improvement. As Alexis noted, this was driven by strong performance in our key franchises, which grew organically by 12%, offset, of course, by the decline of 21% in our other games portfolio. On an absolute basis, net revenue was down 14% year-on-year. And this was due to heavy negative impact from FX that impacted by 10 percentage points, as well as the divestment of the narrative portfolio, which you will recall took place at the end of Q4 of 2025. The impact from the narrative portfolio divestment will, of course, carry through the year. Now, while organic growth was flat, our strategic focus on our direct-to-consumer channel keeps yielding very solid results, and our gross margin did increase by 3 percentage points year-on-year, reaching a strong 84%. DTC revenue accounted for 44% of our bookings, which is a proper step up from the 36% of bookings that we saw last year. And as you know, this is strengthening not just our margins, but also our direct engagement with our loyal player base. Moving on to UA, user acquisition spend for the quarter was 447 million SEK, which is on par with last year. As a percentage of revenue, of course, UA spend was 34%, which is up from the 29% we saw in Q1 of 2025. And this unusually high UA percentage was primarily driven by the growth opportunities that Alexis has mentioned, mainly in the Big franchise, but also within the Supremacy franchise. And the UA marketing deployed for the new game, Big Farm Homestead, if you look at that specifically, represented 6% of total group revenues. So if we were to adjust for the UA spend on this new game launch, the group deployed 28% of net revenues in UAC, excluding what we spent on Big Farm Homestead, which is more in line with previous quarters. Moving to profitability, our adjusted EBITDA was 311 million SEK in the quarter, compared to 402 million SEK last year. And this decline reflects our active UAC investments, as well as FX headwinds, which were quite heavy and impacted EBITDA by approximately 50 million SEK. And our adjusted EBITDA margin, as a result of this, declined to 23% in Q1 of 2026. Moving on to cash flows, we reported 167 million SEK in cash flow from operations for the quarter. And I will note that this period was impacted by tax payments of 93 million SEK and a negative movement in working capital of 94 million SEK, both of which were influenced by timing effects. Cash flow from investing activities was a negative 118 million SEK, and this primarily reflects our continued investment in product development, in other words, our games. Cash flow from financing activities of negative 113 million SEK in the quarter were mainly driven by debt repayment and share buybacks. And free cash flow, as you have noted, no doubt, for the quarter declined to 44 million SEK, which was heavily impacted by the higher level of UA investments, but also FX headwinds coupled with the timing effects from tax payments and working capital. So on an LTM basis, which I think is a more relevant way to look at our cash flows instead of the quarterly free cash flows, which are often impacted by working capital fluctuations, we generated 772 million SEK in free cash flows on an LTM basis. So if we break this down, we can see that 567 million SEK went towards earnout cash payments, minority buyout, and the divestment of the narrative portfolio. 240 million SEK was directed towards deleveraging, and additionally, we completed 280 million SEK worth of share buybacks. So to summarize our cash flow, I would say that our underlying cash generating ability and capacity remains very healthy. Turning now to our financial position, we ended the first quarter of 2026 with total net debt of some 5.2 billion SEK, including all earnouts, which is a significant 500 million SEK reduction from the 5.7 billion SEK in total net debt we had in the same quarter last year. And this, of course, is in line with our commitment to settle our earnout debts and lowering our debts as a whole. In terms of our net debt, including next 12-month cash earnouts, it remains stable at 4.4 billion SEK. Due to our active investments to drive growth, as well as heavy impact from FX, our EBITDA declined on an LTM basis, and our leverage ratio was 2.2x in Q1 of 2026. And I note that the leverage ratio would have been around 2x if FX rates had been stable. Now, during the quarter, you will have noted that we successfully concluded a 1 billion SEK bond refinancing exercise, and settlement occurred on April 27th. The prospectus for the new bond will be published on our website any day now, so do keep an eye out for that. And by refinancing our bond to now mature in April 2030, we are improving our debt maturity profile. And importantly, this pushes all of our bond maturities beyond the period of the earnout obligations that conclude mid-2027. Our RCF has also been right-sized from 2.5 billion to 2 billion in light of reduced financing needs. And the RCF has also been extended to 2028. And this combined really creates a stronger financial foundation for continued disciplined execution of our strategy with selective investments in our key franchises. Now handing back to Alexis to wrap up.
Thank you very much, Emily. So as we look ahead, we continue into 2026 with a clear focus on execution and incremental improvements across the business. A key priority remains our continued focus on our key franchises, where we are concentrating capital, talent, and product development to drive scalable growth and long-term value creation. At the same time, we're maintaining a disciplined approach to portfolio engagement, continuously evaluating performance and taking actions where needed. In parallel, the strategic review continues, and we remain committed to take action to enhance long-term shareholder value. We also now have a newly composed board in place, adding further experience as we move forward, and an AGM is coming up on May the 13th. Pending approval from the SFSA, we will also see our 2030 corporate bond admitted for trading shortly. One exciting event that happened on April 21, as I said, was the Albion launch on Xbox Series X and S, and we look forward to monitoring the development of how that will perform in Q2. I want to thank our shareholders for their continued trust and support as we approach the rest of 2026 with both discipline and ambition. The strategy is working, and we are continuing its implementation as we move throughout the year. Now let's open up for questions. Thank you very much.
If you wish to ask a question, please dial #5 on your telephone keypad to enter the queue. If you wish to withdraw your question, please dial #6 on your telephone keypad. The next question comes from Rasmus Engberg from Kepler Cheuvreux. Please go ahead.
Yes, hi, good morning. Thanks for taking my question. Given the impact in this quarter of the increased UA spend, do you have an outlook for EBITDA or cash flow for the year that we can keep in mind?
Emily, why don't you take that question?
Yes, sure. Thank you for your question, Rasmus. We're not guiding specifically on cash flows or EBITDA, but what I would note and reiterate, as we said during the call, is that particularly this quarter, we had some timing effects on our free cash flows. So I tend to look at the LTM free cash flows as a more relevant benchmark for how we're faring when it comes to free cash flow generation. Clearly, the EBITDA margin was a little bit lower this quarter compared to Q4 or previous quarters. When it comes to UA spend, which Alexis also noted during the call, the winter months are typically more favorable for deploying UA spend. Also, we have the combination of a new games launch where we have had a very successful launch, and we have been able to deploy UA in an effective way. When we head into the summer months, it is a regular seasonal effect of typically spending a little bit less on UA. So those would be the typical seasonal patterns that we would see. Higher UA spend in combination with game launches and the winter months, and then typically seasonally less UA as a percentage of revenue during the summer months.
If maybe I can just add a little bit of gaming color as well to what you just said, Emily. I think it's important to note that the success of the Big Farm Homestead launch has really outstripped what we saw with Sunshine Island, and we want to make sure we capitalize on that opportunity. As you know, it's difficult to launch new games in this market, and then even more difficult to launch new games successfully. Now, this is the second game in a row that we launched successfully, and we're seeing even better results from this new launch. That being said, we're being very disciplined about the UA, how we spend that UA, and the returns of that UA with existing games and also with new game launches. So this is all kind of pointing in the right direction.
Okay, thank you. Can you also help us a little bit with the performance of Jawaker? How did it perform during Q1, and how is it doing now with the continued war ongoing?
Yeah, I'll start with that, and Emily, if you want to build on that afterwards, please do so. So basically, what as you saw, Jawaker growth has slowed down in the quarter to 1% from its usual double-digit growth in previous quarters. That was impacted by two main events. The first event, obviously, is the war that has had a slight impact to mostly to ARPDAU, to the amount of money that people spend on the game for obvious reasons. But we see a lot of resilience, as we saw in the communities. The other thing that has impacted is also Ramadan. Ramadan was earlier this year. It fell into Q1. And Ramadan is usually a period where there is less use of Jawaker. So that's the kind of two main things. But we're seeing Jawaker as being very resilient. And obviously, we hope that the conflict will end soon, but we have no control over that. But we are definitely seeing strong resilience in Jawaker. Emily, I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
I think that's very comprehensive. Perhaps the only nuance is that the biggest impact on Joker was the war in the Middle East. Then we had Ramadan, and it was a slightly slower start to the quarter. The main impact, Middle East and Ramadan, and this remains a fantastic asset with incredibly engaged user base. So we're very positive about Joker.
Okay, thank you.
There are no more questions at this time, so I hand the conference back to the speakers for any closing comments.
Thank you very much for your time. We at Stillfront are basically excited about the future. We are obviously very happy to see the performance of our key franchises that have grown by 12% year on year. We're also happy that we've returned to stable organic growth. So we continue to implement our strategy, and we thank you for your time.
Good morning and welcome to the Stillfront Q4 presentation. I am Alexis Bond, the CEO of Stillfront. I am joined today by our CFO, Emily Villatte, who joined us in December. I would like also to take the opportunity to thank Tim Holland for his work as interim CFO during 2025. As we summarize the first quarter of 2025, I am pleased to report that Stillfront is delivering margin expansion despite revenue decline. We successfully expanded our adjusted EBITDA margin to 27%, up from 25% in Q4 last year, despite an organic revenue decline of 9%. This follows our cost savings efforts during the year, disciplined deployment of UAC, alongside the continued rollout of our direct-to-consumer channel. Looking at our business areas, in Europe, we delivered a big franchise new game launch with early positive signs, and we divested our non-core narrative portfolio, which has been impacting our organic growth. In North America, the continued revenue decline reflects a deliberate strategy of prioritizing cash flow and efficiency over short-term volume. MENA and APAC delivered strong results with 7% organic growth. Now, let's dive into the details. So first, turning to Europe, net revenue in BA Europe landed at 622 million SEK for the quarter. That represented an organic decline of 6%. The revenue performance in Europe has been heavily impacted by the narrative games portfolio, and in late December, we concluded divestment of the narrative franchise for a total consideration of $4 million. That reflects a 4x EBITDA multiple for that portfolio. So, excluding the narrative portfolio, organic growth for BA Europe was actually flat in the quarter. In December, I'm happy to announce the release of the new game, Big Farm: Homestead. The game did not have material revenue impact in the quarter, but early performance metrics were encouraging. You will note that user acquisition costs correspond to 37% of net revenue, which is higher than the 31% we saw last year. This reflects a deliberate choice as we increased UA within the big franchise to capitalize on the good momentum there. The Supremacy Warhammer 40,000 game, which was expected to launch in the middle of Q4 2025, did not meet yet the higher quality thresholds that we now require to ensure a strong launch, and therefore we're polishing the game a bit more. We're adding some content, and we'll launch it later in the year. Adjusted EBITDA for BA Europe came in at 94 million SEK with a margin of 15% in the quarter. The lower margin compared to last year is primarily due to the low revenue volume combined with the increased growth investments in UA, particularly in Q5 towards the later part of the quarter. Moving on to North America, net revenue for the quarter came in at 197 million SEK, corresponding to an organic decline of 31.3%. The decline was driven by our commitment to focus on profitability and cost efficiency over short-term revenue growth. While our volumes are lower, the quality of our revenue in North America has improved. Gross margin increased to 82%, up from 79% last year, A key driver here is the accelerated rollout of our direct-to-consumer channels in North America. Following successful webshop integration in BitLife in Q3 and the home design franchise in Q4, direct-to-consumer bookings now account for 24% of the total, a significant jump from just 7% in Q4 last year. And during the quarter, we've exercised continued strict cost discipline. User acquisition costs were reduced to 88 million SEK, compared with 258 million SEK in the same period last year. Personnel expenses were halved to 30 million SEK, down from 60 million SEK before. And that demonstrated the full effect of the cost savings program that we implemented, in particular at StoreMate and SuperFree. The result of these actions is a clear turnaround in profitability for North America. Despite the lower revenue base, adjusted EBITDA increased to 23 million SEK for the quarter, up from 6 million last year. And this translates to a margin expansion to 12% compared to just 1% a year ago. And full year EBITDA was up from 100 million SEK to 108 million SEK in North America. Finally, let's look at MENA APAC, which delivered very strong performance this quarter. Net revenue amounted to 537 million SEK, representing a solid organic growth of 6.6%. This was primarily driven by the continued strong performance of our Jawaker and Board franchises. In addition, we see the structural effects of transferring the Word franchise from North America to this region, which has increased the total revenue base. User acquisition landed at 40 million SEK, corresponding to 8% of net revenue. This is slightly higher than last year, where we were at 5%, and which is natural given the inclusion of the Word franchise, as that portfolio carries a structurally higher UAC level. So the combination of organic growth and cost control has resulted in high profitability. Adjusted EBITDA grew to 288 million SEK. This delivers an impressive margin of 54%, an increase from the 51% of last year. And now I'm going to hand over to Emily for more of the financials.
Thank you, Alexis, and good morning, everyone. It's really great to be here finally. Okay, let's talk through the group financial results for the fourth quarter. We reported net revenues of 1,356 million SEK for the quarter, representing an organic revenue decline of 9% year over year. While revenues were down, our strategic focus on our direct-to-consumer channel has been yielding results, and our gross margin increased by 3 percentage points year on year, reaching a strong 83%. DTC revenue now accounts for 45% of bookings, which is a proper step up from the 34% we had in Q4 last year. And this is strengthening not just our margins, but also our direct engagement with our player base. User acquisition spend for the quarter was 356 million SEK, down from 504 million SEK a year ago. And as a percentage of revenue, UA spend was 26% in this quarter, down from 30% in Q4 of 2024. And this shift was primarily driven by our North American business area, as Alexis just mentioned, where we have refined our strategy to prioritize long-term profitability over low margin revenue. Moving on to profitability, adjusted EBITDA was 368 million SEK in the fourth quarter, compared to 410 million SEK last year. And as noted in the report, you will have seen that the adjusted EBITDA decline was driven by FX headwinds of approximately 45 million SEK, explaining that shift. Despite a decrease in revenue, our adjusted EBITDA margin amounted to 27% in the quarter, up from 25% last year. And this margin improvement is a direct result of, firstly, our successful cost savings program, which was concluded in Q3, but also our DTC focus and rollout of that channel, and of course, disciplined approach to user acquisition spend. Moving on to cash generation, our free cash flow for the quarter was 290 million SEK, bringing our LTM free cash flow to 922 million SEK. And let's have a closer look at those cash flows. Overall, in 2025, we had a strong cash generation, allowing us both to deleverage and fund our earnout obligations, as well as to self-fund the investments that we're making into the business.
In the quarter, cash flow from operations were 440 million SEK, which included a positive working capital movement of 62 million SEK, primarily driven by phasing of payments for user acquisition spend towards the end of the quarter. Cash flow from investing activities was 122 million SEK, and this primarily reflects our continued investment in product development, of course, which was slightly offset by the divestment, Alexis mentioned, of our narrative portfolio, amounting to $4 million, $2.5 of which was settled in 2025. Cash flow from financing activities of 371 million SEK in the quarter were mainly driven by first debt repayment of 234 million SEK, but also share buybacks of a total of 146 million SEK in the quarter, in line with the share repurchase program we announced in conjunction with the Q3 report. On an LTM basis, we generated a robust 922 million SEK in free cash flow for the full year 2025. And if we break that down, 583 million of that went towards earnout cash payments in the year, minority buyouts, and the divestment of the narrative portfolio. 273 million SEK was directed towards deleveraging, and additionally, we completed a total of 248 million SEK in share repurchases over the full year. Now, you will have seen, no doubt, that we did take a non-cash goodwill impairment in the quarter, and this follows our annual impairment test, which did result in an impairment totaling just under 2.3 billion SEK related to goodwill write-downs in business area Europe and other acquisition-related intangible assets in business area North America. Turning now to our financial position, we ended the fourth quarter with a total net debt of 5 billion SEK, which is a significant 1.1 billion SEK reduction from the 6.1 billion SEK in total net debt we had in the prior year. This, of course, reflects our commitment throughout 2025 to settle our earnouts obligations and to deleverage the balance sheet. In terms of our net debt, including next 12 months cash earnouts, it decreased from 4.7 billion SEK in Q4 of 2024 to 4.2 billion SEK in Q4 of 2025. And even with this decline that we've seen in the full year reported EBITDA, we did achieve a decrease in our leverage ratio, which was 2.02 times EBITDA in Q4 of 2025, down from 2.1 times EBITDA in Q4 of 2024. And looking at our maturity profile in the center of this slide, you will note that we have no material debt maturities until 2027. So with that being said, I would like to hand it back to you, Alexis.
Thanks, Emily. You will have seen that we today also announced a change to our segment reporting structure, effective from the first quarter of 2026. During this year, we have made progress in focusing our North American business by transferring and closing games where it made sense. We have divested narrative portfolio in Europe, as we've already said. And so following these developments and in line with our strategy to focus on our key franchises, we have aligned our reporting structure to reflect this. Going forward, we will move from geographical segments reporting to consolidated group reporting. This will be complemented by a set of clearly defined alternative performance measures to provide greater transparency into the performance and development of our key franchises, which are really the important part here. We have started by including our key franchises revenue data in the financial data pack that is reported alongside the Q4 report, and I would encourage you to have a look at those. Our key franchises all have the following: at least more than 200 million SEK of annual revenue and the consistency of core experience, a clear product pipeline and long-term growth potential, a common base of technology and game mechanics, and recognizable and scalable IP. For our other games that do not fall within the key franchise grouping, we'll be focusing on product and operating efficiency to yield healthy cash flows to the group. As a business, we step into 2026 more focused, continuing the work of making incremental improvements to our operations. We'll be increasing our focus and reporting transparency related to our key franchises. We will continue to assess the performance of our games portfolio and will undertake measures, including sunsetting games where necessary. We'll continue to make disciplined investment decisions and delivering healthy cash flows. In parallel with our focus on day-to-day operations, the strategic review initiated in April of 2025 continues, and the divestment of our narrative portfolio will improve our organic growth profile and allow us to redeploy resources towards higher potential projects. I appreciate the patience and trust the shareholders have shown during this process. On the final note, I want to thank the Stillfront team for the dedication and resilience they have shown during a year which has seen significant change. I am looking forward to 2026 and will approach it both with continued discipline and ambition. And now I suggest we open it for questions. Thank you very much.
If you wish to ask a question, please dial pound key 5 on your telephone keypad to enter the queue. If you wish to withdraw your question, please dial pound key 6 on your telephone keypad. The next question comes from Nick Dempsey from Barclays. Please go ahead.
Yeah, good morning, guys. So just in terms of your commentary for 2026, so can we assume that you are aiming for an improved rate of organic net revenue growth? In other words, less of a decline. Is that what you're shooting for in 26? And in terms of your commentary on investments, can I try and understand? Can I try and understand what that could imply for EBITDA margins, whether we're talking about those going down or stable or up, or whatever you can say about that to make that a little bit more precise. And then just a final thing, in terms of the other games, when we're looking at the key franchises and then we have other games, how much of that is some of the US franchises that we know have been challenged for multiple years versus how much of it is some other areas where there's perhaps a bit more hope?
Emily, why don't you start with the organic growth and investment EBITDA, and I can talk about the other games or.
Absolutely, let's do that. And I think you're right, Nick, to note that we've had a year of varied trading performance. We've had double-digit organic decline in 2025, 9 percentage points organic revenue decline in Q4. And we're, of course, aiming to take the business back to organic growth over time. You will have noted our note around making incremental improvements to the business holistically to continue on that path. Of course, different quarters can have variations, and we will not give sort of a quarter-by-quarter forecast, but the holistic ambition is, of course, to get back to organic growth over time by doing incremental improvements. When it comes to the EBITDA margins, looking at those on a quarter-by-quarter basis is sometimes misguided. For example, when you have a quarter where you have the opportunity to deploy more UA spend, capturing opportunities to drive future organic growth. So whilst our margin might fluctuate quarter by quarter, we are holistically aiming to make disciplined investments to support us on this path back towards organic growth.
Now, do you want to answer on the EBITDA as well, Emily?
Yes, when it comes to EBITDA, I think our general comments there are that we will make disciplined investments to support this business back to organic growth. We're not going to guide on EBITDA margin quarter by quarter. But for example, we've seen early positive signs from our big franchise, Big Farm Homestead launch, and where we see opportunities to deploy UAC in a disciplined and way that meets the ROAS criteria for those campaigns, we will deploy that UA to support the growth ambitions for the company.
I think to build on what Emily has said, and really, if you look at 2025 has been a turnaround year. We're really been focusing on setting the business straight with the right priorities back to a healthy level, in particular for North America, but also making some of the required things that we had to do for in Europe. Of course, we've got EMEA and APAC that is continuing being very strong. What we're seeing is 2026 is really going to be kind of more of an investment year. We're seeing, as I said, encouraging signs with new game launches such as Big Farm in Europe, and that's something that we will see. What kind of UA we can deploy around that. But there are some encouraging signs. But again, as Emily said, the objective is over time to return to organic growth. In terms of your question for the other games, and if most of that is the US franchises. Actually, there's one of the US franchises, BitLife, is one of our key franchises. We have a clear path in terms of how that franchise can grow. We're seeing we saw a good update to that franchise by putting a full accounting system that allows us to do a lot more live operations that we're not able to do with BitLife. And we've also had a successful Vampire update, which is something that the community really wanted to see. So that's been working. But we do have in other franchises the Home Design Makeover franchise, where we've actually done a complete change of the economy, and we are seeing some improvements, but we still want to see more work being done there, and we want to see a bit more KPIs before we decide if that's a franchise that we should basically be investing more in or not. So we're being very focused and very disciplined about what we consider a key franchise and what we consider something that's not a key franchise.
Okay, thank you.
The next question comes from Rasmus Engberg from Kepler. Please go ahead.
Yes, hi, good morning. Thanks for taking my question. I was just wondering, with regards to the cash flow, how do you see that, being able to maintain roughly the current levels, or what's the ambition for the current year?
Emily, you want to take that?
I love cash flows. I'll be delighted to take that question. We are, of course, aiming to maintain very healthy cash flows within the business. This has been one of our core strengths. When it comes to our core KPIs, we have not only market-leading EBITDA margins, but we also have strong cash conversion from that baseline, and we have consistently delivered very healthy cash flows. And we, of course, want to continue to be a business that has strong, healthy cash flows moving forward. You will have seen that in 2026. We have no debt maturity. We do have an earnout obligation that we're due to settle. You will have seen that in our report, and the final earnout obligation comes in 2027. So with no debt maturity in 2026, we are hoping to be able to utilize our free cash flows in an efficient way, both for earnout obligations, for deleveraging, and to continue to fund the investments into the business that set us back to organic growth over time. So maintained healthy cash flows.
Right. And with your new reporting structure, how do you sort of think about that in 2026? Is it continued like single-digit organic growth in the core franchises and continued big decline in the rest of the business, or how do you how do you think about that?
Yeah, I think I'll start, and then Emily, maybe you can build on that. We're looking at these key franchises, and we're seeing that we have basically the density in terms of the team, the talent density to really kind of make them work and really be winners in the market. So we think that these key franchises are franchises that we can grow, not over the short term, but over the long term. So that's what we're seeing. What we're seeing that is not in the core franchises are basically games that we feel are more about either optimizing for cash flows, or potentially we'll also have some experiments in there. So that kind of allows us to really organize better how we're doing things. Also, a lot of the questions that we kept having was like, what are the kind of the core, how are the core franchises performing? How are the core games performing at Stillfront? And we think that this is, with this reporting, we're really giving you that transparency, so you can understand, how Jawaker is performing. You can understand how the Board franchise is performing. You can understand how the Supremacy franchise is performing year on year and quarter on quarter. And I think that will allow you to much better understand the business, and it also is a much closer and much more kind of accurate description of how we're actually running this games company. Emily, do you want to build on that?
I think that's comprehensive, and nothing further to add.
So it looks, I mean, we have very little history here, but it seems that what we're seeing is a maintained UA spend in terms of, relative to revenues in the core franchises, and then a decline or a low level in the other games. Is that sort of what we could expect going forward as well, or?
That's a correct reflection of the numbers that we've just posted this morning, and with Alexis's guidance on the focus on our key franchises, key investments, not just in product development, but deploying UA spend towards those key franchises as well. That is our strategy.
And the question that many investors think about the strategic review, should we see that as now clearly indicating that it's not among the key franchises that we should expect a deal, or is it disconnected from that?
No, so basically, as I've stated before, so the strategic review is still ongoing. The latest development of the strategic review has obviously been the sale of the narrative games, which were holding back our organic growth. But as I've said before, we still consider that we should have everything on the table that we believe can create shareholder value in the best way. But we've been quite disciplined in terms of making sure that we're focusing on selling first the things that we think are holding us back.
Okay, right. Thanks.
As a reminder, if you wish to ask a question, please dial pound key 5 on your telephone keypad. There are no more questions at this time, so I hand the conference back to the speakers for any closing comments.
Thank you very much for your questions, and thank you for joining the Q4 Stillfront report, and have a great day. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Commander, it's clear now that Hannibal's recent assault was misdirection in a
Hey, War Commanders, this is Drake, and welcome to the first episode of Drake's Dungeon. Joining me today is the EP of War Commander Friendly Fixer and the lead designer of War Commander, Storm Chaser. Say hello, folks.
Hello. Thanks for having us.
Yeah. For those listening, we are recording this in 3 completely separate locations. So it's definitely going to sound like we're in 3 completely separate locations. For a lot of you, this is the first time you may have really heard our voices because, in the past, we haven't really done one of these podcasts type of things for a while. So this is what we sound like. I'm Drake.
I'm Friendly Fixer, and I have a gorgeous view outside at the moment.
And I'm
what about
with no view of anything?
no view. Storm Chaser actually works in a dungeon, much like this podcast. I wanted to get you guys together to talk about some of the things that have recently come out in War Commander, and to also talk about some of the things that are going to be coming out in the future. Mostly so we can have a nice little conversation with the community about why we've added certain things, and really to get people, looking forward to what's coming up down the road. To talk about just what's been happening the last month or so, we've had a lot of great units that have come out. We've had Ace, Dylan, the full version of Luke, Dennis, and we've had Command Center 16 that's recently joined things. So first things first, what are you two most excited about with Command Center 16?
Well, I will let Storm Chaser go first. As a designer, I'm sure he's got a lot of interesting things to say on this.
Yeah, in past command centers, we've always tried to add a lot of defensive content to bring some balance to all the offensive toys that we release between each level of CC. And this time, I think the first thing I upgraded was the low wire entanglement and the dragon's teeth around my base. Found them particularly valuable this past zombie event when the zombies were getting caught in the low wire entanglement. Bought my forces more time to chew them up. Yeah, the rocket silo levels that helped a lot for the additional levels on the rockets themselves because they hadn't gotten any love for a long time, and some of those rocket types were not really viable until these new levels.
Yeah, thank you for pumping up my Earth Shatterer rockets, by the way. I appreciate that.
Yeah, it seemed good to be rewarding you for making a decision to whether your rockets are targeting air or ground, as opposed to the more generalist ones that seem to hit everything.
Yeah. Friendly Fixer, we've talked before about having super walls that we were going to be adding to the game. I feel like it's gone all the way back to Command Center 14, if I'm correct, and they haven't quite made it in yet. If you could give a little, give us some insight as to why the super walls still aren't here.
Sure, I'll do that. I do have one thing that I wanted to say first.
Sure.
The CC16 feature that I actually enjoyed the most was the upgrade to the drone silo. I liked that my drones did not immediately get destroyed, and I can only imagine the look on people's faces when they missile my drones or shoot them with something and the drones keep shooting them. I really liked that.
Yeah. No, that is definitely a great feature, especially with more and more awesome units coming out that are a bigger and bigger threat to the bases. Having that extra range and the ability to keep the drones alive longer is definitely been a lifesaver.
And now to answer your question, super walls are a bit of a contentious topic. I'm going to be a little bit humble here and accept this was largely my fault. I had some ego thinking that I would be able to solve a technical challenge in terms of providing a fast, accelerated way of sorting this new thing in the game. And to go back to what it was originally intended to do, was to try and improve the rendering performance of the game by cutting the number of walls in your base down to 1/4 of them. So when we're rendering, we'd only do 1 wall instead of 4. But in the end, after working on it for quite a long time and trying to improve the performance, getting the correct sorting so that it looked good in all situations was just not possible with everything happening on the CPU, all of the rendering and all of the sorting. And in the end, the performance gains that we had from rendering less did not materialize nearly as much as we had hoped. And the cost for sorting was definitely higher than the naive, simple sort that we have already. So in the end, there was no benefit to the player to put them into the game. So we have chosen that we will not be putting them in the game in any time of the foreseeable.
Yeah, and I think that's ultimately for the best. I mean, if the goal to make it so things can perform a little bit better just doesn't actually come from this, then yeah, I think as long as people are still getting the protection that they need, that's the most important part.
Yeah, and I think we've achieved that with the higher level walls and the newer CC releases.
All right. So the Hive is like no other unit we've really seen before. It has drones that can attack both air and land. You can use this really in numerous ways. You can attack, and the drones that it spits out can attack vehicles, infantry, the air units. So my question for Storm Chaser is, how do you see the Hive changing the game? How do you see it changing War Commander?
Well, the way I've been seeing it when I have been using it along with my heavy platoons is it provides a nice drone shield, a good safe distance away from all my really expensive uniques. And this has been, I think, more effective than the Cerberus in many ways, because with the Cerberus, when I'm running that with my heavy, I get the drones pop out a little bit in front and they pull a lot of Overwatch fire on top of my whole platoon, versus the Hive drones. They get a good distance further away in front, away from the rest of your guys, because they're not tied to the unit. They kind of move independently as their own separate units. And as a result, like, they can go ahead and trip an Overwatch shot, and then my heavy, stronger units can go in and neutralize the Overwatch without taking that full volley of damage.
Yeah, I the way I've been kind of using it is more slowly and methodical, like kind of hanging out in the background and letting it spit out all the extra units. And then once I have those, I just send them off to do what I need them to do. I feel like when I've tried to kind of go head on into a battle with the Hive, I haven't had the best of luck. But when I stick back and really plan for how I'm going to use it, I can almost completely tear apart someone's base all by itself.
Yeah, if you're able to find a safe target to keep launching more drones against, you can definitely build up a very large army to move in with. I also found it really valuable versus the last boss fight with in the zombies versus Kane. Just having him there continually pumping out additional drones eventually meant that I had so many different units beating on the boss that even if he was able to kill some of them, he was eventually going to go down.
That's actually 100% what I did during Operation Deadfall. That's exactly what I did against Kane. So let's talk about the Ace. The survivors finally have their high altitude unit. So what makes the Ace different than, say, the Herald, the Manticore, or the Shepherd?
I'd say a lot of times with the high altitude units, that special quality of only being able to hit by things that are dedicated AA has been compensated with the factor of making most of those units relatively slow. So that while they're slowly creeping in, they're going to take damage a little bit more so before they can actually reach their target and deliver their damage. The Ace kind of breaks that mold, and they're much faster moving, and so you can swarm entire base and quickly neutralize a lot of the dedicated AA, and then at your leisure clean up the rest.
I think swarm is the key word there. I mean, because there's such a low point cost, just the ability to just blitz them into an area and cause a lot of destruction in a short amount of time makes them incredibly dangerous.
Yeah, it sure makes a difference when you're going against basically, let's say, a lot of hunter missiles. Yeah, they'll get a couple shots off on individual aces, but the swarm is going to overtake. Versus if that same base had a bunch of heavy flak, you might want to think twice about sending the Ace into that.
Most definitely. We got some stuff coming up in the future for War Commander, a lot of questions that people are asking. So I definitely want to turn it over to both of you to kind of talk about, what's next for the game. I'll start off with you, Friendly Fixer. What do you think are some of the most important things to highlight for the future?
Well, I know it's top of mind for a lot of our players. They want to know about what's coming next for War Commander and how they're going to play it, specifically HTML5. We are working on it, and that has never stopped. Regardless of any other changing circumstances, we have continued working and progressing towards porting our game. It's just a huge thing to do. The client is massive. Their Flash implementation contains hundreds of thousands of lines of code. On top of that, we have some architectural challenges that need to be solved before we can do a port. One of those is a thing that we call AI box. And I have in the past talked about that as a dual simulation or the battle simulation. What that is a cross-compiled version of our battle server embedded in the client. It's downloaded separately, loaded, and it is the primary reason on why loading the game takes as long as it does. Downloading that is not fast, decompressing it, and then actually starting it up with all of its data. So there are some advantages that we can gain, and we have to do this work anyway. I will be writing a more detailed post about exactly what you're going to see in terms of those advantages, but a quick preview is less loading time when you initially load the game, less downloading time of a whole bunch of data that is only used some of the time, and less CPU use in ticking that. It does, however, mean that there is also going to be some changes that we're going to have to implement. The GoGo bar currently uses that simulation and is just entirely on your machine. That is going to have to change, since we will remove that simulation, and a GoGo bar battle will actually be a simulation versus a battle server.
Well, we do have new players that come to the game all the time. And it's been a long time since we've really updated our new user experience in the game, which has been a project that we've now been working on for a while now. And we're hopefully going to be releasing that to the community in the next month. Can you guys speak a little bit to our new user experience?
Yeah, I can jump in on that one. It is true, like you said, for a long time, years, we've just been ignoring the new user experience. And we have a very dated tutorial, and it pretty much enters players into the game rocking those riflemen and rhino tank and wondering what targets they'll be able to hit in the game, which nowadays is not much. I think only way new players have succeeded is with a lot of help from other players in the community who kind of took them under the wing and say, here's the things that you need to help to become a strong player in this game again. We appreciate all that help for all this time, but we've been seeing that we want to be able to give a brand new player a decent start in the game from day one now. Our first step towards that was having these offers that come out. So immediately after you finish the tutorial, we give you a bunch of modern relevant stuff to give you a jump start with. That was a quick Band-Aid. We want to do a better job of not just giving people things when they start, but also teaching them how to use some of it. And so we're trying to cook up a series of bases that you can hit as new users that will teach the basic game mechanics and how to go about improving and getting better in the game.
And going hand in hand with that, we're making some changes as well to where new players exist in the game. A new player shouldn't necessarily be a burden on the rest of a sector. And in some cases, there are some bad actors in the game who specifically create new players just to fill up a sector. So we'd like to try and address a few of these things all at once, and are creating new user sectors where the new players will actually be able to band together and help each other and accomplish these new goals we've given them and learn how to use the beginning parts of the game.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that is going to be a real, I think, a breath of fresh air for a lot of our players, is having that ability to kind of get walked through, having other people around you that are also new. Once you get your base to that PvP level, you're not going to get attacked by somebody who has a long understanding of the game, and then we're not going to be having those sectors that have all those low-level bases that are just there, like you said, Fixer, to fill up a sector.
Yeah, exactly. One of my favorite experiences of playing early MMO games was World of Warcraft, and making your way through Elwyn Forest to eventually get powerful enough and find a small group of people and really just kick Hogger's butt. And if we find a way to have a new user sector where a bunch of players can bind together and actually kick a war commander guy who happens to be named, I don't know, Hager or something, I would love that. Don't worry, I don't think everyone else is feeling the same way, but the experience is really what I'm going for.
Well, I would like to say thank you so much to Friendly Fixer and Storm Chaser for taking the time today to talk a little bit about what's going to be happening in the game and what has recently come out in the game. And we'll hopefully be making Drake's Dungeon a little bit more of a regular occurrence with different members of the game team, and then some reoccurring people every now and then, just so we can get a regular insight into kind of what's happening behind the curtain. So Storm Chaser and Friendly Fixer, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for having me.
Sure thing.
All right. We'll talk to you next time. Bye.
All right. Welcome to Drake's Dungeon episode 3. I am Drake, your community manager for War Commander. This episode's coming to you a little late, and I apologize for that. With the holidays, scheduling time with somebody to record got a little hectic, and then the person that I was going to record with ended up getting sick. Luckily, the person that I was going to have for next episode was available, and they've joined us today, along with my dog, Toph. She has joined us as well, so you may hear some dog noises in the background. She's an adorable black lab, probably the most important member of the War Commander team. So she'll be joining us for this episode as well. But our special guest is none other than the head of customer support for War Commander, and that is Abe. Welcome, Abe.
Hey, Drake. Thanks for having me. Happy to be a good backup.
Yeah, well, thank you for stepping in. I mean, we were going to have you a bit later on down the road. Unfortunately, Braden got sick. Everybody out in the community, you guys know Braden. He's pretty active in the Discord. He's still been working hard like crazy, even though he has been sick. So go ahead and send him a message saying you hope he feels better soon. I think he would appreciate it. All right, so we're going to talk a little bit about some of the new stuff in the game. And we're also going to talk about some of the new things that are happening in customer support and tips and tricks to kind of help players when they're submitting a ticket, get the fastest response they can with the correct answer, the most correct answer we can help you with. Not to step on Abe's toes, but I actually used to have Abe's job before I was the community manager. So there might be part of this too where I'm like, oh, I know the answer to that. So I apologize in advance if I come off a little overzealous in this interview. But first off, let's talk a little bit about what has come out recently. We've had 4 new units in this last month. In the month of December, 4 new units came out. We had the Devout, which is the first Generation 4 unit. We had the Atom, which is the new unique unit. We had the Legendary Assault Vehicle, or LAV, the newest legendary vehicle. And we had the Braden single-use unit. A lot of awesome stuff just came out this month. What have you had a chance to play with, Abe?
I've gotten to play a little bit with the LAV. Adam is an absolute monster. He's been my favorite thing to play around with lately. But yeah, CS we've been busy the last couple of weeks, so I haven't had as much time to play around with all the new toys as I'd like.
I used a combo of Romero, Adam, and Darkstorm in Holdout over the weekend, and I was just destroying everything.
That sounds ridiculously unfair, but awesome.
Yeah, it was unfair. I don't go and fight players, so I keep all of my unfair platoons to myself and only hit PvE targets with them. To be clear, so nobody thinks that I take my overpowered platoons out on the map and start destroying other people.
Wouldn't imagine.
The Devout, that has been kind of like, to me, an amazing unit to throw in platoons. I used to be all sentry, or not all sentries in my Sentinel platoons, but I would have a good amount of sentries, and now I'm kind of swapping them out for a little bit more balance with the Devouts, and that has been like crazy brutal as well.
Yeah, some of my team have been able to play with the Devout a lot, and I've heard nothing but great things. I'm really looking forward to getting a better chance to get in there and do some work with it.
Yeah, the Braden has also been a really good single-use unit. I'm really looking forward to both the Braden and the Mikey full versions coming up in a few months. I've been seeing a lot of talk, too, that in the community that a lot of people are really gravitating towards some of the more recent single-use units. I think they're going to be really awesome full units when they come out in a few months.
Yeah, the feedback that we've been seeing is mostly all positive about all the new stuff. It's been great. I've even heard calls to get Mikey nerfed. We'll see how that goes.
That won't happen.
I can't imagine.
That won't happen.
No.
Especially with how the Disruptor, it's the original unit, was not a unit that we admit didn't really come out as strong as we had hoped for. So this updated version with Mikey, he's got to stay the way he is. He's too awesome the way he is.
Performing as intended.
So Abe, let's quote Office Space here, and let me ask, what is it you say you do here?
That's an excellent question. My primary goal as support coordinator for the game is to both advocate for the players to the game team and to assist in support in any way that I can. Ultimately, we are here to help the players, but we are here as that go-between for the game team to help escalate issues, understand what's happening within the game, and help out players as much as we can.
I think you bring up a good point that we're here to advocate. A lot of people might not be aware, but our department is not called customer support. We call our department here in the company, we call it customer advocacy, because combined with you doing your job through customer support and me doing my job through community, our job is to really pay attention to what players say and feel about the game and bring that up to the game teams and try to advocate for the things that players want, while at the same time making sure that there is a good balance between making sure that the players want what they want in the game, but also making sure that the content is balanced and fair and fun.
Yeah, it's a tough balance, but we certainly take the feedback that we receive seriously. Constantly discussing between us and the game team, what the community is talking about, what you guys are interested in.
Yeah, we have a dedicated meeting every week where Abe and I actually sit down with every high member of the game team and really bring forth all the things that we see in Discord or see in tickets or see on the forums. Now, I know a lot of times players might feel like that might not necessarily be the case because they don't always see the things that they want either instantly happen in the game or ever happen sometimes in some cases. And a lot of times there's a couple factors behind that. And maybe we can expand on this a little bit more. But a couple of the factors are, is it actually technically possible to do some of the things in our game that people are asking for? We always communicate the things that people are asking for, but sometimes, because this game is a pretty old game, I mean, we've been around for 9 years,
coming up on 10.
So the game's been around for a long time, and so sometimes some of the suggestions, while they might sound really cool, just might not be technically possible, or they might take a really, really long time to implement, or maybe a suggestion just throws off the balance of the game so much that unfortunately we can't incorporate it. But that's the thing that Abe and I actually get to do on a regular basis, is take all the feedback that we get from players and bring it to the game team for them to kind of digest and see what's possible.
Yeah, there's a ton of stuff that we talked about months ago that is starting to work its way into the game now. So I mean, sometimes that roadmap does. It's a few months out. We have to take the time to make sure some of these things get implemented properly.
Mm-hmm. Most definitely. And a lot of people aren't fully aware yet, but over the next couple months, particularly over the next year, we're really working hard to implement a lot of new mechanics to the game. And a lot of it is based on player feedback. So again, while things don't always necessarily seem instant, we definitely do listen, and we try our best to make sure that we can incorporate what we can.
Absolutely.
We got a couple things just in customer support that's happening over, some pretty big developments that are happening literally right now. We just extended with the folks that help us get our player experts for the game. So we're definitely working still with the player expert program. Abe, can you tell us a little bit about what the player expert program is?
Yeah, absolutely. The player experts are players just like everybody listening. Most of them have been with the game for many, many years, really understand the mechanics of it. So they're an amazing resource. The way they answer tickets really helps us weed out a lot of gameplay questions. Frankly, most of the issues that players report, the experts have seen before, because they're in there playing the game just as much as everyone else. And, they have the experience to understand what's happening and what you're seeing, and the information that they're able to provide is invaluable.
So having those actual players that are able to handle your basic gameplay questions or your simple bug fixes that just might require things like refreshing the game or changing a setting, having those people be already immersed into the game just to handle that stuff really makes it so we over in CS, or I guess rather you and your team, can actually work on the more complex issues that take a bit more time with our
Yeah,
players.
couldn't have said it better myself. Most of our day is spent working on more complex account related issues. Doing a little bit of bug testing when we can, but answering tickets is the majority of what we do. And so the fact that we have some dedicated players that are taking the times out of their day to help answer other tickets, they're invaluable resource to us, and have a lot of respect for them.
Yeah, with the help of the experts, we've actually now, and back me up here, or maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but would you say that we have some of the fastest response times to our tickets that we've really ever had in customer support?
Absolutely. Because the player experts, and with this program over the last year really getting its feet under it, our response times and our queues have, especially on War Commander, have never been lower. And because of the hard work, we have a lot of other exciting aspects of customer support that we're able to be implementing over the coming months, because of all the hard work that they do, and how much they've been able to reduce both queue volume and the response time that a lot of players see on their tickets.
I couldn't have asked you for a better segue, because we've been doing a lot of facelift work on our help center. Like where you go to submit a ticket, we have a huge resource there of a lot of common issues and things to help players out. And lately, we've been adding a whole lot more new content, which is what our agents, when they haven't had to answer tickets, have been able to write and provide. Can you talk a little bit more about some of the new changes in the help center?
Of course. The help center is something that has been woefully underutilized, and we understand that. And one of the major points of emphasis that we have coming into the new year is greatly expanding its use, adding a lot of content. And because of where we're sitting, and the service provided by the player experts, we're able to have a lot more time to spend on it. Recently, we've added a series of articles that are geared more towards newer players, explaining user interface, basics of base building. We're looking at adding a lot more articles about the specifics of certain types of events, really expanding that to help explain a lot of the gameplay questions that a lot of players have, and really help explain kind of what's going on in the game, because oftentimes it's not as easy as it looks.
Well, on top of that too, with this new content, we have agents that are actually in Discord as well that attempt to answer questions when they have the time, of course, to do it. Which you can message anybody who's considered customer support through Discord if you'd like, but you do need to remember that their job is actually answering tickets first. So they might not be able to get back to you, or they might then request that you send in a ticket if it's a more complex issue. But, we also have them right there with the community, trying to also be involved in helping, issues live when they can, which is a newer initiative that we've been doing over the last year that I feel has been pretty great responses for a lot of players.
Yeah, absolutely. Moving more towards some kind of live support has been a long-term goal of the department. Discord kind of helps with that. Obviously, we would like a better system than, because we can't deal with account issues through Discord, that kind of stuff, which is why a lot of times when a player does reach out to us, we'll ultimately have to have them file a ticket. But Discord is wonderful for emerging issues, for a little bit more real-time responses. But it's true. It's not our primary focus. Answering tickets is what we're here to do. But the Discord is extremely useful for a little bit more of a live support option.
Let's do the hypothetical thing here. If I were a player and I'm having an issue in the game, what would be the best way for me to make sure that my issue is seen by support, and that I have the best chance of getting it resolved as quickly as possible? How would I go about doing that?
I think your first option should really be looking at Discord. Being an active member on Discord will, a lot of those gameplay questions get answered there a lot quicker than they're able to through the ticketing process. Between myself and Drake, all of the other agents that are on Discord, members of the game team, and especially the mods. Our mods are
great,
amazing.
yeah.
They are able to address a lot of issues and a lot of questions much more quickly than the ticketing process can. If it's something strange, something that you've never seen before, those issues brought up on Discord are also escalated to the game teams more quickly so that we can get a faster resolution. But if it is something that is, account related, something doesn't look right, filing a ticket is going to be one of your first options. Check the Discord, check the help center for issues that are common to the game. But if you're not understanding what you're seeing, then yeah, filing a ticket is going to be the best way.
To add to that, I would also say make sure you check the message above the game. When you load up the game, there's a message that often is above the game. Also, the announcements section on Discord. If it is an issue that seems to be affecting a lot of players, I definitely try to make a notice about it in either announcements or the message above the game. So if you're experiencing an issue that is happening right then and there, you can see if that issue is being worked on. So you don't actually need to send in a ticket if we're already aware of this game-wide issue. So yeah, always check Discord, check the message above the game as well, just to see if there's anything up there that has additional notes.
There's a lot of times, especially if something big happens, similar with the Adam situation that recently occurred. We received a ton of tickets about that, but there was messaging sent out through Discord in that message above the game. That could really help at least address your concerns without needing to send in a ticket.
Yeah, I think we got over 100 tickets about that issue.
Well over.
that literally none of them were things that we needed to do anything about, because once the issue was fixed, it retroactively fixed it for all players. Always making sure that you check your resources like Discord and the message above the game first. Now, let's say I'm having an issue with my account that unfortunately can't be resolved through announcements or message above the game. And it can't be resolved through maybe talking to an agent or a moderator on Discord because it involves my actual account, so it's personal information. If I'm sending in a ticket, what type of information should I include in that ticket?
Great question, because that's one of the things that we want to avoid the most is an unnecessary back and forth with players, so that we can quickly address whatever issues you're having. If it is something account related, the examples are numerous. You're having trouble logging in, you can't see emails, something along those lines. The easiest thing to do is in your ticket include that it's account related and that you need to speak directly to CS, because that's not typically something that the experts are going to be able to help you with. The other thing is any screenshots, any evidence showing what you're seeing. Video is great. Can really help us understand exactly what's happening. That way we can sort of avoid the I'm not quite understanding what you're seeing. Would you mind showing me somehow? That back and forth. That's what we're really trying to avoid, so that we can help resolve your issue. The first time you write in. So the more information that we have initially is really going to help resolve the issue quickly.
Yeah, and to kind of add to that as well, while images and videos definitely help, also having a little bit of text description, just saying what you're seeing, helps that as well. A lot of times some people have sent in videos but haven't given us any context to it. So it is a little hard just sometimes looking at a video of what we're supposed to be looking for, because, you know, in our battles, a lot of stuff happens at once. So we might not be able to know specifically what somebody is trying to get our attention on. So on top of sending in a video or sending in a picture, a brief, clear description on what the actual issue itself is will go a really long way.
That's a great point, Drake.
And I know that sometimes we've all had experiences before in our lives where we've contacted customer support because we're frustrated about an issue with what we're dealing with. I know that, you know, I've called my internet company and been frustrated, or maybe I've had a bill or something like that I paid that didn't get processed correctly. And so we've had those situations. But the one thing that, of course, we want to urge everybody to do is be kind and courteous to our experts and our agents. They are here to help you. They want to help you, is the major thing. So, you know, we want to avoid any unnecessary bad words or name calling that can sometimes slow the process of helping you out faster.
That's a great point, Drake. We certainly want, we are here to help. We want to help. Weeding out any of the negative language, any of the negative, you know, any of the name calling, all that kind of stuff, that, you know, that has a different effect on us, and is definitely something that we want to try to avoid. You know, we always handle ourselves respectfully and professionally, and, you know, we just ask that everybody else does the same.
I think I hope that the players definitely find a lot of this information a little bit more insightful to kind of how customer support works and maybe the best way to submit a ticket. Is there anything anything you'd like to add, Abe, to this?
Nothing I can think of. I think we got a lot of it covered. We're excited about the direction that we're able to take here in the next couple of months. We've got a lot of really fun stuff on the books that'll help support the players even better than we're able to now. So I'm really excited for the next few months. Some of the stuff that we're going to be rolling out. Obviously, a lot of it isn't something that I can discuss, but it's going to make our lives a lot easier, and will hopefully make everyone's experience with support a lot happier.
Right on. Well, Abe, thanks for taking the time out of your day to sit down with me and record some of this stuff. I really appreciate it, especially with the short notice. Literally, folks, this morning was the notice, and he dropped what he did so he could come and talk to you guys. So I really appreciate it. We'll be back in another month with a new episode, likely with Braden, if hopefully he's feeling better by then. Gosh. But thank you, everybody, for listening. As always, thank you for playing War Commander, and we'll talk to you soon. Bye. All right, welcome out to another episode of Drake's Dungeon. This is episode 4. I am Drake. Joining me is the person that we hoped to have on last episode, but unfortunately they got a little ill, and I think it was due to the overwhelming support of the community that they were able to get better so quickly. So thank you to the community on that one. Joining us today is one of our designers here at War Commander, Braden. Welcome, Braden.
Hello, thank you for having me on.
Thank you for being on. And like I mentioned on the last episode, unfortunately you were under the weather. I think the community lit some candles on your behalf. I'm pretty sure they did some dances, possibly some prayers. They may have released some birds into the sky. Whatever they did, it's good to have you back with us.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm incredibly thankful for sure. The couple of viral infections I got couldn't keep me down with their love and support. So thank you.
There you go. So the things that we're going to talk about this episode, we're going to talk about a little bit of some of the new units that have been out there, that have been recently put out into the game. We're going to be talking about Heroic Showdown, which you had a huge role in designing and bringing to the game. We're also going to talk about not Event 100, although we'll touch on that briefly, but Event 101. So 2 months from now, the event is going to be starting, because you're going to be leading that up as well.
Yeah.
And maybe some other cool little treats that will sprinkle in there for you guys. So first off, let's just get into it. This month, we just dropped the Controller, Laura, and Pegasus.
Yeah.
Right now, like, the Controller is, I think, a pretty big game changer. People are using its extreme range. I think they're having a lot of fun with it. What do you think?
Absolutely. Range is a stat in our game that has so much potential to allow for players to do so many different things. And the controller is just, it really establishes how big of a game changer Gen 4 units are. The controller just has so much versatility and gives the players so much agency, in my opinion. You can just let it ruby through the base and it'll blow stuff up and it'll do a great job of it. But those players that really want to get down and micro through a base and really carefully pick apart at it, they have so many options. With that mega long range and that splash, there are some bases that are designed in a way where you can aim at certain targets and splash onto other targets behind that just don't have a chance to shoot at you. So I really like how that the controller actually gives a lot of potential to all sorts of players, no matter what their game style is. The other thing I love about it is because it's so powerful in itself, in smaller numbers, you don't need to just flood a platoon with it for it to be useful. You can have a few sprinkled into your platoon and still get a ton of use out of that unit, which leaves you open to doing or using a lot of other types of units to cover all your bases for what you'd want in a platoon. It's, like I said, it's a big game changer. I love that unit.
Yeah, my play style isn't so much finesse, I'll be honest. I'm not the most finesse player, but I have been, using in my platoons, putting the controllers in its own squad,
right?
And kind of, dropping those out there, letting them cause some chaos.
Mm-hmm.
And then if I start, getting some aggro, if I start getting some bad guys at me, that's when I release my other troops to kind of cover them.
For
so
sure.
they can continue doing a lot of... It's making me be a smarter player.
That's good.
My favorite thing about it.
I'm glad that it's doing that. It's definitely the most optimal way to use the controller is absolutely put something tanky in front of it to, take any shots that you are going to take, but just really utilize the controller's long range and huge damage and splash. And I love just throwing Romero in front of those guys to keep them alive and just picking apart a base. It's there's nothing more satisfying than feeling like you're really outplaying a base, in my opinion. It's what I love about War Commander, and the controller has so much potential to do that. So I think the unit designer really nailed it with that one.
Absolutely. And we, like I mentioned, we also had the Laura, which is the hero version of the Sentry. And I think the Sentry has been an all-around well-received unit just because of its low point cost and just the ability to... It's the new Rifleman, basically. And Laura's been killing it out there. But I think the big thing is this last week we just released the Pegasus, which is... We haven't released a new defensive unit in a while. And we've never released a unit like the Pegasus before, a high-altitude vehicle that's designed for base defense and, designed to be anti-air. What do you think about that?
When it was pitched, my first thought is, well, I don't even know if this is possible, but if it is, I'm incredibly excited. We figured out a way to make it work, and it is incredible in my opinion. I love the concept of it. I love its design. It's hilarious to me. And so War Commander in the PvP space is and always has been, as far as I'm concerned, a give and take of giving offensive power and defensive power, and it shifts in meta, right? There's always going to be something that is the most optimal way of clearing a base, and there's always going to be a setup that is typically the most optimal way of defending your base. And in the game, I would say currently, air attacks are incredibly powerful at picking apart bases, especially at higher levels. The Pegasus really gives a lot of power to defenders in an area of the game that I think they needed it. It's an incredible unit at denying the offender the ability to enter certain areas of the airspace. Things like the Legendary Phantom, the Herald, the Shepherd, the Aces, all of these things that were previously kind of dominating the PvP meta have now really actually been given a force to reckon with, I would say, with the Pegasus.
Yeah, I think when you combine it with the Screamer as well, so you have the Screamer that will slow down everything coming in there, and then the Pegasus will just, with its super fast turn speed as well. It's slow movement speed, but really fast turn speed. And you use the Screamer to slow everything down, and then you use the Pegasus to just destroy it, break it apart.
That's certainly the most optimal way to use it. The thing people have to realize about units is they're always going to have drawbacks in certain areas. And yes, the Pegasus is slow as molasses, but it doesn't need to be fast. If you're using it the way that it's intended to be used, it can still be incredibly powerful. You're not going to want to use it to go try to chase down an ace. That would be slightly foolish in my opinion. You are going to want to position it in a way where it's hovering over your key buildings and denying the air attackers the ability to enter that space without taking some major pain. That's really where this unit shines. And with the Screamer's tech of slowing down those units massively so that they can't really exit that area very quickly, it definitely shines even more than just by itself. So I said, it really pushes the power into the defenders in an area where they really needed it. I think that it really has balanced out the power imbalance in PvP. Not that defenders didn't have the potential to defend their base, but it gives them even more potential against those top tier meta attacks.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a big thing that's going to make people rethink the amount of efforts that they put into the Raptor and things like that, because we now basically have, in combination, I think, with the Screamer, your Raptor killer.
Yeah, absolutely. It addresses a lot of pain points that defenders had. I'm interested to see how the meta shifts as people obtain the Pegasus and level it up and get that tech on there. It should be interesting to see what those creative attackers try to do to become more optimal now that their air attacks may not be the most optimal way of striking somebody.
Well, you weren't able to come on last month, and last month was when we had the Braden unit actually came out, the unit named after you.
Yeah.
How's that feel to have a unit named after you?
That's surreal. Having a unit based on yourself is something that, I obviously never thought would be a thing in my lifetime. Heck, working in this industry was something that I never really considered.
Well, and a lot of people don't know this, but you have an actual jetpack in real life.
Of course, yeah.
You fly around on a jetpack.
Fly around downtown, get some weird looks, but it is what it is. It's the way you commute in this city. But no, it's amazing. I love it. The other thing too is ever since I started, ever since the escort came out, I should say, it has been my favorite unit in War Commander. Unabashedly, I am a Corpus fanboy. I love all of the factions, and they all have their potential to be useful in certain cases. But everyone knows it here that the escorts were my favorite unit to use. The gameplay just speaks to me. The concept of them speaks to me. So to hear that I was going to be able to be the escort hero was it was amazing. I'm flattered, and I love that now I can play as myself as my favorite unit in the game. It's awesome.
Yeah, and in the next event, you'll be able to unlock the full version of the escort. So that'll be pretty cool.
Yeah.
Well, so let's talk about Showdown and really the evolution of Showdown. Originally, you were actually. I mean, I feel like, and correct me if I'm wrong here, that Showdown was kind of the first real idea you pitched as a designer.
It was actually, yeah. When I entered design, Showdown was the first feature that didn't exist in the game that I wanted to bring to fruition. And what other people actually may not know too is it's gone through a lot of different iterations. I created almost an entire iteration of Showdown that actually never became a full-fledged game mode because I wanted to refine it, and I actually pivoted quite far into the development of it. But yeah, Showdown is something that I've always wanted. I love the idea of horde modes in video games, and I saw the potential of Holdout, but I wanted to tweak the gameplay of Holdout in a way that allowed players to play slightly differently and utilize some more of their tools, air being the biggest thing, of course. So the original Showdown before the Heroic Showdown came out, it didn't quite encapsulate the vision that I had for Showdown. And then I was talking to some team members, and they helped me come up with the idea of Heroic Showdown, where you get to bring all of the heroes together and deploy them and earn heroic content, because that was a pain point that players had, is they wanted more, or they wanted a more streamlined avenue of obtaining heroic content in the game. And what better way to let them do that than bring all of their heroes together, which is something they previously couldn't do, as well as deploy air units in a horde mode. So all of it just came together so well, and I'm really happy with the final product of Heroic Showdown. There's obviously refinements that need to be made to make sure that players feel like they're earning enough XP to where they can earn everything that they want to earn, and we are working on refining that. But I think we're on the right track with Heroic Showdown for sure.
Yeah, and I think too, it's actually I think how great Heroic Showdown is kind of inspiring us to really commit to it as a company as well, like as just everybody on the game team. So much so that this is going to be kind of the major area of the game now, where you're going to be able to get stocking up on, your training tokens for heroes, your tech for heroes, unlocking heroes. And we're actually going to be starting that change coming up with Event 100. This will be the first event where you're only going to be able to earn one hero token in this event. And the main thing is this is going to give you an avenue where you don't have to grind like crazy in the event to unlock all the heroes. You'll be able to unlock one, but now you'll be able to have this whole new play mode that's going to be exclusively about the heroes,
right?
Where you use the heroes, where you earn all the hero stuff. So I think that's going to be a really interesting change that's going to put a lot of, I think, positive focus back to the hero units and a new creative way to build those up.
Absolutely. I think using heroes, that they have niche uses in regular platoons, and that's awesome and everything. But I think it stands to reason to me that it makes sense that in order to obtain content for a specific type of unit, players would like to use that unit. They'd like to use all of those units, all of those toys that they've collected, and being able to throw them all together, which you couldn't previously do, I hope is an enjoyable gameplay experience. And like you said, not everybody can maybe necessarily grind the event to the point where they get all of the heroic tokens that they want, as well as all the heroic tech and things like that. It's just conglomerating all of that into one central area and one central game mode where they can pick and choose what they want to unlock for the heroes that they want. I think is putting us on the right track for what heroes should be in our game and how to power them up in our game.
Well, that makes an interesting segue because that's also, you're kind of behind the redesign of Holdout, and one of the people that's behind that, where we're switching more to a store mode. Now, we just did it the first time, this last time, and I think we had a lot of great feedback from players about how we went about it and the value and XP, and I think we got a lot in mind. But why don't you talk a little bit about kind of where Holdout is going, or what inspired the change to Holdout?
Absolutely. Earning prizes after you beat a base is an interesting concept for sure. It does have a place in the game, but something that, a phrase that players and the team here especially hear me use often is player agency, giving the player the ability to control what they do and what they earn from their efforts. That is a big thing that I'm a firm believer of. And with the restructuring of Holdout to a store where you get to choose what you're unlocking from the experience that you're earning, I think really once we refine the payouts for what the efforts should be rewarding the player as far as how much XP they should be earning, it will feel better to be able to earn that XP through your efforts and be able to choose what you're pursuing, as opposed to being forced not forced, I shouldn't say forced, but as opposed to not having as much agency over the rewards that you are earning. I do think the store is going to be a more satisfying method of obtaining content in the game in the context of things like Heroic Showdown and Holdout. We're listening to the players for sure. We're implementing the feedback that we think will improve this game mode, and next time around, hopefully, we really get closer to our target of making players feel good about participating in the game mode and pursuing the content that they want to pursue.
That's awesome to hear, and that's one of the things that I think I love most about the War Commander and working on this team is that we really do listen to like what the players have to say and try to make it a great experience for them, one that they're going to want to come back to. And I am always happy to hear whenever I have conversations with any of the designers, the things that they're going to be attempting to implement to really bring that product to the level that players are going to be happy with.
Absolutely. I'm on Discord probably more often than I should be, looking into there and listening to all the players and just seeing how they perceive the game and what they enjoy and what they don't enjoy, and just constantly conceptualizing and talking to team members about how can we make this game the game that they want to be playing more of. How can we make this experience more enjoyable for the player? At the end of the day, that 100% is what this game should be, is an enjoyable experience for the player. And if we can listen to the community and find ways that they have suggested to make the game more enjoyable for them, why would we not want to pursue that, right? So it just makes so much sense to be invested in the community and try to shape the game around what they're asking for within reason.
No, most definitely. So Event 100 is coming up.
It is.
Our 100th event for War Commander. Now, I've been with the company almost 7 years now.
Wow.
And to have any game in this kind of live ops market of war games and stuff like that can reach 100 monthly events, I mean, it's crazy, and
it's bonkers. It really is.
It really is crazy. And we're coming up on the 100th event. It's going to be a huge one. It's going to be the big conclusion to everything with the Shadow faction and what Sarkis is up to. And I think players are going to be really happy with a lot of the surprises that we have in store. But just because we hit 100 doesn't mean that 101 and beyond isn't going to be just as crazy. And you're taking over the event planning for, is it 101 to 104?
Yeah, exactly. We do 4 events in an arc for the event, and I'm heading that next one. I'm incredibly excited for it. We talked about before how we're invested in the community, we're listening to them, and we're trying to change the game in ways that is beneficial to them and to give them more enjoyment. And the event is obviously the big thing in War Commander. It's what most people participate in. It's what most people look forward to. But there's ways that we can change the structure of the event to even further give satisfaction to the players, I believe. I obviously can't talk in depth about the changes that we are making, but I can sort of... if you're on Discord, you know how much I like to leak information, so I gotta be careful here. But I want to... The team especially wants to... restructure the event in ways that allows as many people as possible to experience the full story, because you should never be blocked out of that. And we want to, again, I'm going to use that word, give agency to the player to decide what difficulty level you are partaking in, as far as like which bases you're hitting and how difficult they are, and have the rewards be in line with that. We want players of all varying skill levels to be able to get just as much out of the event as each other. High-level players often say that, because they're so awesome and they have such awesome tools, they're able to clear through the event too quickly, and they feel like there isn't as much for them to do when, in the last few days of the event. So we want to address that and give them stretch goals and things to pursue without changing the event structure entirely, so that you have to be that top-tier player in order to be enjoying the event to its fullest, right? So we're trying to create avenues for all levels of players to be able to enjoy the event with this restructure. And I'm really excited about the things that we've been discussing and the implementations that we're going to have for that. We're obviously going to be changing up the rogue faction that's featured, and I'm really excited to be getting into the design of the rogue faction units. That's something that's excited me ever since I became a designer, is unit design. And we're going to be modernizing an old rogue faction that the players maybe haven't interacted with in a while. And I'm really excited to modernize that rogue faction and bring these creations to life, in combination with the art team that's been doing an awesome job with that as well. So I'm very excited for the future of War Commander for sure.
So an old faction that we haven't seen in a while is going to be making a return, and they're going to probably be having some new toys and new kind of strategies.
It'll be shocking, Drake. It'll be shocking.
Okay. I'm excited. And for those that don't know, while I definitely hear bits and pieces of what's coming up, I actually don't really get to know a lot of this stuff until a little bit before players do. So I usually get surprised, just a few days before everybody out in the community actually gets to. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing what it gets cooked up here. So
yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. I'm really, what I want to achieve with this restructure of this, not restructure, I shouldn't say, evolution of this rogue faction, is I want to, again, give the ability for the players to be able to feel like they're outsmarting this rogue faction and that they're outplaying the rogue faction. I want to further instill good feels for adopting the new unit, because it should really make you feel like you are, a large amount more powerful against this rogue faction if you're obtaining the new unit, and designing that new unit in conjunction with these new rogue factions to make sure that it succeeds against them is really something that we're focusing on for this event. That's not to say that if you don't obtain it, you can't beat this new rogue faction, but you will feel really good about obtaining the new unit when playing against this rogue faction. They have a lot of new tools up their sleeves, but not so much that the player is going to feel like they can't achieve victory. You're going to feel good for achieving victory, hopefully, if we hit the mark with this, which I think we're getting close to.
That's awesome. And I mean, I think with the Gen 4 units that have been coming out so far, they've been huge game changers. So I'm looking forward to whatever the next one's going to be, because I think, I'm like I mentioned before, I'm not a finesse player. I'm a pretty lazy player when it comes to it. And the Gen 4 stuff has made me kind of really, in a while, like drastically change up the way that my platoons are set up. So I think This is going to be some great stuff.
Yeah.
Is there anything else coming down the pipe that you can maybe tease about?
I mean, I teased quite a bit about the restructuring of the event.
You did.
I'm really excited for. Obviously, of course, the next Gen 4 unit is going to be Corpus's first introduction to Gen 4. As a Corpus diehard, I'm incredibly excited for that. I love the way that they're going to be interacting and ideally demolishing the next rogue faction that comes in E101. The other thing I guess I'll talk about briefly is E100 is coming up. As you said, we sort of skipped over that. I've been doing a lot of bases for that event because it is, the 100th event. I wanted to give players a lot of cool experiences beyond just, kill all these buildings and kill all these units. So we were trying to give a lot of, or create a lot of experiences that were, going into those special objectives, like perhaps there's going to be a certain hero that's been recently introduced that was captured that needs to be saved. Perhaps there's going to be a hint of some other game types that have found their way into the event, for a base that you may want to, something along the lines of a horde mode that will eke its way in here. There's a lot of different objectives that I'm trying to put into this event so that players have the best time possible. I'm really excited for them to experience all of that.
In addition, I think the players that took the time and got all the map pieces for the last couple events are really going to be happy with what they get to earn with that.
It has been almost impossible for me to keep my mouth shut about that. But yes, I think if you put the effort in to get all those map pieces, you are going to be thrilled with what you were able to obtain with that. That is such a cool concept that came to be, and I love the idea of just efforts throughout the months leading up to such an awesome reward. It's something that actually we're hoping to in some way keep moving forward with and finding new ways to introduce that concept of there is a side objective through the event. You don't have to interact with it if you don't want to, but if you put that effort in, you're going to be rewarded for it in that capstone event. That's a really cool concept in my opinion. I'm glad that we're dabbling with it with the Shadow Alliance. And yeah, those players that got those Sarkis map pieces, look forward to what you're going to be unlocking.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Braden, thank you for taking the time to talk to the community. I know that you're very involved in Discord, and I know that the players love it. So I think hearing directly from you a lot of the stuff that's coming up is going to be pretty exciting for them. So yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me on.
All right. Well, I'll be back in a month with another episode of Drake's Dungeon, and we'll talk to you then. Have fun out there, and as always, thank you for playing War Commander. Bye. Welcome out to another episode of Drake's Dungeon. Today I am joined by one of our QA folks. QA is short for quality assurance, and he is oftentimes what we like to refer to as our release captain, who helps guide these releases from start to finish. So let me give it up for Big Dog. Welcome, Big Dog.
Hey, thanks for having me, Drake.
Thank you for being on the show. You are, as far as our QA people, one of the most involved in our community. So I think a lot of people have recognized your name. They've maybe seen you on Discord, maybe talk to you about some bugs or things like that have been reported.
Yeah, I come from a customer service background before I started here at Kixeye. So I really like being in tune with the community, and one of the best ways of doing that is just talking with people and interacting. So it's part of the job, one of the parts of the job that I really enjoy.
That's good. You keep a good ear to the ground. I mean, there's so many times where, like, I have seen an issue come up on Discord and I go to report it and you're already working on it because you saw it on Discord as well. So it's always great to see that kind of engagement. And I know that the players love it and know that there is that commitment to getting things checked out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think keeping an ear to the ground to what our players and what our customers are saying, it's really important. We want to put out a good game for everybody, and and listening to the community is a really big part of that.
Right on. Well, before we get into the main interview, let's just do a little recap of what's kind of come out over the last month since our last episode. We've got the full versions of Mikey, Braden, and Laura, as well as the very limited Shadow Sarkis. Have you had a chance to play around with these? I mean, I know you test these things, but have you had a chance to really in your own personal account go around and play around with these yet?
Yeah. So when E100 came out, the Chaos Sentry there with Sarkis being the reward, I definitely wanted to make sure I was getting online there and playing around with Sarkis. I like the unit. I think it's a lot of fun. I think the way that you unlock the unit was really cool, very rewarding. I think that was really important that we have a really, really awesome reward for those that stuck it out and got all those map pieces. So I really wanted to play around with Sarkis and also getting a chance to use the smoke screens. Cool unit all around. Loved the design. Art team did a really good job with that. With a full release heroes, I was a huge fan of the escort when I first started. Not that I still am a big fan of it. So to see the Braden unit come out, that one's been a lot of fun. Pairing him up with my escort platoon, been really fun using him. Honestly, I've been actually finding a lot of use for Mikey, especially with Heroic Showdown dropping today. Was playing a little with him earlier today, and found him to be quite useful.
Yeah, with Laura, I've been using Laura in my base defense, trying to, because I still use my sentries mostly as base defense now that the devouts are out. So having Laura in there as well certainly helps bolster those a little bit more.
Oh, always got love for Laura.
Yeah, I love that Mikey, being based off of an older unit that didn't really get too well received when it came out. I'm loving to see the reaction that people are getting for the hero version. I think it's always great. Braden's a pretty recent unit. The escort's pretty recent, but the disruptor, it's been a while that since people have really actually cared about a disruptor. So it's always good to see that excitement for something old that we've kind of dusted off and pumped up a little bit.
It is nice to see the Mikey hero bring some relevance back to that unit. It's good to. I think our heroes should be strong, and I like it when they're tough and useful. That's the best gameplay for my book for sure.
Right on. You are in QA, quality assurance. What exactly would you say you really do? How would you describe your day-to-day job?
Well, in a nutshell, I play the game. It's obviously a lot more in depth than that. I spend a lot of time just crossing the T's, dotting the I's, making sure that everything in our game is functioning as it should, as it was intended by our very talented engineers and designers, and making sure that it's stable once it goes out to our players. Obviously, it's a game, and like anything, it's there is room for error and things to go wrong, and that's also where I come in, is identifying those where we may have missed something, and making sure that we change our process so that we try to minimize that in the future.
Mm-hmm. When you're actually testing things out before they actually make it into the game, what are some challenges that might pop up that maybe players wouldn't think about? Because sometimes something will make it into the game and might have a minor bug or something like that. How is it that those things might go missed, or just challenges in general on spotting things that might not be that common?
Well, I mean, sometimes, obviously, human error. None of us are perfect, so things fall through the cracks. I think what a lot of people don't recognize is how much data and how large a scale our game is, really. And checking all of that off, it can be a little daunting sometimes. And when you're looking at a big long spreadsheet, human error again. Sometimes you're going to miss something.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of people don't know this as well, but when we have releases where sometimes there's a lot of bugs that pop up that are things that are missed, we get together and we have meetings about that so we can figure out like, oh, maybe we should include this in our testing in the future, or things like that. So we definitely learn from our mistakes. We make it a very big point to try to figure that out.
Without a doubt, and I take it personally when I miss something, and I don't want to do it again. So yeah, we are constantly revising our test plans, revising how we create our test plans, and often we're having discussions on how we're testing, how we can test better, and what that overall process looks like. Trying to obviously be efficient as possible. We don't, we want to get this stuff out to our players as quickly as can, but we want it to be stable.
Right. So let's say something does make it in the game. There's a bug that is found in the game. Some things are really easy to fix. Some stuff is just, oh, we found this. Let's just change the data and boom, it's fixed. But some things are certainly a lot more complicated and take a bit longer to A, identify, B, reproduce, C, actually get a fix in place, D, testing that fix, E, getting it deployed into the game and making sure that it's still working in the game. Can you go through a little bit of what the life cycle of a bug is? Like, if somebody reports a bug or if we find a bug, how do we go about identifying it, fixing it, getting into the game, things like that?
Yeah, well, I mean, you kind of nailed the steps right there. Obviously, we get reports, whether that be from players. Sometimes it comes from within our team. Somebody notices something and calls it out. Basically, from that point, it's okay. It's on our radar. One of us, either myself or one of the other guys on my team, we'll start looking into it. Reproduction, see if it's actually an issue, or if it's just maybe a one-off thing, because those do happen as well. From there, it's verify, okay, yeah, this is a bug. We know how to repro it. Here are the steps. The next step is really finding out, okay, what's the scale? Is this a quick fix? Or is this something that we need to put through the proper channels here? And that's also the next step, is finding the proper channels. Does this need to go to a designer? Does it require an engineering fix? And figuring out who is best suited to tackle that task. Our job isn't done there, obviously. The bug goes to either our engineering or design team to get a fix in. Then it pops back to us. We verify the fix. We test it on our environments. And then, it gets pushed live, and we do another check on live, make sure, it didn't break anything, make sure it didn't break anything else either. And that's basically the life of a bug.
Right. And like I said, there are some things that we can just easily fix in data. Some things are just, there might be just a little piece of like a number we need to change. And it's super fast, super quick, requires no downtime, certain things that are just super simple. Yeah. But then there are some things that we have to make a fix for, that we have to deploy into the game. And then there are those really troublesome ones, those ones that, if we fix this, we have to take the entire game down, in order to fix it.
Sometimes you got to pick the hill that you want to die on. And
right.
For a few of those, that can definitely be a deciding factor. Do we have to bring the game down? And then at that point, it's figuring out the priority. Is this something that we absolutely have to fix? It's game breaking. Everyone's going to hate us, but we got to take the game down. We got to fix it. Those are extremely rare. I think since I've been here, I think I've seen it maybe once or twice.
It certainly hasn't happened in, I want to say 5-6 months now. I don't think we've had to bring the game down to fix a bug in quite a while now, which is good. I mean, that's a testament to how good of a job that you and the rest of the QA team do in getting, making sure everything works as best as it possibly can.
Yeah.
Now, we have bugs that sometimes we have not been able to fix, or things that are kind of out there that we just haven't cracked yet. If there's a bug that for some reason we just aren't able to figure out how it works or even confirm it on our end, can you go through, I guess, how do I word this? The process of trying to find the information for something that we can't figure out?
Well, that doesn't usually fall to me. That'll go to our usually our engineers, because they know our game inside out. They know the code. They know what makes it tick, and even sometimes they're stumped, and it takes them a while. Obviously, we put out a lot of updates for our games, so they're working on that while they're also trying to work on our new features and the cool stuff that we want to release to the players. So sometimes naturally things are going to take a bit of a seat on the back burner. Again, that comes to kind of figuring out the priorities of what needs to be fixed right away, what can kind of sit there for a little while longer while we come up with a fix. I think we've seen in the past where we can get a fix, but sometimes it's a quick and dirty, it's ham-fisted, and there's potential for a lot more things going wrong. So sometimes we have to take that slow, methodical approach where our engineers can really take the time and make sure that we're fixing this the right way. That's not going to have any negative impacts on the rest of our game.
Right. And I think that's the thing too. Like I can understand from a player perspective, you see a bug and you think, well, they fixed this bug. Why can't they just easily fix this bug? And, and there are certainly, not all bugs are the same shape and size.
Yeah.
Some of them are very large, intimidating, have teeth, and they bite at us when we try to fix them. So, I definitely think that adds a bit of insight onto, the process. Now, let's say from a player perspective, you come across a bug in the game. What can they best do to help us get that fixed? What can a player do to really help us out?
Well, I get bug reports on Discord. Players ping me and let me know when they found something, and I don't discourage that in any way, shape, or form. Give me all the bugs you got, guys. The best way to help me out is video. Honestly, if you have the capability to take a video of something to show me it in action, this bug that you're seeing, that gives me a really good jumping off point for repro. Screenshots, while they can be useful sometimes, the validity of screenshots isn't always there. They can be easily manipulated, and it doesn't tell the full story. Video helps a lot. There's really no substitute for video, I would say. If you can get it in footage and show me that it's happening, it's a lot easier to identify.
Yeah, I would also add to that too. While video is certainly great, just a brief step-by-step of what we're looking at too, because in our battles, a lot is going on. So sometimes if we get just a video without context, it can be a little hard to kind of parse through what exactly I'm supposed to look at.
As much detail as you can possibly give, I think that's the best. Whether it be screenshots, video, and some details of what you did before, what happened during. That goes a long way. It goes a long way in bug repro.
Even a timestamps on when to look, like watch from 30 seconds to a minute 15.
Yeah.
And look at what my X unit is doing. So that type of stuff, because I know a lot of the stuff too, like I report things to you, and those are sometimes the things that I'm trying to get from players as well. So definitely understand that video with just a description on what exactly we should be looking for in that video. I think the combination of those two things are going to help out a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. And to kind of go back to your point from before there with the player perspective of bugs. And man, I've been there. I've been a gamer my entire life, and before I even joined this wonderful industry, I was on that side. I was on the fan side, being like, oh man, like why can't they fix this? Like it seems so easy, and to really take the step inside and see the machine from the inside out now. Oh, I have a real respect and appreciation for what our incredibly talented team of designers and engineers across the company do for all of our games. It's quite a process.
Well, as somebody that works with you and works with our QA team, I definitely have to say you guys do a great job. Especially with a game that has been around as long as ours, with as much content as ours. I'm not sure a lot of people realize the more stuff you have in the game, the harder it is to test for everything.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you guys do a wonderful job. So
I appreciate that very much. We have a really passionate fan base, or of players here, and that I find that very inspiring, because I relate to that. I love the passion, and I love how much our players enjoy playing the game. It gives me a reason to get up and come to work every day.
Right on. Well, Big Dog, thanks for taking the time out. I know that you got a busy day every day, but I appreciate you taking the time to talk with me and talk with the community about what it is you do here in the process of getting bugs fixed.
Yeah, thanks so much, Drake. Yeah, appreciate the time to come on and talk a little bit about what we do.
Right on. Well, this is it for Drake's Dungeon with Big Dog, and I will be back next month with another episode for y'all. As always, thank you for playing War Commander. Bye. Welcome out to another episode of Drake's Dungeon, the podcast brought to you straight from the War Commander team to give you all the news that we can come at you that's appropriate to share. We don't want to give too much cool stuff away too early. This month joining me is a data analyst for our team. He has been with the team now, I want to say close to 6 months, about half a year. He's been doing amazing work in helping us all over the place, and he'll definitely get to talk more about that. But I would like to welcome Fire Moose. Welcome, Fire Moose.
Hello. Thank you, Drake, for having me.
Yeah, we were talking about it before, but I think you have the coolest name because it sounds both really metal and incredibly Canadian at the same time.
It's my two favorite things.
So, as always with these interviews, we always check in on what came out this last month first, just to give some people an insight into some of the new recent things. So, have you had a chance to get hands on with the Gorgon yet?
I have. It's growing on me fast.
Yeah, I've been using it. Like I thought at first I was only going to use a few of them per platoon, but then I made one platoon with 8 of them, and I was very surprised to see how much damage I could do very quickly with that.
Yeah, they definitely benefit heavily from having a tankier unit up front and then a bunch of them in the background.
Yeah, definitely. Where I feel they don't have the same range as our last unit, the controller. When you get them really, really up close, they can be just as brutal. So yeah, using that tankier unit to absorb some of that damage and then bringing the Gorgons in the back, it's trouble.
Yeah, I've been using the Hive a lot, and then probably with Cerberus or Len to be my tanks, and then a herd of Gorgons in the background.
That's a good call. Spam the battlefield with a bunch of drones as well.
Yep.
Yeah,
drone power.
Right on. Drone's the name of the game lately. We've been doing a lot of fun stuff with drones.
Yeah, it's definitely a big shift from what it was before I got here.
Well, you're a data analyst.
I am.
What does that mean? What exactly is a data analyst?
Well, for this game team, I specifically look at client logs produced by the game that help us get an insight in on activities that players do. Everything from error messages to the results of a battle that a player might enter. And then I help connect our designers with the data, and then I present them with views that allow them to make decisions based on what the players are doing and what they and many pain points as well.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically with vent tuning is another area that I'm heavily involved with.
Yeah, I will say, one thing that we do on the first day of the event after it's been live for a few hours is a bunch of people from all the departments, we get together for a meeting that you basically lead, where you kind of show us the data of what's going on in the event.
Yeah, I like to look at the damage numbers, specifically with the damage received from the players, because no one likes getting injured. But we do have to make the event challenging so that players have a reason to strive to do a better job every event. And I like to help tune it so that we try not to prevent players from experiencing the content by it being too difficult. And sometimes we have to reduce the damage, and then other times a bug makes it into the live event, and we'll have to patch it and increase damage.
Right. Like, I think people will be happy to know that most of the time we end up tuning down. We usually make things, we tend to make things a little bit easier once we see, how players are responding to it. But yeah, you're right. There's those occasions where it's like, well, there should be some challenge. There shouldn't be something where like a player is able to just like sleep their way through a target.
Yeah, it's a fine line. We don't want to make the missions difficult on purpose. We don't want to make them overwhelmingly challenge, or to the point where players are seeing entire platoons always completely destroyed by the mission targets. But we do get a lot of feedback saying that players want a challenge. So hopefully in the future we have a new event structure coming that should allow us to introduce multiple difficulties to help allow us to cater towards players that want a harder experience and players that might not want such a brutal nightmare experience.
So basically, your job is to help find the sweet spot, the spot where like players are getting the challenge that they're looking for, but they're not overwhelmed to the point where it's like frustrating.
Yeah, difficulty in games is probably one of the hardest aspects, because we can test it as much as we can here, but once you go live to thousands and thousands of players, you see combinations that we didn't test for. There's all sorts of anomalies that arise, and it's tough to include it to make a fun experience for everyone. So we try our best to cater towards the majority of our players, and make a fun but somewhat difficult event.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned that you look at the damage taken from players. What are some other things that you look at when it comes to event tuning?
With event tuning, we do look at how much damage different units are doing to see if potentially a unit has too many resistances to the current units that are out. We don't want to make it so that units are incapable of killing targets.
You specifically mean like the bad guy units, like the
Yeah.
enemy units? Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes their resistances can make them far more powerful than we intended, and we don't want to cause a lot of pain. A good example of that would be the Gen 2 power plant. That came in right around when I started, and unfortunately the armor type on it makes it very tough to beat. But hopefully going forward that it's going to start being normalized to being a regular building for players. So there's no more 5-minute missions where you're just watching the advanced power plant get destroyed.
Yeah, I remember that a few battles where it's like you can destroy everything and all you have left is that power plant, and you have an entire platoon just picking away at it over time.
Yeah, that's it's not ideal and it's not fun, and we actively try to prevent that from happening whenever we can.
So, you've mentioned a little bit about how we're going to be changing the way things go with events. Braden spoke to it when he was on a few months ago, how Event 102, we're going to start seeing some changes. What role do you play in planning ahead for these changes, for not just events, but maybe features in general going forward?
So I provide historic information for players, what players have done in the past events. So specifically with Braden, we were looking at damage received over all the past events, and how might we introduce difficulty levels to the new event going forward. So I'm going to assist mainly on damage tuning. That'll be my big influence of the change. We're going to try to make different difficulties, one that's much harder, and then one that'll be probably on par with what our current events are.
Okay, so you're basically going to be looking at historically how much damage players usually do, how much damage players take, and kind of using that data to help tune these new tracks that we're going to be implementing for different tiers of players.
Yeah, that's one of the big ones with the new event structure coming out. The other big point I'll probably end up helping with is tech that comes out. So if we see a unit is underperforming and it's not meeting our expectations for damage or popularity and stuff like that, we'll definitely make a push to introduce some tech that'll raise its power level so that it is a good unit as we intended.
That's a good point that I don't think we've touched on in a lot of our past episodes, is that when a unit comes out, that's not the end of the unit. Like let's say hypothetically we release a unit that players really just don't find useful, or don't really end up adopting that well. That information goes into how we develop the tech to make it more powerful, to make it a little bit more appealing and useful to players.
Yeah, we use the data provided from these logs to help us figure out if the unit is far too powerful or under performing. It's a big part of it. It'll help make units stronger. We try to take what we learn from past units and try to prevent that from happening in the future ones as well.
Yeah. Well, one of the things I like about your position, what the work that you do, is how it kind of complements and works with the work that I do on my end, where a lot of the stuff I'm doing is collecting feedback, qualitative feedback from players, across forums, across customer support tickets, across Discord, things like that, where I'm kind of getting their feelings and thoughts about how they're looking at an event or a new unit or tech, where you get to look at the quantitative side of it and actually look at the numbers, and how we kind of come together and be like, do your numbers line up with what I'm hearing? And we can kind of see, where things might differ. We might see where things are similar, and it kind of helps create a big picture, if you will, of how like the community in general is really responding to different things.
Yeah, it's very important to have our roles together because sometimes the data doesn't tell the full picture. If we release something that players don't like but performs well, I might not know that they don't like it. So that's where both the community feedback that we do receive and the actual analytics that we receive, they're both incredibly valuable to the game designers when they are designing a new unit or trying to balance the event.
Well, on the other side of the coin, I might have people in the community who are very vocal about not liking something, but your data shows no, the adoption rate of this is huge. And, it kind of, we'll have kind of things that conflict where, a couple people might be very passionate about not liking something, but your data might show like players seem to be loving this. They seem to be really using this and getting into it. So, it really is kind of interesting how these positions kind of work together.
Yeah, it's the contrast sometimes is good, and it'll make us second guess sometimes what we see in the numbers, or sometimes it'll make us not worry if we see a few very loud players. We might know that it's just those individual players that are upset about a change, or they might really like it. And that way we're not biased by a few people's decisions. It lets us take a picture of the whole War Commander community and try to make a decision that's best for everyone.
Yeah. Well, that's ultimately, I think it goes hand in hand with, one of the things that we always try to do, which is whether it be in listening to the community on our channels or looking at the numbers, ultimately we're trying to hear what you guys are saying and use that to make the best game possible.
Yeah, it all comes back to the community. It's why we all do it. War Commander's a fun game. I enjoy playing it, and a lot of our players do too. And I think that our community is why we do what we do, and I want to do the best job that I can to help provide the best game experience for them.
Well, Fire Moose, thank you for taking the time out of your day and joining the show. You guys, Fire Moose is often on Discord. He'll pop in and answer questions and things like that from time to time. So if you see him online, feel free to say hi to him. Other than that, yeah, thank you for stopping by. We'll be back again next month with another episode of Drake's Dungeon. Until then, thank you so much for playing War Commander. Bye. Welcome out to episode 7 of Drake's Dungeon. Joining me today is going to be our art director, Santiago. But before we get into that, I just want to say a couple things. With everything going on in the world right now with COVID-19, there's a lot of uncertainty, and hopefully players are finding that War Commander is going to be a place where you can sit back, relax, have fun, and enjoy your times. And we're going to be here for you during this whole thing. If you haven't taken advantage of it, right now we currently have an offer every day in the game where we're giving a free repair logistic token. So please redeem that every day. It'll just go ahead and help you out in playing a little bit more. Our new units that have come out this last month have been the Absolver, the new Sentinel unit. That unit is a beast. If you haven't got your hands on it yet, I highly suggest that you do. And coming out this week, actually, by the time you hear this, it'll have just recently come out, will be the Outback, our new defense unique unit. This truck with a tank mounted on the back of it is one of our coolest looking units in the game, and I'm really excited for everybody to get the chance to get their hand on it. Very powerful. So without further ado, I would like to introduce the man, the myth, the legend, the person who has designed so much art for War Commander. And when I asked the community who would they like me to talk to next, they all said we want to have you talk to somebody who's an artist. So all right, without further ado, here is our art director, Santiago.
Hey Drake, thanks for having me.
Thank you for coming on. One thing that our players love is the art, and I kid you not, I know you're not really on Discord, so you don't see it a lot. But players ask, can we get the art for this? Can we get the art for that? Can we get the art for this? When they know that a new unit is coming out, they are so excited to see it. So I'm not sure if I've done a good enough job of communicating to you how excited people are about the art that you guys create over there.
That kind of warms my heart a little bit because like we do put a lot of work into this, and needless to say, like the game is actually like it's an older game, so it definitely like minimizes the amount of work that goes into the units once the units come out. So it's kind of cool that you get to show like the higher resolution sort of content.
No, and we actually have every month on the forum, we have a place where I put all the art in its own forum post, and on Discord we have our own channel that is just devoted to the art, which are very popular channels. You are the art director. Can you tell us a little bit about what that role really is in the company?
Okay, so company-wide, I'm an art director for multiple games. So I'm on Battle Pirates, War Commander Rogue Assault, and of course what we're talking about, War Commander. What that means is essentially I am in charge of anything involving art in general, like visuals. So user interface as in buttons, menus, all the things you click on the game pretty much, and whatever gives you stats or things like that, and anything visual like maps, buildings, units, effects, animations, pretty much anything that has a visual on it, I'm involved in it. I am not the one, however, who creates every single asset. Actually, nowadays I create less assets than I used to create in the past. because I used to be a lead artist. Now I'm an art director, so like my time is busy like helping people essentially. So I pretty much facilitate things for the artists so that they can create what we need. I come up with the ideas and the concepts of like the realm of the visuals for the different factions, visuals for the different games, how we're going to communicate certain things in the games. I give them a plan of action. I make concept art. I work together with other concept artists as well to create like better content that then I can communicate to the artist, and then they put it together and we ship it to you guys.
Very cool. Very cool. So yeah, you're the art director now, but you used to be the lead artist. So you've been designing art and units for War Commander
7 years.
Yeah, 7 years. Wow.
I think so.
Wow.
Yeah, I think I'm coming to 7 years.
Wow, you've been here as long as me. That's crazy.
Might be off by a little bit, but yeah, somewhere around 7 years, 6.5, 7 years.
We are like the old men of Kixeye.
I actually started in San Francisco working as a entry-level artist.
Okay, and then moved your way up?
Slowly moved my way up. Yeah, like essentially, I got lucky. I got dealt some like good hands where there was vacuums created where they needed someone to take charge, and I just offered like, I want to do this, and they let me do it. So here I am.
Well, you've been doing a great job for years. So, what kind of things inspire your designs? Like what goes through your head when you need to make a new unit or a new piece of hero art or tech or anything like that?
So I was thinking about this. It's a bit of a tough question because each game has their own way of communicating everything, of course, and the inspiration is drawn from different places depending on the games, the games that I work on, of course. So when it comes to War Commander, however, most of the inspiration, of course, is military. But then War Commander has its own lore. It has its own story, and its way that the people in this like sort of realm interact with their environments and what they have available. Most of my inspiration comes from the military, but then I try to go towards the War Commander side, where you have a little bit of a distant future, but they're still using old technology just in a sci-fi-ish way. Though not necessarily the pure sci-fi where you go into like spacecrafts and stuff like that. You're still like have that gritty sort of feel to things. I would say I take existing concepts and try to bring them into like what would be the chances once we take this new technology that we have today in 200 years from now. How can we use that? So like, I'll give you an example of what I mean, because it might be a little confusing. So things like the Kraken unit. So I try to think like, okay, so we have military weapons that can concentrate lasers on different things, right? And we have particle accelerators that generate this crazy amount of energy, like by clashing particles, right? So, but that like nowadays, a particle accelerator is like the biggest machine we've ever built. That's like the size of a small city. If you take that 200, 300 years in the future, let's say we're able to like really, really control that energy, so we can make that into a small device that is like a small particle accelerator. And we have the Kraken weapon, like the weapon that is on top of the Kraken, it would be like a tiny accelerator that then is concentrated enough energy and pushes it to the different targets, right? So the general idea is essentially grabbing something that is possible, taking it into a sort of like dream realm where like, okay, we dominate with this technology, this is how we use it. Then there's also the factions that have their own ways of engineering and ways of building their like construction, construction, units, those things that are years so based on the sun. I could plug into that. Sure. So essentially, I'll start with the simplest one. As survivors. So the survivors are essentially this group of people that were like, okay, so if we have this kind of group that is in the eyes of the other faction, are a rebellion. They're not really like this prestige survivors of the other factions. The other factions, they're like rebels, right? So like, okay, let's militarize them. Let's make them like very rebel military. Like, take things from the environment, I guess, and convert them into their own. But it still has to be competitive, and it still has to hold against the other factions, right? Who have like a lot of technology. So a great example is the Outback, the unit you just mentioned. I'm glad that unit is about to release because I didn't know if I could talk about it or not. I didn't make the Outback. I like received a lot of inspiration from some of our teammates, which is great. And then I just pushed the design. That was it. Like it was actually an easy job for me. But it was an amazing job by our artist Leon, and she really did a great job. So essentially the concept of it is like, I imagine like a tow truck driver. So like this guy used to be a tow truck driver kind of thing on his past life per se, right? And what would he bring to the battlefield? So I imagine like, what if he just strapped a piece of a tank to it and just uses that to shoot other people kind of thing. So we took the tow truck idea and we strapped the tank, the classic old school tank on it. We changed the barrel to make it a little more modern, and graffitied all up in survivors. What they graffitied out and we wrapped it around with go, you got a survival unit. There's also units that are a little more traditional, like some of the aircrafts are more like, you can see the full aircraft. Like, you don't have that makeshift feel where they all over the place. But then you have like the graffitis and you have the rust and you have like broken things. Like it's kind of like scraps, but they're competitive. It's competitive scraps. So that's the survivor. You can tell that I draw a lot of Mad Max, Road Rash actually has just things that have like a groovy kind of like raw feel, and materials that are very rusty and all. Like street art. For the Sentinels, they're like the Flash guys. Those guys are like because they're like the most aesthetically concerned. In the sense that the Sentinels are like this religious faction, like they're all about their machine gun. They're all about their machine gun. They're always trying to, like the way that I picture them is like, as any religious group, they're trying to recruit, they're trying to get more people, they're trying to show their this is what they're older units are white, flashy, because they have that pyramid sort of level, so they use that pyramid shape everywhere in their vehicles, wherever they can have time to do it, wherever they can put their level, they will put their level like work here. If you see their units, they're all big, they're all very, very big, they're like a digital
they spend a lot of money on car washing supplies.
They're kind of like, well, the way that I see it is that they're trying to spread the, kind of like what different religions say, like spread things, they're trying to spread their God and just show themselves as a powerful faction. Then when it comes to, so you can say like, well, from them I actually took a lot of inspiration from the Egyptians because they were very, very obsessed with shape and how they communicated power and strong, so they use a lot of like very solid shape. Like there's a lot of pyramids and a lot of cubes in Egyptian parts. I try to look at different religious groups and mostly powerful ones. I would say the larger ones that manage to get more because there are a lot of religious groups that are a little more humble, so they won't show off and stuff as much. But like, I won't mention any religion. Yes, like I use some different groups of religions. The way that the Sentinels show off.
Yeah, kind of inspire how portray them.
Correct. But I'll jump into Porters. The Porters the more traditional one in the sense that I draw inspiration from modern military or modern security companies. So they're very much about their units will use a lot of inspiration from modern tanks, which weirdly modern tanks are very basic. They don't usually put that much aesthetics into it. It's pretty much a cube. They reduce the amount of detail. They reduce the amount of information that goes on them. What the corpus bring to the table is they're the ones who are pushing the envelope when it comes to technology. They have all the most sci-fi technology, I guess, but then that sci-fi technology is mounted onto more classic looking things. So again, the tank is very similar to I forgot the name. It's one of the most powerful modern tanks there is, and it's very classic looking. It's very possible, essentially. It's plausible. But then you got the particle accelerator, which is definitely
that's a little new.
Yeah, exactly. So there's things like that, or their aircrafts. Their aircrafts will use bodies that are from really modern security company references that I found, and then we'll use like the electricity sort of in the engines. So they'll have this rotors, they'll have this propellers per se, things like that. So those guys are more like take real cutting edge technology and then add something that is way up on top of it. They're the high-tech guys. They're very straight to the point. They won't have as much about their aesthetics. They're more about like we're gonna go.
It's more about function over fashion. There's a lot of folks out there who like to create art for fun, and I'm sure they're kind of curious. What kind of tools do you use professionally to make your art? Like in certain programs or in certain tablets or anything like that?
So I'm a 3-monitor person. Our artists use 2 monitors. Usually 2 is enough. I like having the 3rd one, so I have a place to work more like normal work, as in because I'm on different teams and I run like different departments on each. So there's a constant flow of information going back and forth. So I have one monitor that is just dedicated to that, to actual like just me communicating with people and solving problems. I have another one where I look at my reference. If you're an artist, please don't work without reference. Don't think you know it all. Even if it's not reference, use it as your inspiration or something that is there that influences how you portray what you're painting or sculpting or what you're doing. It is very important to not just use your brain and like your memory. Use what's available to you. Trust me, you'll make way better art that way. And then the other screen is where I actually do my modeling. Most artists use a drawing tablet. So that'll be a tablet that you have a stylus or a pen-like thing, and you can draw on it, and things appear on the screen. In my case, I do a lot of 2D painting because I have to paint these ideas for the artist. Like, this is what we're going to be making. This is what you're going to be making. It helps us sort of get them to do things faster in a way because they have an idea, a clear goal of what they're going for. I use a pen display. So think of it as a monitor that you can draw on, and it reads pressure, tilt, and like the different flows that your hand will put on a normal graphite per se on paper. So those are my tools, and my mouse, of course.
Right.
As far as software goes, most of my day happens in Photoshop. But we use, for War Commander, we use Photoshop. We use Autodesk Maya for modeling. You could use 3ds Max as well, but none of our artists seems to want to work on 3ds Max. So yeah, we're all on Maya. And what else do we use? But we have some like in-house tools for making the sprites and other more like technical stuff. But as far as creating the art, all you need is a tablet, a mouse, at least one monitor or 2. Yeah, Maya or Photoshop, depending on what you're trying to make. If you have Maya, also have Photoshop, please.
Okay, that's good to know. You see, I'm a horrible artist, so that actually helps me. Like that breakdown kind of helps me because I kind of just assume everything is just Photoshop.
There's no such thing. I don't think necessarily horrible artist. I think it depends on the context. So if you're making art for yourself, so self-expression, or just to show, like, here's my product, you decide how that looks. It doesn't need to look like anything, if that makes sense. It could be strokes on a piece of paper, but then there's a certain flow that you like, something that you're communicating. Like, so art is just a communication medium. So you're just communicating like either a feeling or an emotion of some kind. Well, it's the same thing, really, but you're just communicating something on your canvas, whatever medium it is that you decide to use.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say you could define, I guess, bad art or good art when it comes to doing it professionally for a product. So kind of like in the case where you're working for a game and then you make something that just doesn't really match the game at all. So let's say like if we're making a tank for War Commander versus a tank for, if you're going to make it for Call of Duty per se, that wouldn't really read very well. Because War Commander's camera is totally different. It has a totally different set of rules. You need things to be readable. There's context for you to draw from to say, like, this is objectively good or this is not. This is objectively bad.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you make your personal art, this is just your personal art. People either take it or they don't.
Mm-hmm.
A good example is Cubism. Picasso's Cubism. So like he was originally a normal, fully fleshed traditional artist where like he was so good at doing portraits and insane still images of like different scenes and things like that. But then he decided to develop his own style, which is based on circles and squares and triangles, basic shapes with basic colors, and they're very flat. But the guy's a master of composition. So he knows where to put those circles and those triangles pretty much and make them look like the best circles and triangles you've ever seen. Yeah.
So anything can be art as long as you really know how to do what you're doing.
Well, as long as I guess like I would personally define it as if you have a target, that's pretty much all it takes.
Mm-hmm.
As long as you have a target, like something you're trying to communicate or not communicate.
Well, what has been some of your favorite art to make? Like, You've done so many things for the game over the years. Do you have any favorite things that stand out as like the ones that you're most proud of?
Yes. This is probably the more complex answer I'm going to give you here. I am very drawn to fixing problems and like problem solving in general as an artist. So what does that mean? I enjoy more than just making a cool piece. I enjoy figuring stuff out, like figuring how are we going to communicate this in this section of the game that belongs to this faction that will do this, and this is how it's going to interact with other things. So how do we solve this issue? Like, how are players going to relate to this thing and understand that, like, okay, this is a Sentinel unit, and not only is it a Sentinel, it's a Sentinel unit that does a lot of damage, but then it's also going to communicate that it moves fast just by looking at it. It's also going to communicate it's very weak as far as like armor wise, things like that. That problem solving I find really fun. I decided I was going to list a couple of different projects for you.
Sure.
So I say one of my favorite ones because at the time, like, I wasn't very agile at 2D painting. Well, I mean, professionally, I could paint professionally, but not as agile as a traditional concept artist, because those guys are really, really, really good. I can get the same results, but it'll take me a month where it takes them a couple of days. One of the first projects that really, really got me to think hard was the portrait heroes.
Mm-hmm.
So for the portrait heroes, I originally tried to communicate the idea to the artist, but the first portraits that came about were not necessarily there. They were not communicating the right thing.
They were a little more cartoony, a little bit. Not cartoony, but
cartoony, and they didn't seem to have a clear, this is the kind of people that we have. They were more like, here's something cool, and using the colors of our faction. So a good example of that in I am gonna regret this, but it was the portrait that was made of me. It was me on Corpus, surrounded by Corpus things, but it didn't really communicate much of Corpus per se, as like the personality of the hero. Because here you're not selling a unit, you're not selling a faction, you're selling an individual within a faction. So it was a different story. So what I decided to do is like, okay, I'm going to go ahead and paint one portrait per faction to show the artists. Because the one thing is me telling them, and the other one's me showing them, like, this is what I want you to aim for.
Right.
So
Sure.
the first one that I did for that project to try to show guys how to go about this portraits was Martin. Sentinel. Yeah, he's a Sentinel portrait. I'm the envoy hero. Absolutely. Yes, sir. So with this, so first we established with the Sentinels, because they're this very organized, very structured religious group. They're also militarized, very structured, and very organized, essentially, people. So what I try to think is like generals. Their heroes would be generals, would be people in command, right? And would be people who would inspire, like, I guess, receiving orders from, in a way, or either that, or like at least fear. In some way, in a serious way. So I started looking at old general pictures, like these people who used to commission paintings of themselves, like looking royal sort of thing, and over everyone else, and being more important than everyone else. And you notice like simple things as their posture, like the way that their chins are up, the way that they don't look away from the camera. Well, at the time, artists, I guess, they look straight at the camera with like
piercing eyes.
Yeah, correct. Like they're very, very, very strong looking in that sense. They're confident. So if you look at the corners of his mouth are tense, or in a set resting position, but they're tense. If you look at his eyes, you can see all of his iris. Showing like his eye is like really, really focused on you. I had like this strong lighting where like it's very dark on one side and very light on the other, just sort of like to draw your attention to that area. So like he's looking at you, he's got you on side, kind of thing. And then if you see his eyebrows, like his eyebrow is like tense. And every unit that you see for the Sentinels will be the same idea. These are chin up guys. They will be dressed up in a nicely strong looking suit. They will be looking at you, and they're all under a lot of stress.
Right.
Stress, so about to snap, kind of thing, and kill everyone in the room, sort of deal.
Yeah.
That was sort of what I was picturing. So this guy's like every Sentinel portrait that you see, you're gonna notice is that these are guys not to be messed with, sort of thing. They're very confident. They're military leaders more than personalities in a sense, and they're very serious, and they will snap. You don't mess with them, sort of thing. That's how that went about, and that's probably my favorite portrait to make. It was really fun because it was a really clean portrait. Then let's go with the more neutral one. That's the Andrew. That's a Corpus unit. The Corpus unit. What I mean by neutral. And it's not necessarily, it's not in a bad way. It's just the Corpus. Remember that these guys are like security guys. So this is the Black Waters guys, right? This is the guys that they're working. They're professionals in their field, but they're not invested past that. They're working their ass off. They're really hard workers, kind of thing. So the Andrew unit, what I wanted to communicate with, like, this is a guy who's really good at driving his tank, right? So I suited him up with high-tech armor, and his face looks a little more tired, a little more like a normal human.
Like he's seen some stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But he has seen some stuff. Exactly.
Yeah.
So he's like let's say like your special forces dude who has a family at home, but he's here doing his job, and it's terrifying. Kind of thing.
No, players have actually commented in Discord that it looks like Andrew's dead inside.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You got it right.
Yeah.
And with the Corpus units, I wouldn't say there's no. It's not always the same personality type. I would say that is something you find in the Sentinels. The Corpus will drive like some personality, like units, for example, like the portrait that we made for the Len unit. So Len is, I believe, he's the controller hero.
Leonard is the not the controller.
Cerberus.
Controller's Cerberus. Yeah,
Cerberus. Sorry.
The basically the controller is the survivor version of the Cerberus, kind of. So yeah, they're very similar. Yeah.
So Len is the Cerberus, and he's also a Corpus unit, and he has a little more attitude in that sense. He does look a little more alive, but he's still like, he looks very human. Like he's really good at his tech. So is this guy that I thought of it like a San Francisco kind of dude. And he has his tattoos. I didn't make this portrait, by the way. I just gave direction for this one. I did make Andrew, and I did make Martin. But the idea is that they feel a little more human, a little more relatable, but at the same time they are badasses in their fields. And then the final portrait I'll talk about is so on the survivor side is Malcolm unit. That was the most challenging portrait I've done. I spent a lot of time working on this guy. So the survivors, I would say, are the faction with the most personality because they don't come from a common ground. They're common. What's common between them is how they all survived. They all survived oppression, and now they're bringing their personalities into this group. So each individual is very, very out there about their personality in a way. So you'll see a lot of like very scary people, kind of like the Rick hero, like that guy, like he's beaten up and he looks kind of like a beaten up hobo that you probably don't want to mess with. He's a psycho in a way.
Right.
You got units like Kyle that like his evil laugh. Anyway, so the Malcolm was so that was going to be the sniper for the survivor. So I started thinking like, how do we go like overboard with the whole sniper theme? So let's think he's a hermit. He lives in the woods. He will kill everyone. No one will ever see him or know his name or anything about him, pretty much. I started thinking Radagast from Lord of the Rings.
Right.
So this guy who lives in the wilderness, and he's part of it now, kind of thing.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, is he wearing a ghillie suit or is he actually wearing the wilderness? Like, that's the question.
The idea was that, okay, so this is what came through my mind as I was making it. I don't know how much I communicated this. Like, of course, I try my best to communicate that through the art. But the idea was that this guy he had his ghillie suit, but like it's like years and years of adding more stuff to it. So if you see parts where his ghillie suit show, they're broken and they're old and rotting away. Because it's been there for a long time, kind of thing. And then there's like all kinds of different methods of making a ghillie suit. So like you'll have grass and leaves from different environments. Not one anymore. He's just like part of everything, kind of thing.
I hadn't noticed until now that he has a dead eye as well.
Yeah, the dead eye was part of that one was just a funny thing in a way. Like I was trying to think like some storytelling. He's a sniper. Like you have the thing where snipers like close one eye.
Right.
And I'm like, well, what if instead of like I was originally going to give him a patch, and that was part of his commitment. Like his commitment to being a sniper is like always having one eye closed. But then I'm like, what if we just give him cataracts? Like, we just mess his eye up and give him a scar. Like I thought that was a cool detail. Like he just has to do this now. This is the perfect job for him now. A little cool touch is also the person who we based this off from. He is really into survival and all this kind of stuff, and he really likes Vikings. So one tiny detail I dropped in there is on his right shoulder. I'm almost sure it's on his right shoulder. There's a little Viking sculpture of one of the Viking hammers.
Oh yeah, no, like a little Thor's hammer. I never noticed that before.
There you go.
Yeah.
And it's based off a real Thor's hammer that he has.
That is cool.
Yeah, I thought that was like an interesting touch. So that was the survivors. I would say like those are the portraits where you find the most diversity, because you have that guy, like I said, you have Rick, who you can tell like he lives in the streets, but you don't mess with him, kind of thing. You have units like Mikey, who's like a crazy psychopath with Tesla coils around next to him,
like the mad scientist thing.
Yeah, he has the electricity with him. You have Kyle, like I said, that is all about fire, and he's like laughing about it. watching he's gonna watch the world burn and things like that. But yeah, so that's kind of how it goes about that. Those 3 portraits, I would say that project I counted as one of making the portrait for Andrew, Martin, and Malcolm. That's gonna count as my first one favorite project, was making those 3, because I had to think about like, how do we storytell on each of the factions? What kind of people join each of the factions? Aside from that, I would say the technical was the first unit I made for a specific faction, trying to describe that through the units, the same storytelling through the units. It's a little simplistic, but it definitely shows it has a different kinds of metals. It has asymmetry. It has this makeshift feel. So that, I would say that's another of the favorite units. And then I think of like I said, like I am more into the solving the problem, which goes pretty much in line with what my job is, more than did the final piece look cool on its own. It's more like, did it look cool for the game, or did it look cool for the lore that we're trying to fit it in. Like I don't mind if we're doing pixel art or super highly detailed art. Both of them are equally as challenging. They just have to be approached in very different ways, which is very much in line with what I do for a living, what my position is. So I would say, so those units. And then when it comes to like modeling actual units, for me, hard surface is really fun. I'm going to not say a unit, but I'm going to say instead engines. Whenever there's an engine, like a component that is an engine, I used to just like drop in right away. Like, I want to do that kind of thing. I would save those for me if possible. So yeah, we had a couple engine components. Don't remember their names exactly, but I will share them with you so you can share them here. But
sure.
Yeah, we have a couple of engine components that I loved modeling, like all the little wires and little connections and little random devices that engineers put on these things are like super cool to me. It's just like challenging shapes, and they have a lot of information in them. So I would say that's probably my favorite art to make in the games. Is
right on. That's really cool. I'll tell you right now, Santiago, this has been the longest podcast we've done. No. This has got some really cool information, because honestly, when I'm asking these questions, I was expecting informative answers, yes, but I wasn't expecting like the depth of how much like character thought and obviously you're an artist, but the amount of detail that we don't even see, in a sense, because it's behind the scenes of what goes into these things, is very insightful, very cool.
But that's the challenge in a way. Like if you don't notice, we did our job. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because it feels so immersive in a way.
Feels right. Like, yes.
Yeah.
And it's been really, really hard on both of our like older games. It's been really, really hard with like Battle Pirates and War Commander to, once you've made 200-300 tanks, how do you make another one that speaks for itself?
Right.
And I've generally done more than that. So I don't know how many tanks and how many units I've done. So it gets really hard. And then also trying to communicate that to the art, like nowadays that I'm not the one who makes the final tank asset, trying to communicate what the artist, like the new artist, should do. Like they do an incredible job, I think. Especially like, I don't know how they manage to like listen to me and actually understand what I'm trying to say to them. Because a lot of times I just tell them verbally, like a lot of times we don't have time. We have a very fast-paced pipeline. So like we have to work incredibly fast. And there's a lot of things that I would like to do to make their lives easier, but unfortunately, like this is the way our jobs work, kind of thing. So a lot of times I just tell them verbally, like, this is what I want you to do. And somehow they make something badass out of it.
The amount of times that I have looked at some art while I'm putting together a briefing or a unit spotlight for players, the amount of times I've looked at art and I'm like, this is cool. Like, to be able to say that a game that has been around as long as ours, to still have art that comes up where I'm like, this is really cool, is quite a thing to say.
Yeah, it's a tough one. So with time, like, because it's been, I believe, War Commander is 8 years old now, almost 9.
I think we're 9 going on 10.
9 going on 10. All right, so
I don't even know anymore.
So I didn't start as an art director, right? I've seen multiple art directors. I started as an entry level artist, as I mentioned, and everyone, like every art director, is trying to do their best with what they have, right? So this is, of course, like a game that has a lot of rules already in it because it's been around for so long. It has some technical limitations because it's been around for so long, and it has so many initiatives from art directors and artists trying to implement, like, this is the mood that we want to show here, or like making little adjustments. Like, they make the best decision that they can with their knowledge. They go like, I think all units should be smaller because of blah 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 reasons. I'm not doing that, by the way. I'm the opposite side. I want them bigger.
Right.
But there's only so big that you can go. Like, after, like, it'll get funny if we go any bigger than we are right now. Yeah, there's so many initiatives going on in there that, like, it makes it really hard for you to find a middle ground when you're creating assets. Like, when you get in there, like when you're like putting in front of all these assets, because there's thousands and thousands of assets, when you're placed in front of all this stuff and you go like, okay, find a way to unify them, but you still have to keep all of them because the game depends on all of them.
Right.
It's pretty hard. You can't just like go in and say like, okay, I'm going to make the art style this style. Like, I'm going to make this art style now because this is what I like. It will look like a collage if you put that in the game. It will not work. It will not look right. It will look out of place. You need to make things that sort of consolidate and help everything else to stand out, even if it's not the same art style precisely.
Well,
So
you and your team have been doing a great job. You know, and like I said, you guys were the number one requested. Somebody from the art team, get somebody from art on here. We want you to talk to somebody about art. So thank you so much for taking the time. And listeners, if you can't tell by the 2 doorbells that rang and maybe the groaning of my dog, due to COVID-19, we are all working from home as well. So thank you for bearing with the reality of the world, somebody delivering a package to me, I think, at my doorstep. So I appreciate that. Hopefully, like I mentioned earlier, you guys are all staying safe and keeping yourself and your loved ones safe from harm. But I would just like to say again, Santiago, thank you so much for taking the time and being here. This has been one of, I think, one of the coolest kind of behind the scenes podcasts that we've done. So I think players are really going to appreciate it.
Anytime, really.
Yeah, thank you. I will be back next month. New episode, a new member of the team to talk to. In the meantime, as always, thank you for playing War Commander. Bye. All right, welcome out to another episode of Drake's Dungeon. Joining me for this episode is going to be one of our longtime engineers, and I say long time because I've been here for a long time, and he's been here even longer than me. So joining us in a little bit is going to be Nixai. But before we get into that, just want to make sure you guys are aware, if it's been a while since you checked in with the game, the Twin Blade is now available, and it is pretty darn cool. I've been using it mostly mixed in with my gunships. The combination of the two has actually been surprisingly beautiful. So if you haven't had a chance to go pick that up, that is now available in the gear store. So go and pick up your Twin Blade, as well as the Allen Hero unit. The Excavator Hero has just recently become available in the most recent Heroic Showdown. So both 2 awesome units that I highly recommend you go out and get your hands on if you haven't already. All right. So, as I mentioned, the person joining me today is Nick Tsai. He is an engineer that has been with the company for about 9 years now, I think. Which
Yep,
I'm
9 years in a couple weeks.
9 years in a couple weeks. I'm pushing 7 years, and I'm considered ancient here. So you're like mythic ancient when it comes to Kixeye. But you've worked on numerous games. But you've been on War Commander for about 7 years now. Is that correct?
I believe I started on War Commander in about 2012.
Okay,
So,
yeah,
about 8
almost
years.
8 years. All right, so you've been on this game for a long time, so you know it pretty in and out. And right now, you're basically one of the engineers that's tasked with working on the HTML5 conversion. For players that don't know, Flash is no longer going to be basically a thing at the end of the year. It's going away. And we're converting the game to HTML5 so we can continue building the game for years and years to come. And this means that, it takes a lot of people to make that happen. And of course, this project has been tasked to one of our best engineers, most skilled engineers, who's been with this game for 8 years now, roughly. So Nick Tsai, you're working on this. Let me just ask a very loaded question and say, how's it going?
Oh, it's going all right. Yeah, so I've been at it for quite a while now. We've been working on some of the prep work for the port, and also the porting efforts themselves have been going kind of alongside each other. So what I've been doing for the past few months, we have years ago when we created the synced battles, we wrote it in such a way that the battle simulation, which we call the client-side battle simulation, is called AI Box. So that battle simulation was written in C++. On the server side, that gets compiled as a regular C++ object, which means it's pretty standard compilation process. But for the client, we cross-compile that C++ to ActionScript bytecode using what was at the original time we set it up an alpha version of what later became Crossbridge. So that this is Adobe's suite of tools to allow you to write code in one language and compile it to another, basically. Mm-hmm. At the time, it was called, I believe it was Alchemy, and it became Flask, and then Crossbridge. So it's been around for a while, but Adobe stopped supporting it a while back. This became kind of a complication in our porting efforts because there is really no way to port C++ cross-compiled to ActionScript to HTML5 in any proper way. So some of the first steps of doing our conversion to HTML5 meant that we had to get rid of this battle simulation on the client or completely rewrite it from scratch. What we've ended up doing is essentially ripping it out entirely. What's going to be happening from now on is the battle simulation is going to be done entirely on the server, so we can continue developing that in C++. But we've gone to a more typical client-server model. So basically, the server is going to do everything. It's going to say, here's how the unit moves, here's where the projectiles fire, that sort of thing. And then it's just going to tell the client, here's where the unit is, here's where the projectile is, and the client isn't really going to be simulating anything. It's just going to be interpolating positions, essentially, and then displaying whatever the server tells it. That way, it's the remaining client-side code is pure AS3, which is ActionScript 3, which is the underlying code for Flash. That's going to make it a lot easier for the porting efforts to move forward. Mm-hmm. Now, I said earlier, the porting efforts are going on alongside, in tandem with the removal of AI Box. The way that we're accomplishing this is the AI Box removal is a branch off of the mainline code. So it's a modified version of what is currently existing on live. And, I periodically pull the latest code from live and put it into my branch. The port to HTML5 is then branched from this branch. So whenever I update things from live, the guys that are currently working on the HTML5 port then update their code from what I have. So it's kind of a multi-step process. The reason we're doing it that way is because we didn't want to wait until the removal of the simulation was done before we started doing the port. We didn't want to take a chance at it falling behind.
Right.
So, we got started on it as soon as we possibly could. So that effort has actually been going on for a while now, alongside, for the past few months, alongside the removal of AI box has been the porting to HTML5. And it's actually looking fantastic. I've looked at some of the stuff that the guys that have been working specifically on the porting effort, they've been sharing some videos of their updates, and it's looking fantastic. So I'm really excited about it. But in the meantime, I'm actually very close to wrapping up the removal of AI box, which means pretty soon we should be able to, I'd say probably within a month or so, hopefully, have that live and everybody will get to see that progress. There will be some minor changes because without a client-side simulation, for example, when you're in your own base moving units around, they're not going to move quite the same. There will be some differences, but overall, it'll mean that, it allows us to continue forward. And personally, I think it feels smoother as well when you're running battles. Things go smooth. I've heard some feedback from our QA team saying the same thing. It loads a bit quicker because now we don't have to do the initial setup phase for AI box. Turns out that was actually a pretty hefty load as well. So yeah, some things have changed, but overall, it's going to be the same game. All the guts of it are still the same as what you're used to. It should play pretty much identical to what it was before. Now, once this is done, I'm going to be rolling into the porting efforts with the other guys that have already been working on it. And over the next few months, we're going to be doing a full conversion. That is also a multi-step process. Rewriting a game like ours, which has, I believe, actually millions of lines of code. I haven't counted recently, but I think we have more than 1 million lines of code at least. So doing that porting effort obviously is a pretty gargantuan task. So
I just have the mental image of you going through each line one by one and going 1, 2, 3, and then
just up, yeah.
Yeah, and then sneezing, and then realizing oh no, what was I on? Oh, I gotta start
back to zero. Yeah, no, we actually have at times, and it's been a few years since we did this, but we actually had visualization tools which showed where the bulk of the code was, and it did some analysis on the repository. And I believe at that point there was something like 1.2 million lines of code, I think, and that's it's been years, so there's been more added since. So it's a pretty gargantuan task, and doing it manually, 100% manually, would be impossible given the timeline and manpower available. We would need hundreds of engineers to do that, in this timeline. So what we've done is we actually have some tools. We took some existing tools. Fortunately, there was some open source stuff that we've then modified to fit our needs. Basically, that takes ActionScript code and converts it into a language called Hax. Hax is another language that is meant to be written once and deployed to various other languages. One of the languages it can deploy to is HTML5. So what this gives us is it gives us something we can convert once and deploy. It could possibly be used in other ways in the future, but right now we're going to be using it for the HTML5 port. So basically, the tools that we have and we have modified to improve the translation, but it automatically translates ActionScript code to HTML5. It's not going to be a perfect translation. It doesn't compile on its own. So basically, we run the tool. It gives us sort of a basis, and then the guys that are currently actively working on it then go through that code, fix up the things that don't translate properly. Then they test it. They see, okay, how does it work differently from live? All right, obviously, the sprites aren't working, or the projectiles aren't firing, or whatever, right? And then they fix that. And so that has been going on for the past few months. And like I said, it's looking really good, and they're making great progress on it. And I can't wait to roll into that effort as well. Yeah.
So let me make sure I'm understanding everything, because I'm an English major and communication major. So a lot of what you said sounded like made-up sci-fi terms. So I'm going to do my best to try to make sure I understand this. So right now you're working on AI Box. AI Box is basically the middleman that helps talk to Flash. So we're talking about eliminating the middleman, right?
Yes.
And then once that's done, you're going to be working with the team that's already working on the HTML5 conversion. And you're going to basically be taking the changes that you've made to the game without AI box and helping fold those in to that new language that's going to basically turn it into HTML5.
Exactly. Yeah.
Wow. I'm kind of shocked that I was able to sum up that really well.
I am impressed. You did a great job of explaining it. Yeah, it's basically we're removing a large chunk of the game. Well, not removing a large chunk of the game, but a large chunk of the code, and refactoring the game so that it can then be converted properly.
Okay.
And so, that will all be completed before Flash gets shut down. So, by sometime this fall, we should be good to go, and that will be available to players.
Yeah, I know a lot of people every week. I kid you not, I get questions on when's the specific date that HTML5 is happening, and sadly, because you were saying it's such a gargantuan task that it's nearly impossible to say it's going to happen on June whatever, but yeah, what we're shooting for right now is to have this either very late summer or sometime in the fall. Definitely before winter was when we're looking to make sure that this is at least in an active beta form for players to actually get in there, play it, and help us identify bugs that we can fix and improve it moving forward.
Yeah, exactly. It's because of the difficulty of the task and the large number of unknowns. It is near impossible to get any sort of an accurate estimate. But I got to say, some of the estimates that the guys that are actively on the port have given, they've nailed it. They've been on time or ahead of schedule. We've got some really smart guys working on it. They're fantastic, and they're doing a great job.
And luckily, it was a lot of the same people that worked on the port for Battle Pirates. So they have a lot of experience already working on converting a game that is similar to War Commander to HTML5. So I do think that this process is going to go a bit smoother than it did with Battle Pirates, just because we have people that have a bit more experience on doing this now.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been taking the lessons that they learned on the Battle Pirates port, and I wish I had the exact metrics, but they've been making progress months ahead of how they were on Battle Pirates. It's they've sped up the process significantly. When I said that we're using this tool, that the automatic conversion tool, they've made changes to the tool itself in order to speed up and improve the automatic conversion, which is saving them time in the end, on the manual efforts of making things work the way that they're intended to be.
Excellent. Well, Nick, I appreciate so much giving this update. I know the community is going to appreciate it because this is the type of stuff that they're really looking forward to. I know that you are hard at work on doing this, so I'm going to let you get back to work. Again, thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. We'll have you on probably again soon once we get closer to the process completing, so we can get folks kind of fired up for the beta and stuff like that. Does that sound good to you?
That sounds wonderful.
All right. Once again, thank you, Nixai, and everybody out there playing War Commander. Thank you so much. I know that we're all in this globe dealing with a lot of interesting times right now. So we're just happy that you're spending that time with us. And we will talk to you next month with another episode of Drake's Dungeon. All right, take it easy. Bye. All right, welcome out to another episode of Drake's Dungeon. I am Drake. Joining us this week is somebody who I wanted to have on the show for a while, who's been on the team for some time now. He's a pretty big deal around here. He is one of our designers, and he'll definitely get into more details about exactly what he does here. But joining us this episode is Fidget. Welcome, Fidget.
Hey, hello.
Now, Fidget, you're one of our designers. And before we really kind of get into the bulk of the interview, we had a bunch of units come out this month that were some pretty big deal. Like, the community had a lot of fun with these. We had Storm Chaser, we had the Bludgeon, and we had the Shredder come out. All mercenary units, which we haven't had a new mercenary unit in years. And we came out with these, and these have all been a lot of fun units. You've had a little bit of hand in designing these. Can you kind of give us a little bit of what was kind of behind making those new units?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, one thing that I noticed when we came onto this title is that those mercenaries have been sitting there, largely unused in your base for a long time, and I just thought there were these really great little, mechanized units. They were super cool. You drop them into battle, and they were sometimes they were gone before you ever saw them. So one thing that was a big desire for us was to kind of bring those back and revitalize them, add more player agency into the game by giving you more options to choose outside of just your platoon. Bringing the Bludgeon and the Shredder in was I think a bit of a no-brainer. And obviously they look like they were reacted very well in the community. So that was I feel like a big win for us. And Storm Chaser was a really cool one, man. I wanted to do something a little more interesting than just regular mercenaries. We were thinking something along the lines of unique units or heroic units, at least in parallel. So having Storm Chaser be this kind of really cool new mercenary champion, I think was really exciting. And I'm pretty stoked to keep that trend going.
Nice. Well, why don't we get into a little bit then about, exactly who you are and what you do here. So what is your full title?
Yeah. My full title is lead designer. So what that means is I determine the direction of the game's design, generally in collaboration with the design department. So we decide what we want to do with player units and rogue faction enemies, as well as the direction of our monthly events and sub-events like Holdout or Heroic Showdown. The title suggests I'm lord of this discipline, but it's very much a collaborative effort since a lot of these guys have been on this game for years, and they're all very passionate about it.
That's one of the things that I love working with you. One of the things I love about working with you, you do such a great job of listening, and not just to to the other designers and the other people on the team who have been here, but you listen to, the community suggestions. You definitely are focused, like you said, on that collaborative aspect of it. And I think it's been really great to have you on the team because of that.
Oh, great, man. That's nice to hear. Hey, I really wish my wife shared that sentiment.
That's all right. Sometimes I wish my dog felt that sentiment too. Like she looks at me sometimes just like, hey, you haven't fed me yet, just do something. Like, so before you came to War Commander and before you came to even Kixeye, you have actually had a pretty long history in gaming. So what types of games have you worked on in the past?
Oh man, I have worked across quite a wide variety. I've had the pleasure of working on a lot of genres over the years. First-person shooters, I've worked on open-world action RPGs, third-person adventure games, Wii Sports minigame titles. Worked on a little touchscreen adventure puzzler, which was kind of cute and fun. Top-down twin-stick arcade shooters. And a whole bunch of really cool prototypes that never really kind of got out there and saw the light of day.
Wow! So you've seen it, like just about every type of video game that's out there. I mean, you've really had your chance to get your hands kind of dirty with everything. What would you say might be a little different between a lot of those other games and real-time strategy games?
Well, I actually, when I'd done this for quite a while, I got into this in 99, and about 10 years in, I started to realize that trying to chase the games I wanted to work on was kind of the wrong direction to go. Most games, I feel like the hallmark of a good game designer is to look at really any game as kind of like a user interface. I actually don't think there's a lot of difference in them. I know players will probably be up in arms over that, but it's really about getting in the player's head and determining what's fun and what makes them tick and what's going to have them engaged and coming back for more. So I don't think there's drastic differences. I mean, I'm sure there is differences between soccer and shooters, but
well, you're coming into War Commander. It's a game that's been around for nearly a decade. When it comes to designing on a game that has been around for so long, how do you view making new content or changes for the game?
With great trepidation. We have a very passionate player community, and many who have been with us for over 8 years. And that type of dedication and loyalty really demands the same in terms of the care we take when we're deciding what we're going to do with our monthly releases and how our new units may affect the current meta. We know we can't please everybody. but a lot of care is taken to ensure that we do our best to please as many of our players as we can, while at the same time, keeping the game fresh and interesting in any way we can.
I think that's one of the great things I think about a lot of the stuff that's coming up in the future that a lot of players don't know about, which we're going to tease a little bit of that in a bit. Since coming on the team, you've definitely taken a look at what works, what doesn't, and what things we can really improve on. And I think we're going to have a lot of great surprises for people later on down the road. And I think the mindset that you have right now is the perfect one to have. Are there any new features in the works that you can talk about?
Yeah, I mean, the upcoming event arc is something I'm pretty excited about. We're bringing back an old rogue faction that I think was well received by the player community called the Onyx. No, I'm kidding. No, we're going to bring back. What's that?
That's where a lot of people turned off, I'm sure.
I lost him already. Yeah. No, we're going to bring back the Ryokai, which is kind of like been a long favorite of mine. So we're seeing the return of some of their really cooler units, and as well as some fun and interesting new additions to their ranks.
I love the design of the Ryukai units and the art that comes with them. Like, this kind of like techno samurai-ish type of flavor. I think it's going to be really cool. It's been a long time since they've really had a strong role in the game, so I'm pretty excited for that.
Yeah, me too, man. We've got a really talented art department, so like everything they crank out is just it's just incredible and really inspiring.
Any other fun things?
Yeah, we're pretty happy. Like as you discussed earlier about the mercs, so we're kind of quite happy with how the community's received them. So like I said, we'll be continuing that trend with some cool new additions coming up, and as well as another mercenary champion.
So we're going to have new mercenary units, but also more mercenary champions, both coming up down the line.
That's right. Yeah.
Right on. Anything else?
Yeah, we're always kind of trying to figure out how we can improve things for our player base, and we're kind of one of the things we're looking into is how we can improve value for players in terms of how they spend their gold in the game. One of those is one of those avenues we're looking at is alleviating punishing gold repair costs. So kind of look for that, on the horizon.
And that's good to hear. The game's been around for, like we've kind of mentioned before, for a long time, and I think one of the things that I hear a lot is repair times can be sometimes a little too long and things like that. And I hope the community definitely hears that we're listening and taking that into account and looking for ways to kind of help you out in the future to make things a little easier for you.
Yeah, we do. We really do listen to what they've got to say, man. I mean, especially when you've got players that have been in the game for this long. Most of them have been playing the game longer than people have been working on it. So we would be it'd be remiss if we didn't listen to their voice from time to time.
Now, is there anything else that you wanted to kind of bring up? I mean, this is your big introduction to the community. Is there anything else that you wanted to kind of let people know about you?
Man, I've worked on a wide variety of games in my career, and it's been a real pleasure to work on a title that has been going, this strong for almost an entire decade. That's usually an accolade that's reserved for games like World of Warcraft, and I really believe that we wouldn't have gotten this far if not for the dedicated and loyal players that we have. Our community is the reason we're doing this, and I really feel privileged to be a part of it.
Well, I can say as part of the team that we're really happy to have you, and now that the community is getting a chance to talk with you, I'm sure I'm going to be getting requests after this to get you on Discord so people can try to chat with you there. So we might get you on there one of these days. Definitely, I think you're going to be very welcome amongst the community. Before we sign off here, I do want to say last month we did the episode with Nixai, and we mentioned the removal of AI Box, which is kind of this middleman that works between your computer and our servers to make the battles happen. We are actually moving incredibly close to the removal of this. In fact, the removal of it is going to be next week, or actually when this goes live, this week. so when this episode actually goes live, we're going to be at that point where we're about to remove it. So I do want to say we're going to be having a forum post going up very soon that's going to give kind of all the details about what this means, what kind of changes this means for the games, the performance improvements that this is going to do, as well as anything to look out for that might seem kind of strange or different. So definitely keep your eye on the forums over the next week for a post on that. And it's going to be pretty exciting. This is the first major step for us turning the game over to HTML5. So we had to get this done first before we can really start doing the heavy lifting on HTML5. So this is definitely some big progress. Well, Fidget, thank you so much for joining the episode and just introducing yourself and being a new member of the team. We love fresh blood here. It always brings some of the most interesting stuff to the game. Hopefully you'll be on again soon in the future to talk more about some cool stuff that we have coming up.
Yeah, right on, man. Thanks a lot for having me. This is it's been a lot of fun.
Right on. All right, well, we'll be back next month with another episode of Drake's Dungeon. Until then, thank you for playing War Commander. Bye. Welcome out to another episode of Drake's Dungeon. I am Drake. I'm not sure if you guys have noticed or not, but almost every episode, my dog has been asleep next to me while I've recorded it. I don't know how obvious it is, whether or not, but I'm going to start saying that she's my official co-host. So I'm Drake, and speaking for Toph, my dog, we are here to bring you another episode. Joining us this episode is our new executive producer of War Commander. For those that aren't aware, Friendly Fixers actually moved on to a new project that we can't really discuss yet here at Kickside, but
secrets.
So secret. But we have a new executive producer, a new EP joining us. So I would like to introduce to the community for the first time, Plank.
Hello, Drake. Hello, community. It's good to be here. It sounds weird hearing you say executive producer, but I'll take it.
Hey, you've transitioned into the role over the last month or so, You're not exactly brand new. So you've been on the team for a little bit more than a month now, getting the lay of the land. It's funny because this is actually you've worked on our other games that I'm sure you'll talk about a little later, but you dived just headfirst into the pool of War Commander when you joined, and so. It was so much like seeing you play around with all the units and the tech and just taking this crash course in the game. It's like seeing a new player, so to speak, like on the forums or Discord. Like it's been really great watching you kind of dig around through this. It's been fun,
and it's been a lot of fun as well. I mean, the first 4 weeks was literally, as much as there is onboarding tasks, like specific things I had to learn from the previous EP, the first 4 weeks were mainly just sitting, playing, deep diving. I actually created a document to get into the nuts and bolts of it, and just write down everything I could about the game. So yeah, it's been pretty fun so far.
Well, the first new unit that's really come out since you've joined the team has been the Harpy that just came out this last event. Have you been playing around with it at all?
I did. It's a lot of fun. I think players will enjoy it. It's got a unique sort of spin on it, where you can actually have it in your drone silo.
Yeah, I'm currently... I'm trying to get more of them so I can fill up my drone silo right now. I think that's great because we haven't really had a new drone unit in a long time. And so this... being something that is also good in platoons and drone silo, I think makes it pretty sweet.
And it looks pretty cool. And without spoiling too much, it's got a pretty sweet war paint as well. So just a
yeah, that's coming out in Invasion coming up. I guess by the time this episode goes out, the war paint will be out by the time this goes live. So,
and I'd like to see if players can kind of guess the reference as well without being too explicit about what it is, just for legal reasons. Don't say it too loud, but I'd like to see if people can guess it.
Can you guess the influence without copyright infringement? So you're the new EP of War Commander. So what exactly does that mean for those that don't really know what an EP does?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. I mean, first of all, it means you're all in trouble. it means that you've got someone working with you who's just incredibly passionate, albeit a little bit too loud, but someone who really cares about the industry as a whole, the players, my team. I'm here to support and not necessarily rule. I think a lot of people, when they hear executive producer, it's like someone up top making decisions. That's not what I'm about. I'm here to make things better by listening to what everyone else needs, including you, Drake,
Yeah.
and also our players, which is obviously the most important thing. If we don't have players, we don't have a game. So it's a bit of a no-brainer for me. Yeah.
Yeah, I can certainly vouch for that. You're a very good listener. You like to bring in every single person from the team and kind of throw down everybody from community to design to QA. You definitely like want to hear what everyone's perspective on something is. Like no one's perspective is considered really better than another person's. Is the vibe I get off
Yeah,
of you a lot.
and thanks for noticing. It's definitely, you cannot just simply come into a new team, especially like I am the newest person here, so it wouldn't make much sense if I just came in and started making the calls. Like that to me is not a good EP. So yeah, I'm here to listen.
Well, you've been with Kixeye for a while now. Like, you're not a brand new person.
No.
So what other things have you done in the company? Like, what has led you to where you're at now?
So yeah, I started in QA. That like entry level QA position. Before then, though, just as a bit of a side note, there was some indie development stuff I did. I've been in a lot of different industries, but for the last, I guess, 7 to 9 years has been indie development and Kixeye. So yeah, as I said, started in QA. I was moved into an associate product analyst role where I was actually more of a product designer. So they went, right, well, let's just make you a designer. They put me in the design team on another game, where I sort of worked my way up as lead designer, and then from there, I basically did a lot of things more around the forward planning and sort of took some of the stresses off the team, like the development stresses away, so they could focus on game balance, making it fun again. A lot of teams get caught up in the release schedules. War Commander has a weekly release. Another game team I was on, it's monthly release, and you get very bogged down in the details. So taking away some of the stress about what we're doing in future allowed people to, like I said, focus on the actual fun aspects of the game. So I kind of made myself redundant. Which is, it's not a bad thing, right? Like I freed myself up so that they could move me around, and now here I am on the War Commander team as executive producer. So it's been quite the ride.
Right on. Yeah, so the other game that you worked on was Vega Conflict. So for anybody who hasn't had a chance to play Vega Conflict, it is available on your phones, mobile devices.
Steam.
Yeah, exactly. So you can definitely check that out, especially if you're into like space combat, spaceships, things like that. So it's a very pretty game too. With everything in
It's a
space.
gorgeous game. Yeah,
I love looking at it.
Very similar as well in terms of base upgrading and things like that, like the strategy side of things. So it's similar to War Commander, but like you said, set in space. Very pretty game. I think it's about 7 or 8 years old now, so it's getting up there just like War Commander is, but we're about to enter a brand new season on that game as well. So yeah, I don't want to steal players away from War Commander, but definitely check it out if you're so inclined.
So you're taking over a game though with a lot of history.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you do something like that? Like what kind of vision do you have for the game? Like, I guess I kind of got a lot of questions here at once. Like, what is it like first stepping into a game that has been around for quite a long time?
I mean, it can be daunting if you think that you need to come in and, like I said, start making sweeping changes and decisions. But because that's not my approach, I actually think a lot of people misunderstand the role of what an EP or even just a producer does. Like I said, it's my job to actually listen to the team, no matter what their level of experience or seniority or anything like that, and just making sure that I have information before I help make the decision. So it's my job to do the best I can, not just for the team here, but the actual players that have supported us since the game was released, which is, what are we, in year 9 almost, for War Commander?
I guess if it were like centuries, or I think we're on like year 10. I think we're going, like we're almost 10. Yeah.
It's a lot of history. So like I said, it can be daunting, but we've got an awesome community, and I want to make War Commander the best it can be. So I mean, new features, new fun things. Like I want a similar approach to what I did with Vega Conflict, where I want to help the team look further ahead so that you guys can kind of focus on getting the now right, you know? So I'll take the stress away from thinking about what the hell's going to happen in the future. And then we can get the now right. So that's my biggest thing. I don't have a specific vision. Like I said, I'm the newest person. I want to know what the players feel like. I want to know what the CS team feels like. I want to know what the designers have been wanting to do but haven't had the time or the bandwidth to do. So that's kind of my goal, is to just make everyone feel a little bit better about their work.
Well, and not to give away kind of what we're working on, but right before we sat down for this, we actually had a really good kind of pre-planning meeting for a feature that might not even be out for another 6 months, maybe more.
Exactly.
Something pretty cool. So we are very much looking very far ahead and having those conversations. And
I hope that says to players that we are here to support the game for as long as they're willing to support us. That I don't like having the idea that the games have some sort of off switch where it's like, okay, it's time to kill the game or sunset the game. These are very amazing games with very amazing communities around them, and the longer they stay around, the better. So that's my job. Keep this game running.
You've been diving into War Commander nonstop for the last month and change.
Yeah.
What's your favorite thing about War
It's
Commander?
actually coming up to 2 months now. Like 1st of June was sort of when I really would officially say I was paying 100% attention. My favorite thing. It's funny, actually, before I started playing War Commander, I didn't really pay too much attention. Like, we all get stuck in our own little bubbles on different game teams. I knew of it and I'd played it, but I didn't pay it much attention. And I wouldn't have thought one of my favorite aspects would have been the visual style. Being an older game, it's not for everyone. But there's so many like map variations and cool little details to check out when I'm in combat. And I actually, one of the first things I asked the like designers and artists when I was onboarding was, why don't we have some of those NPC combat maps for players to acquire? Like, because you can buy, like, I think there's 4 or 5 that you can purchase: the snow, the train tracks, all that sort of stuff. They're brilliant. I found like a thorium cave on some map. I was stunned at the level of variety on a game that's all sprite based, and I mean, it looks like Command and Conquer back in the day. It's absolutely gorgeous. So I wouldn't have suspected that to be my answer, but here we are.
Yeah, the art team. We had Santiago on a couple episodes where he really talked about the art approach like crazy, and that's one thing. It's like when you think of a 9-year-old coming on 10-year-old game, you don't expect the amount of effort that goes into like making so much stuff. Like when you look at the hero pictures, when you look at the units, when you look at these maps, the amount of detail and thought that goes into them is very astounding.
Yeah, it's obscene. I think it's brilliant. Can't speak highly enough.
So I have to comment that you are from Australia. This isn't a dramatic speech impediment. You have an accent.
I mean, there's not much difference between those two. Yes, I probably have an easily identifiable accent, at least different from yours, Drake.
Yeah. So everybody knows, this is just a personal question from me. Everybody knows that Australia has like the scariest animals. Like there's the running joke that everything in Australia wants to kill you.
Yeah, that's not a lie. Yeah, that's true.
Now, being somebody who's actually from Australia, what would you say is the scariest, the actual scariest animals for somebody who's living there?
Yeah, like not the ones that get hyped up on TV shows and
right.
whatever. So scariest ones, I guess, would be the ones that you're not really aware of or that you don't see. So I live in a spot called Queensland, which
that just makes it infinitely more terrifying.
Like, look, you wanted an honest answer. You're getting the scary answer. Okay, so I live in Queensland. It's typically home to some of the more deadly animals, due to the fact that we have like a lot of bushland. Like if you were to picture Australia, you would picture sort of Northern Territory or Queensland, like dry, hot, bushland, that sort of stuff. So we got plenty of snakes, which really don't bother people. They're pretty chill. Unless you stuff up and you actually step on one, they're not going to seek you out. Like they would prefer just to sit, don't disturb me, right? However, there is a spider called a redback. It's about the size of your thumbnail, and it absolutely loves to sit in dark, quiet places. So, for example, when I was growing up, you would come home from riding a bike or being out, throwing rocks at your friends at the creek, and you would take your shoes off. You would leave them outside because they'd be covered in mud and whatever. So you just leave them there. The next day, you would be putting your shoes on, but you would really need to make sure that you were checking inside your shoes. And like, I'm talking all the little crevices and everything, because if you put that on, like you just ram your foot in there and there's a redback in there, it's going to bite you. And you're either going to be extremely ill or just straight up dead. So in terms of scary things, if putting on your shoes in the morning seems like a mundane task, imagine if there was a redback in it. And there's your answer.
So I just looked up that spider while you were describing it.
Oh, yeah.
And the first thing that I thought of was like, is that a black widow? And then I'm reading the description that it is also known as the Australian black widow.
Yeah, I think it's even more deadly than the black widow, because I know the black
Of course
widow
it is.
right up there. Yeah, I mean, it's here. So I know for all the viewers at home, definitely Google redback spider. It's an incredibly beautiful creature. Like, don't get me wrong, this isn't me putting a slight on this creature. I
don't
think
want it
they're
to come.
incredible. No, yeah, if it hears me talking about it, it's going to come for me. But yeah, they're absolutely beautiful creatures, but they should be respected. So I think a lot of it is, if you respect the animal, like we're in their territory. It's like if you go swimming at the beach in Queensland, don't swim out. You're going to get eaten by a shark. So just stay in the shallows and respect the animal's area. So it's the same thing with spiders. They're not literally out to kill you, but they can. So
they certainly can. Well, Plank, thank you for the interview here, and welcome to the team.
Thanks.
I'm sure the community is definitely going to be excited to hear this and hear what's kind of going on with the team.
Yeah.
Other than that, all you folks out there, this has been your newest episode of Drake's Dungeon. We'll have another episode for you next month. Until then, thank you so much for playing War Commander.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Drake.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Welcome out to another episode of Drake's Dungeon. Sadly, I'm not joined by my co-host, my dog Toph. She is in the other room sleeping like dogs do. So it is just me this episode as the main host. But joining us is somebody who's been with Kixeye for a long time, been on our QA team doing some great work. He's here to talk to us today about the HTML5 beta that's coming up, as well as what he is doing on that project, because the beta is coming a lot sooner than you probably all think. So we're going to start talking about that today. So joining us is one of our QA folks, Malcolm.
Greetings, everyone. Good to be here.
So Malcolm, you have been with the company for a long time, and right now you're the QA lead for the HTML5 project. So what does that mean exactly? What does being the lead on this project really entail?
So what it really entails is we are having to more or less test every feature and functionality in the game and do probably the most thorough regression we've done, at least for as long as I've been here. We are currently, I'd say things are going pretty smoothly. Don't want to jinx it. But we're looking at holdout at the moment, and been working with a couple of our fine gentlemen in Vietnam. It's going well. I'm really stoked for that. I'm really stoked for just getting to beta soon. It's been a long, rocky road. We're getting there.
Yeah, we're like I mentioned, we're much closer than I think people are expecting. And when I say this, by the time this episode goes up, we are likely just a few weeks away from launching this. So you're saying that things are going pretty good right now?
Yes, very smoothly.
Very smoothly. That's so good to hear, because when you're undertaking these big projects, there can be so many bumps in the road. Luckily, we already went through this process with Battle Pirates, so we kind of have an idea of what kind of struggles might come along. How many people on the QA team are currently working on this?
Well, there's 3 of us. There's me, and there's Jiba and Truk, I hope I'm saying that right, over in Vietnam. So it kind of works out perfectly. I come to work, I work on HTML5 like for all of our work day, and then I sign off, and at about 7 p.m. they hop on. So we've got many hours of coverage and got 3 sets of eyes on it just at all times.
Excellent. And luckily I get to be kind of a fly on the wall during all this, since I'm going to be preparing the community on how to access the beta and things like that. And I can certainly say that what you're saying is true, that we're coming along really well. I think we're even like ahead of schedule what we were originally shooting for the beta. So this is going to be hitting some plates. Hitting people's plates a lot sooner than we originally expected, which is pretty exciting, because I know that we want to get this out there, and before any major changes happen to Flash, we want players to be able to have the chance to continue playing uninterrupted. Since this is the beta that's going to be coming out soon, we will expect that there's going to be bugs, much like when we removed AI box. Yeah. So if players want to help us find these bugs, if players want to be able to report these properly and everything like that, what do you, as someone in QA, need from players who want to help out with this process?
So I'd say what we're going to need is, just when you find a bug, just give us your user ID and just a general description of what you're seeing. And keep in mind that, while we have been testing this quite thoroughly, there's only been 3 sets of eyes on this. There's going to be bugs, and actually, scratch that. There's going to be a lot of bugs. So just, anything you see, call it out so we can get eyes on it. And prepare for a tidal wave of bugs.
Yeah, and that's and as the players saw from when we went through this with the post AI box release, we set up a specific chat in our Discord to report things. So we're going to do a similar thing. We'll also be having a thread on the forums where players are going to be able to report things. And as always, you're able to report bugs that you encounter through the normal ticketing system if you want to submit a customer support ticket. So there's going to be multiple ways. So like Malcolm said, we want to make sure that you have your user ID. So if we need to check out your account, we can. Specifically, if there's things that seem to only be happening on player-specific accounts, it's essential that we're able to check into the logs there. But more than anything, what we're going to be needing from players is patience, because since this is a beta, like Malcolm said, there's going to be a lot of bugs. So we want to make sure that players, we're working on it. We're doing the best that we can as fast as we can. And keep in mind, too, is that since this is the beta, you can still play the regular Flash version of the game while this beta is going on. So if you do encounter more bugs while playing the beta than you would normally prefer, you still have the option to go back to the original for the time being while things are worked on. Yeah, but screenshots, videos of what you're encountering along with your user ID, it's great.
I will say that luckily there haven't been very many that we've found, user-specific bugs, but there have been a few. We're currently up to 132 bugs, most of which are resolved, but preparing for a whole lot more.
Yeah, and that's the tough thing. Like you said, only 3 sets of eyes is not a lot, and you are constantly trying every variation of things that you can do. But when you start getting thousands and thousands and thousands of players, they're going to be finding things that you couldn't even think of, just because you're only 3 people trying to test all this stuff out. So definitely helping us fix this, so when we actually have the official release towards the end of the year, we can get as much stuff patched up as possible.
Yeah, and many thanks to everyone who's going to participate and help us and provide meaningful feedback. thank you guys in advance.
Yeah, most definitely. Being players that help out, that honestly is one of the biggest helps. One of the biggest things we have in our community is how awesome they are with chipping in and helping out. A lot of players have the Malcolm Hero unit, which, surprise, is based off of you. You're kind of our resident outdoor survivalist expert here at Kixeye. You oftentimes have stories that make me never want to go outside again. When you talk about some of the things that you've encountered outdoors. Just so the community has a little bit of a chance to get to know you, I want to ask you, what's the craziest story you have being out in the wilderness?
Well, thought about that a little, and I'm going to say in summer 2018, it was probably one of my craziest, most bizarre experiences. I was backpacking up near Smithers, BC. So if you go to Smithers and go to the west a bit, you'll come across something called Telqua Pass, and a little bit north of it is a place called Sinclair Plateau. Beautiful, secluded, nobody else up there, barely any trails even. I had just found it in like the dark depths of the web, and I was like, you know what, I'm hopping on a bush plane and I'm going up north. So as I'm hiking up this plateau, I'm starting to run out of water. It's early August and it's hot, I'm drinking a lot of my water, and there weren't very many streams. I walked across a few dried up streams, and as things were starting to get really steep, I eventually run out of water, but then it starts to level up, excuse me, out a little bit, starting to get a bit thirsty, and I come to this slight clearing, and there's this very large tree, and I walk up to it, and in the shadows was a set of wolf tracks. If you guys don't know this, wolves are pretty big. I have large size hands. My hands can fit inside most of these tracks I find up here in northern BC. And a few of these tracks, in this shadow of the tree, were perfectly filled with water. I just grabbed my filter, refilled my water bottles, and it was perfect. And I kept going, eventually found a nice pond, refilled all my water, but it doesn't end there. I found a nice flat spot, decided I'd finish getting to the summit the next day and just kind of hang out. So I set up my tarp. Yeah, I use a tarp rather than a tent. I just like how lightweight and versatile it is. And I have some lentil curry that I dehydrated, and then crawl into my shelter. And then the next day, I wake up, unzip my bivy sack, and roll over. And there's a set of wolf tracks leading right up to the shelter and just like right inside the entrance. So I kind of pieced it together, and what this basically meant is one of these wolves, whose footprint I may have drank out of the day before, came and saw me in the night and stuck its head into my shelter and just came to say hi. It was pretty awesome.
That is so scary to me. I mean, look, I was in Boy Scouts. I camped a lot growing up, but I've never done anything like this. And when you mention, I mean, just the fact at the beginning of your story, you're like, I took a bush plane out to this. Like, most people have never even like seen a bush plane, let alone taken one somewhere. And
well, they're pretty popular up in the north.
There's
a fun fact about bush planes. So British Columbia actually has in Canada the highest level of plane crash deaths. But with these bush planes, a fun fact is, so they got two engines, right? They're designed so if one of the engines fails, the other engine is strong enough to get you all the way to the crash site.
I mean, I guess that's good thinking, but still doesn't really make me so reassured. So
you want to make sure you have a pilot, who knows what they're doing, or
Absolutely.
There's plenty of reputable airlines.
Well, Malcolm, thanks for taking the time and talking about the HTML5. And like I said, players, this is coming sooner than you think. In the meantime, our newest unit in the game is the Penance. You can find that currently in the gear store along with all its tech.
It's a fun unit to play with, for sure.
It absolutely is. It's a great hit and run unit. I've been loving playing around with it. So if you haven't had a chance to pick that up, it's in the gear store right now for you to get. Other than that, Thanks again, Malcolm, and players. As always, thank you for playing War Commander, and we'll talk to you more next month. Bye.
See ya.
All right, welcome out to another episode of Drake's Dungeon. I am Drake, and it is HTML5 week. The beta launched this last Thursday, and you guys have been awesome taking part in it and giving us a lot of great feedback, reporting a lot of bugs. So, and really, just to bring it all together, I wanted to bring Nixai back for this episode, as he's been one of the engineers that's been hard at work on not only bringing HTML5 to you all, but is also working on getting as many bugs fixed as quickly as possible. So Nixai, welcome back.
Thank you.
Hey, so we did it. We got the beta out there.
We did it.
We got it out there. Obviously, as betas go, when you put out a beta, you're expecting bugs. It's a thing that you actually kind of hope for, so that so people can kind of catch a lot of things that you were unable to catch. So we're definitely seeing that right now. How are things going generally from identifying a lot of these bugs on your end?
It's going quite well. Like you said, we've had our QA team hammering away at this for the months now. We sorted out all of the biggest things before we even made it public. But as betas are, right? It's you're throwing it out to a lot more users. You got thousands of people looking at it all day. You find a lot of stuff that you just can't catch when you have a limited number of people. We expected it. We planned for it. We made sure Flash would still be available while we go through this beta, so we're not just pushing it live for everybody right away. People have the ability to switch back and forth if they run into anything that causes problems for them, which makes it a little easier. But yeah, community's been great. Players have been reporting everything that they find, from text changes to we've had a few issues with the server, because we did make some changes on the back end as well while we were at it, and we did find right after we released HTML5 that there were some issues with it. Got those sorted out. We put out a hotfix right away, and we've just been cranking through it.
And that hotfix was to address the red box errors that people were getting?
The red box errors we're looking into still. I know some people are having that issue. The hotfix was for the battle server. We did have a crash that occurred in one odd circumstance, but we've got that sorted out. And we're taking note of everything that people are bringing up on Discord and the forums, making sure we prioritize them based on which things have the most negative effect. Fortunately, there hasn't been anything major. We caught a lot of stuff before we ever brought it out, so most of the issues are super minor.
Yeah, and you definitely bring up a good point. Like, for the last couple months, engineers and our QA team have been hammering away at this tirelessly. We had a very small select playtest group of players that also engaged with it for about 2 weeks. But then when you bring it over to live, there's always going to be those things that you never have in any of the test environments that, more players being on it, playing it, is going to give different reactions. So yeah, we're certainly seeing things that we never saw in testing. Some things that people are reporting we did see, so we're definitely getting a better idea on how those work now. But yeah, we're able to make a lot of great progress over these last just couple days alone, with so many more people playing it.
Yeah, absolutely. And the other thing is that, when we're staring at it every day, right, we have our view of the game, but whenever you give it to someone else, they have all kinds of different ways of interacting with the game that we just don't do on a regular basis, right? There's every player has their own play style, and it leads to a lot of interactions that you wouldn't expect. And that's what we see now.
So let's talk about some of the bugs that players are reporting a little bit, and kind of give a little update. Like we said, the red box errors are still being looked into. Another big one that people are reporting is having a black screen while they're trying to load the game. We're seeing that clearing the cache sometimes works, but we're actually also seeing that this might have a weird coincidence to do with a lot of browsers discontinuing Flash this week that we did not know about. It could potentially be an issue with the browser no longer supporting Flash, which might be giving some players those issues. Regardless, it is still something that we are looking into and are working on trying to figure out if there's anything we can do to help on our end. Some players are getting a currency error message when logging in. That is something that we are also looking into. Some of the issues that we've already fixed, players seeing bunkers and drones shows empty after going to the world map and returning to the base. So that will actually be fixed with this week's update. Offer pop-ups that show incorrectly, they're kind of broken. The offer pop-ups, that should hopefully be fixed with this week's update. Units with designs not showing in the workshop. So a lot of players are reporting workshop issues that the designs aren't showing correctly. That should also be fixed with this week's update. The armory pop-up may also be fixed this week, correct?
Yes, it should be. And like you said, with part of the reason we wanted to get this beta out sooner rather than later, instead of waiting to the end of the year, officially Flash is no longer supported at the end of the year, but Chrome, Firefox, and some of the other ones have been, for a while now, kind of making it harder and harder to access Flash. At first it was, they popped up a message saying, hey, Flash isn't going to be supported. Do you want to turn it on? And then we're like, yes, turn it on. And then they made it so that it pretended that you didn't have it installed. And when you click the install link, it would just enable it. They've been kind of pushing in that direction. So that's why we wanted to get it out with time to spare. And, like you said, that's what's happening now. They're pushing it a little bit further. They're making it a little bit harder to access. So I'm glad we got it out when we did.
Yeah, and, definitely make sure that Flash on your particular browser, you might want to look up to see how to make sure Flash is enabled and see if that helps you. I mean, like I said, though, ultimately we are still looking into it to see if there's anything we can do on our end. But yeah, we're kind of getting to that deadline where a lot of browsers are just going to stop using it and are really pushing to disable it. We have a bunch of other bugs that we have logged because you guys have been reporting some stuff through the Discord channel as well as through the forums. So there's still plenty of other bugs that we are currently looking into that I didn't mention. But I just wanted to make sure that the big ones that are certainly affecting players more are letting you guys know they are being looked into, and that we've certainly already started chipping away at a lot of the bugs that have been reported. Likely, for the next couple episodes of Drake's Dungeon, we will probably have at least a portion of it, if not the whole thing, just centered around giving you another update about HTML5 and where we're at with the process. Over the next few months is going to be really critical for our team to be able to get as much stuff fixed and ready for you guys as possible. So we definitely want to keep you in the loop on everything that we're doing, because by the end of the year, we want this game to be an HTML5 game and not a Flash game. So, yeah, it's a lot.
Exactly. Yeah, it's been quite an effort. And I just have to say again, the guys that we've had working on the port for months now have been doing a fantastic job. A couple of them worked on the Battle Pirates port. And it's a long process, and they've handled it amazingly. This one I think has gone quicker and smoother, just based on what they've learned from the previous experience of Battle Pirates. They've made some improvements to the tools. All around, it's been a fantastic job. It's this is Absolutely. A huge undertaking. This code base is Absolutely. It's been around for 10 years, and it's huge. There's a lot of code that had to be worked with.
Porting a live internet game is like a browser game. I mean, just that in itself is a huge task. And so, we just have to thank everybody who's participated so far in the beta test. Keep sticking with us. We know that some of these bugs can be a little annoying. And if they are causing you a lot of trouble, you can always go back to the Flash version and maybe check back in with the HTML5 version a little bit later. But just keep giving it a try, keep reporting bugs, and we're going to keep working on them so we can hopefully get this to the product that we want it to be as soon as possible. Any other last notes, Nixai?
No, I'd just like to say thanks for the community for sticking with us, helping us find any issues that are remaining and hammering them out. We really appreciate your support, and we're going to keep working hard to make sure we get it to where it needs to be.
Absolutely. If you have not checked with this most recent Gear Store update, you can now get the Aggressor and all the Aggressor tech through the Gear Store. So if you missed out on that during the event, this is going to be your chance to get caught up on that. And we're going to be having our capstone event coming up next week with your chance to finally unlock Akiko, the newest mercenary hero. So a lot of great stuff coming up besides all the stuff with HTML5. So hopefully you guys are going to have a good month of October in the game, and we'll be back next month with another episode of Drake's Dungeon. Thank you. Bye. Welcome out to another episode of Drake's Dungeon. I am Drake. Joining me today to talk about a brand new unit to the game that does some things that we've never even attempted to do before. So this is actually a lot of fun to kind of talk about it. But Nightmare is coming up, our yearly zombie event, and we wanted to do this one really special. We brought along the designer of Dr. Logan, which is going to be a new mercenary zombie unit. He's going to talk a bit about that unit and like what it does, how it works, and everything along that line. So please welcome young Russell.
Hi, how's it going?
It's good. Did you hear all the applause? They're applauding for you over on YouTube right now.
Yeah, I was promised a live studio audience, and I'm glad that I got that.
You know, with the restrictions that are in place these days, it's hard to fully put that together, but we try. We definitely try. My dog is here. She yawned, it looked like. So I think...
I'll take what I can get.
Yeah, you got some reaction out of her. Young Russell, you have been a part of the Kicksite team for a long time. You started out in QA. You then moved on to becoming a designer. You also worked in project management while also doing design. So you've been with this team for a few years now. So I'm very happy to finally have you on. So welcome to the show.
Thank you.
You have done a lot of cool stuff in the game, but I feel like the unit you're working on right now, Dr. Logan, kind of takes the cake of kind of the cool stuff. So before we get into how this unit works, can you give me a little insight on the thought process that went into like why we decided to make a new unit and like where you kind of came up with the ideas for this, like you and the design team?
For sure. So I mean, the units that I've made in the past, the ones that I'm most proud of, for example, have been the defensive uniques that I've made. So the Outback and the Cardinal. What I've tried to do with those ones is do something that either hasn't been done or something that will make people think that, oh, that's a cool thing. For this one, for Dr. Logan, I really wanted to stretch that idea of taking War Commander, a game that people know, people have been playing for a long time and people love, and see how far we can push that boundary without it being not War Commander anymore. Mm-hmm. So for this unit, its primary new element is that, as far as I know, it is the first unit in the game that has a healing mechanic where as it does damage to enemies, it will heal itself, as well as healing allied zombies as well. And so I wanted to sort of see if the game could handle a unit that can perform heal, and if it does well, and if the player base enjoys it, seeing if we can use this tech in the future, because we made sure that it was versatile enough to use again. And I really just wanted to sort of push the boundary and see if we can make a unit that was kind of weird for War Commander. And I think that the Nightmare event is a perfect opportunity. I know typically we've done 2 zombie events a year, 1 full zombie event and then the Nightmare event. This year we've kind of condensed them into 1 event, so I wanted to make sure that one event really felt special. And so we want to make sure we give away a new mercenary champion in the form of this Dr. Logan, who really pushes that boundary.
So you're basically saying that not only do we have this new healing mechanic, that's going to be part of the unit. But this could potentially open the doors for other healing-focused units or healing-focused tech in the future.
Definitely, yeah. The way that the engineers and I worked on the technology for it, we made sure that if we wanted to take this and use it exactly or a version of it in the future, we can apply it to other units moving forward.
See, that's so cool. And for folks who saw that we delayed the start of this event, just by a day, we're extending it by a day as well. So it'll be starting Friday now instead of Thursday. One of the things about it is we wanted to make sure this mechanic worked perfectly. And so as you heard young Russell say, that this is going to be something that's actually laying the groundwork for some really cool potential future stuff. So that's pretty cool. Dr. Logan is a zombie, right? So this will be the first mercenary hero zombie. How is he going to actually work? I mean, most people are used to having zombies as single-use units already, but how is this mercenary hero going to be different from the traditional zombies they have?
So the way that Logan works, traditionally zombies and zombifier tech will infect enemy units with the infected status, and then when they die, they become a zombie for the other team. How this works is Dr. Logan, his weapon is a serum bomb, like a grenade that he throws, and it has a splash radius at the end, and it infects enemy units that are caught within it. When those units die, they become a bit of a special zombie, Dr. Logan's zombie, and so then they go out and infect other zombies with a different infected status, which spawns flame zombies. So it kind of has a layered effect. The other thing he does is that he has two, I call them bodyguard zombies, but you can call them whatever you want to. They spawn on an interval, and when they die, a new one spawns. And as you level them up, these guys get stronger. And these guys infect that same Dr. Logan infected, so they'll spawn these new zombies as well. And so essentially you'll always have two zombies that will be in your horde, and as long as you use him well, and as long as the base is sort of made for that, you can really build up a giant zombie horde to attack your enemies. And the other nice thing is that the more zombies you have, the better his healing works. Like you get a boost for how much it heals zombies as he does damage. And later on, you'll also get some other perks in terms of damage reduction from enemies and extra damage to enemies as well.
Now, isn't there also, once you get him to level 11, it changes the priority status a bit as well?
Yeah, we have that one as well. That's another thing we added in recently where, once he gets to, I think it's level 10, I'll have to verify. But he essentially changes the priority of other zombies so that instead of enemies trying to attack him, or if you have other units that are high priority or ones that you want to keep alive, the enemy units will prioritize your zombies instead, so you can send in those high damage units without risk of getting shot by enemies.
So basically, once you get a good horde going with Dr. Logan, really the only way to take him out is having to just direct strike Dr. Logan, because the priority is going to be trying to focus on all those other zombies. You're going to have to basically say, no, everything needs to target Dr. Logan right now, or else this is going to get out of control.
Yeah, in terms of if you're facing Dr. Logan, you are going to want to take him out as soon as possible. Because as soon as he builds up a few other zombies and that horde starts growing, it is going to keep growing and you're going to have a really bad time. Especially because the computer's not going to know which units to target necessarily right away, and Dr. Logan tends to stay a bit further back, and so they'll tend to prioritize the zombies that are running at him. And so you're really going to want to make sure Dr. Logan gets taken out and quickly, because the more time he has to damage you, the more he heals himself as well.
That's cool. It's going to be Halloween year-round with Dr. Logan now. Normally we're used to seeing just the zombie units really being used a lot in October, but I think with Dr. Logan it's going to be zombie during the holidays. It's going to be zombie during the springs. It's going to be zombie during the summers. This is going to be one of those units that I think people are really going to be using a lot.
Yeah, exactly. I'm really excited for him, and like you said, we did have to push the event by a day. One of the big reasons was because I wanted to make sure that this new unit with this really cool ability didn't fall flat, and I wanted to make sure that it was actually useful and players enjoyed using them, and it'll hopefully allow us to use this tech in the future, and I'm pretty excited for that.
Yeah, well, you'll be able to unlock Dr. Logan in Nightmare Buried Alive. You need to first purchase all of the mercenary contracts in the event store. Then once that's done, it will unlock him, and then you'll be able to wreak all the chaos that you can dream of on your enemies. Before we sign off, I want to give the community a bit of an HTML5 update. We got a lot of cool things that are coming up as far as fixes and the like. One of them, the thorium targets, specifically thorium bases 4 and 6. Those have been untargetable on HTML5. That should be fixed coming up with this release. Some units that use laser projectiles, for some reason the laser wasn't appearing. That'll be fixed. Friends lists and bookmarks that have been showing as empty should be fixed. And this is the big one. A lot of players have been talking about having a lot of black screens when they're trying to load the HTML5 client. This is likely due to the fact that it's been a bigger file size for HTML5 upon initial load than it has been with Flash. We've actually done one round of compressing last week, and we're doing another round of compressing to make that file size a bit easier to load. So this should help players get past those initial black screen issues that they're seeing when they try to get into HTML5. On top of that, later this week, we're going to be putting everybody back into HTML5 beta again, like we did last week, with the option to go back to Flash if you like. But we want to make sure everybody every week or so has another chance to try HTML5 to see if it's improved performance, if they're liking it more, because we are fast approaching that deadline of Flash being disabled coming up at the end of this year. So we definitely appreciate all the players that have taken a part in the beta, that have passed along bug reports, that have let us know about the issues that they've had, as well as how much they've been liking it. A lot of people have been loving the faster frame rates and have been seeing a lot of performance improvements as well. So thank you everybody who's taken a part. We really appreciate it, and we're getting so close to being done with this project, and the future of War Commander is looking bright with what young Russell was saying about some new tech and this awesome unit. So, young Russell, thank you for coming on the show and talking about Dr. Logan. I think it's going to go over great.
Of course, thanks for having me. I'm very excited for him.
Excellent, excellent. All right, well, we'll be back next month with another episode of Drake's Dungeon. Until then, thank you for playing War Commander. Goodbye. Welcome out to Drake's Dungeon. I am Drake. Joining me this episode is a person who's only been with the company for 1 year. In fact, his 1 year anniversary is this week, and this is a person that has definitely worn a lot of hats in the short time that they've been here. Somebody who has been able to see the game and the company and everything like that from a lot of different angles. And
current game team. I learned a lot about the struggles of working with some of the older technology that we have in the game, some of the limitations we have, which is why sometimes it's, I'd ask, why don't we do this? And sometimes it's just not feasible to do in a realistic time, and sometimes it takes a bit of shaping to get things the way you want them to be, so that you can feel good in the game and you can be happy about it. So it gave me a lot of perspective on some of the challenges coming from the other side, not just the community and game side of things. So that was a lot of fun, and I started helping out with a lot of the balance. Getting a good look at the other side.
That's the cool thing about you, Uriel, is that, like I mentioned, you asked a lot of questions, and it was clear that you had a bit more advanced technical background when you started in customer support, and you were asking all these questions, and everybody around you was like, "This guy really knows a lot of stuff. Like, let's take him to QA." And then you're in QA, and you're doing this balance testing, and you're understanding the battles and how things work better than anybody. I remember distinctly there was a base in one of the events that everybody was struggling with, that everybody was having a really hard time with, and you're like, oh, I beat it with 8 absolvers. And the rest of us are throwing like 4 or 5 platoons at a base trying to beat it. And you're like, yeah, I just did it with 8 absolvers. That's what I did. And, you definitely show that you have an understanding for design, and I'm really happy that you've been able to kind of guide your path here in such a way, and I'm really excited for the players to see the type of stuff that you're going to be coming up with.
Yeah, that was kind of an oh no moment for me, because sometimes I get my head down and I'm too stuck into things. So I was like, for me, I'm like, oh yeah, like I can do it with AWS. No problem. But I don't understand that everyone uses different strategies, and I had to check myself. So, that was one of the flaws that I had, is I wanted to win and do it really well, but guess what? Not everyone's going to have the time to think through these strategies. Not everyone's going to have the units you have. So, moving forward after that kind of, I guess, kerfuffle, because we had to nerf it, I kind of tried to incorporate a lot of different strategies in a lot of my testing, and understanding that that's not the case. So it was cool, I can do this, but it was also, it's one of those things where I have to think of the bigger picture of things sometimes. So.
But that's really cool, though. I mean, it's one thing that in such a short amount of time you were able to understand the game so well that you were able to formulate some really advanced level strategies, but you're also able to, be kind of humble and go yeah, but most people aren't going to be able to do this, and pull it back. That's definitely you mentioned the base thing else, designing or having your hand.
Hoping to get. I really want to get into. I've worked on some of my hands on some of the new experimental units and start playing around with them.
Well, that's a perfect segue, because we are playing around with these new experimental units right now. And we had young Russell on last month to kind of talk about the Helios, but we have a whole slew over the next couple months of these new types of units coming out. Can you let us know a bit about some of these new units, like, you know, why we consider them experimental? Why are they capped at a certain number? You know, what makes these things just kind of special?
Yeah, of course. With regards to the new experimental units, you know, everything is, you know, not set in stone is one of the things I'd stress about them. With the limit, there's a couple things we're trying to do with it. We're trying to prevent stuff like players would always be frustrated with the devout spam and the penance spam in players' base, so it became like this giant arms race where it's like it was just never ending, and it felt like spamming one unit was the only way to do things, and there's just one best unit. So with the limit, it kind of makes it more obtainable for most players to get a higher number of them. You're going to know how many are coming in a base, and there's going to be counters to those, so it's just not like you're going to have an endless stream of units that you have to fend off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know, I think that's the thing that I like it so much about it, is that, like, you know, you don't have to worry about the person that has more time than you do, like, or the more resources that can build way more stuff than you. Like, you're gonna know that everybody that puts the time in that easier to balance units around that, and it's much easier or allow people to use the other units they want to use. Like, if they really like the penance or the devotes, it's like, yeah, that's still an okay option. It may not be the best meta option, but we don't want to just kind of absolve all the other units of their duty as soon as the next arc comes out. So one way to get around that is by making the new units just good, like really great in that arc, but good in everything else. Right. So that way, like, the older stuff is still going to have a bit more of a lifespan. And then it's about really picking the right tool for the job. You got your awesome units that are going to work great in events. They'll still work good and everything else, but they're really designed to be part of the meta. But you can still use all the other stuff that you want.
Yeah, exactly. And one of the things about the new seasonal units that I think not many people have noticed is that they are actually a bit faster repair than previous units. And one of the reasons is, since we're not allowing you to spam all these units, we didn't want to take that negative of having the long wait for repairs and kind of chop that down a little bit so you can feel like you're bringing this unit into battle more often and get to play around with it. And especially with the new seasonal units, we're trying to at a lower level show you how good it is, and one way we're doing that is by swishing the levels a bit more, so it's not a huge gap between a level 1 and a level 20, but still very significant. And when you come into event, we want you to be able to acquire the ghoul tech, because usually the ghoul tech defines a bit of how the unit is, and doing so allows us to show you how big the unit's going to be and how it's going to play. Because sometimes you'd wait for a couple weeks or a month down the road where you can get the ghoul tech, and then you kind of judge the unit then. Allowing a quicker glance of like what the unit does and what it's going to be good for might help players, understand if they want to acquire a bunch of these units or if they just want a couple off the bat.
No, that's good. And like you really get to see the upper potential right away at day one that it's out, and you don't have to wonder like, oh, I wonder what the next major gold tech's going to be. You're going to be able to know exactly what it's capable of right away. So yeah, I think that's pretty cool. Is there anything else you wanted to discuss?
I know it's a hot topic in the community. I know there's been a lot of discussion around HTML5 and everyone knows that Flash is going. Thank you for kind of coming on and giving us a little bit of insight to not only your career, but the units that are coming out and what you're going to be doing. And I think the community always loves it when you pop in on Discord and everything like that. So it's good to have a voice for the community to attach to that name. Yeah, so thank you so much for joining. Likewise. Thanks for having me, Drake.
Not a problem. All right, well, we will be back next month with another episode of Drake's Dungeon. So until then, thank you so much for playing War Commander. Bye. Oh, it is good to be back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Drake's Dungeon. It has been a year, maybe even a little bit more than a year, since the last episode of Drake's Dungeon. What happened? What happened to Drake's Dungeon, you may ask? Not that we didn't want to do Drake's Dungeon. No. For a while there, I was working on both Battle Pirates and War Commander. And as you can imagine, working on 2 games at once didn't leave me with very much time. And one of the things that I had to let go sadly was doing the podcast. Now, luckily, back in October, Hank got promoted to community manager. He took over Battle Pirates. And I said to the War Commander team, I said, one of the things I want to do after the New Year is I want to bring back Drake's Dungeon, the podcast. Players missed it. I missed doing it. And the War Commander team was resounding yes all around that they wanted to bring that back as well. So everybody was very excited to do it. So very much after the New Year came around, we are here doing the first episode in basically a year of Drake's Dungeon, the first episode of 2022. And we got some exciting stuff for you. Here on this episode, we have our, what should I say, our newly knighted lead game designer joining us. I think newly knighted is the way to say it. He's been a designer on the team for a very long time, but recently took over the lead designer position. We have joining us today, young Russell. Say hello, young Russell.
Knighted, freshly minted.
Freshly minted is good. That is good. And you do smell freshly minted, but with a side of pickle smell.
Absolutely. That's what we tend to show. And a long-term Canadian.
There you go. And also joining us this episode, he's actually been in charge of story on War Commander, in charge of lore and story for over a year now. But I don't think we've actually had you on the show since you took over story from the person who's usually in charge, Lore Master. Lore Master went over to other games. He's still with the company to work on some other games. But you are officially in charge of the story and a designer here on the team, Fangorn. So welcome to the show, Fangorn.
Thanks for having me.
Yes, you're very welcome back, by the way. I mean, you were on one of the last episodes before we went on our hiatus. So I know that you've been on the show before. And actually, young Russell, you were on one of our last episodes too. I don't know if this was, maybe you guys killed the show for a while. Maybe it's your fault.
I will blame young Russell for that one.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take full responsibility for that one.
All right. Yeah, I think... Yeah, I'm willing to let you guys take the blame. It had nothing to do with me being way too busy. But I do want to say, first off, thank you for being the first guest, just coming back from this hiatus of Drake's Dungeon. And, you know, a lot has changed since we had this last episode. Like I mentioned, young Russell, you're now the game's, lead designer. And Fangorn, you're now the story lead, so congrats to both of you. On my way. How does it feel to be in these positions?
Well, it's very exciting. There's a lot of new opportunities that... this brings for us. Obviously, there's a lot of pressure to continue the high bar we've set over the last year or so. I know that the team that we've put together can pull it off, and I'm excited for what is around the corner for us.
Yeah, we got a lot of exciting things that we're going to be talking about a little bit later in this episode too. So yeah, what about you, Fangorn?
Yeah, I mean, young Russell put it pretty succinctly there, and a lot of opportunity, a lot of new things to try out. Yeah, it's an interesting challenge to do narrative for a game with as much history as War Commander. So it's exciting to do it.
Well, speaking of which, it's not just history we're dealing with, because you're also kind of making a new history. We just finished out, or we're finishing out, really, the Iron Strike story coming up with this next event. And then we're going to be starting up a new arc soon with a new faction. So, just briefly, can you sum up a little bit of what's been happening with this Iron Strike arc? And then give us a little bit of a taste of what we can expect to come.
Sure thing, yeah. So our protagonists, Greg and Jasma, thought they were stuck in a Ruby simulation, and Ruby simulation gone wrong. And the experience weighed on their friendship as a whole as they were trying to find their way out. And that was kind of the arc we had for the Iron Strike season arc. As a whole, it was kind of meant to be a narrative break. We had high stakes situations in War Commander for a while. We'd ended off with the Onyx arc, and that was sector ending sort of stuff.
The Onyx are always intense. It's always the bad guy that I think that, there's just something scary about them. Just really scary about the Onyx more than I think any of our other enemies.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I'm sure it's not the last we've seen of Onyx, but the follow-up for our next arc will be a bit of more fleshing out of the Greg and Jasmine story, expanding it to encapsulate the consequences of what they had experienced during their time in what they thought was a simulation. And I think our community is going to be engaged with that story.
Okay, all right. So, are we going to be seeing a new faction? Or are we going to maybe see something maybe we've already seen before with a little twist? Can you give us a little clue?
Definitely something you've seen, but with a little twist.
Okay, all right. So be on the lookout for something familiar but a little different. Okay, okay. So, Russell, the Iron Strike brought us a whole bunch of new baddies that we've never seen in the game before, including units that could heal allies, which not only were adorable, but incredibly useful for the bad guys. So what was the overall design ideas going into planning this arc, and what can we expect going into the next arc?
Planning any sort of new faction, which essentially the Armored Core / Iron Strike were. We haven't really seen them in what I would call the modern era of War Commander. They're all sort of pre-faction era almost. Anytime we introduce a new faction, we want to make sure, one, that they are a well-rounded faction, and two, that they're fun to play against. So with it being a vehicle arc that they were going to be facing, we wanted some sturdier units, and so the Armored Core made sense to focus on. As for the healing mechanic, we thought that it would be a nice way for players who play strategically to have an advantage. And so if a player were to focus on those units, they'll have an easier time defeating those bases. And so adding any sort of new gameplay into our game is, one, usually a bit risky, but two, if it works, it pays off really well, because it's great to be able to add new functionality to a decade-old game.
Are we going to be seeing any new types of mechanics going into this next arc, or are we going to be kind of playing around with some of the new stuff that's already been introduced?
From what I can tell, we're probably going to be sticking with some things that have already been introduced, but we might be remixing them in a bit of a different way.
I will say, from a player standpoint, the healing dogs is something that many players want, and I actually have had requests that they get skins for Max to get the robot dog skins for Max. So that's on some people's Kixmas lists. So if they're good,
that's totally fair.
Yeah, I think that'd be really good. But we do know that with every new arc, with new series units, we have a new experimental weapon type that's been coming out. So we have new arc starting. We're going to give you one of the experimental weapon types. So what type of weapon can we expect? And maybe get a little tips on what scheme it might be.
So I can't tell you the name of the weapon type, but I will say that it's more down to earth than some of our previous weapon types.
Okay.
So I would say weapon arc. As for the types, I think we are going to find a path to make this a very interesting one. And I'm excited to see what our players do.
I guarantee half of our players right now are down. They got a bird on a wall with art connected to different things, and they're trying to figure out what down to means. Yeah, it's gonna be. It is one of my favorite things. Is like sometimes I'll tease on Discord like certain things, like maybe I'll show a piece of art or something like that, and then go watch the community like try to figure out what it means and come up with like every single thing that it could be. And mostly I love how long they are, but mostly it's just great to see the ideas flowing and seeing how excited they can get about stuff and where it all goes. But I guarantee there's some people thinking that there's something in between the lines of what you said there.
Sometimes though they are onto something. There was one time when we had a what's new that Art had accidentally put in the new storage building, our skin for way before we had the CC release where that came out. And so if players were paying attention, they could have seen it a few months early.
Yeah, and there's a couple things that snuck in a little early for CC17, and that gave a little bit of a preview of what was to come. So you're both designers on the team. You've both been on the team for quite a while. With Russell, you've been working obviously more on the overall design of everything, and Fangorn, you work with the story, and then you also work on other aspects of design. But what's it like, the process of combining the story planning with the enemy planning and the unit planning? Like, which element comes first? Does one thing inspire the other? Does it kind of all just kind of, I don't know, how does it happen? What kind of goes on when you guys sit down and try to plan out the next unit, the next story arc, the next enemy, what have you?
A lot of it is pretty fluid when it comes to the order. I mean, a lot of it will come down to us discussing, what factions we might want to see and which factions would make sense narratively, in which case Fangorn has more of a say than obviously the rest of us do. But once we sort of settle on what faction might make sense, when it comes to creating the units for it, that is mostly just pure design. What we would try and do is find the identity and the core themes of the faction. So, for example, with Armored Core, they're a tank-based faction. Obviously, we haven't seen them in a very, very long time. I think their newest unit was the Honey Badger, which was a very, very old unit.
That was like 2013.
Yeah.
That was like 2013, like the summer of 2013. I remember that. Yeah.
And so this was a great opportunity to essentially create a new faction in the shell of the old faction. And so we were going to get all new units, and we thought, hey, these guys don't really have any infantry. What would the Armored Corps do for infantry, since they're a vehicle-focused faction? And so we decided that having a mechanized infantry, like you mentioned, the robot dog, made sense to have as infantry, so they didn't have any actual soldiers in the battlefield.
What do you think, Fangorn?
I would say that it can be tough to mesh, the mechanics of the Chosen Rogue faction and the direction that I usually want to go with the narrative. But it's honestly, I'd say it's a pretty concurrent planning process. It's not necessarily cart before the horse. I found it to be, the cart exists and the horse exists at the same time, and you just hitch them up and off you go. And most of the time you're able to get a good string of factions and faction units together. You get something like the Onyx arc. Part of our planning process is to find a faction that feels fresh, something that players either haven't seen in a while or have never seen before. Kind of like the Descendants. That was my brainchild. So I would say it's a little bit of mutual inspiration at the same time.
Yeah, I think Descendants was really fresh. I think that was one of the cooler things that I don't think anybody was really expecting. Players definitely seemed to really respond well to that because, it was a whole new thing that we had never really seen in War Commander. Yeah, it kind of required a new kind of thinking, and it did make sense too, and it led right into the Onyx. I mean, they kind of went hand in hand. I think that's a really good example. So anything else that you guys would kind of like to add? I mean, it's been a year since we've done one of these things. Anything you guys want to bring up about War Commander in general?
Well, I mean, one thing I want to say is, a big thanks to all of our players for sticking with us and for giving a lot of feedback on the game as well. A lot of the direction that we go in and a lot of the things that we decide, they're based on what players say, in our forums on Discord and that sort of thing. And obviously any players that we have a chance to talk to directly, it's really great to, hear what they want, hear what they say, and try to alleviate a lot of the, concerns that they have and hopefully improve our game. I mean, I know it's an old game, but I think it's improving, every month. And I'm excited to see what we have coming up. I know we got a lot of big things planned, and we have even more stuff in our back pocket waiting to be released if we have the time to work on it. And I'm very excited for where things are going.
Awesome. Fangorn?
Yeah, I mean, I echo young Russell's words of thanks. It's an impressive thing really for a community to be as long as as most online games last a couple of years. Kudos to you guys for sticking it out. Continuing to enjoy the game. I definitely look forward to the future of War Commander. Lots of the works, and I hope that it inspires you guys to keep engaging with a game that you love.
10 years and going strong. Well, you guys are actually going to be hearing a lot from young Russell and Fangorn because they're going to be doing quick design and story updates every month on Drake's Dungeon. So we'll be doing just quick updates on units and things like that. Story, just quick little snippets. So they'll be popping in every month. And another segment that we're going to be doing answering questions. So one of the things that I'll be doing is monthly survey that goes about the game. I will be adding an additional question in that survey every month that will give players a chance to submit a question. Now, we'll only be able to do 1 or 2 questions an episode, but it'll be your chance to submit a question, and we will pick a question or 2 every episode and try to read that. So I'm going to start off, though, with a question that players have asked me for quite a while, and we're going to get to the bottom of this right now that we have young Russell in the hot seat. Young Russell, what does your name mean? How did you get your name? What is young Russell? Why aren't you just Russell? Why are you young Russell?
Well, that's a great question. And I can easily answer that. So, my first job was working my boss in the White House had just recently seen the movie with his children, and I got hired the next week, and so he thought that I strongly resembled the main character of Russell.
The little kid.
Yeah, the Boy Scout kid. And so he referred to me since the child, the character is a child. He referred to me as young Russell. Consistently, to the point where the entire staff would only refer to me as young Russell.
I assume this is for the beard and I guess the beard and all that.
At the time I had sort of short, not spiked up, which is the way to how Russell looked, and obviously when the store, it sort of kind of looks similar.
So forever you will be cursed as young Russell because of a baby-faced at the same time as the release of the movie Up. Which, if you haven't seen Up, it's a great movie. Also, if you don't cry within the first 10 minutes of that movie, I'm convinced you're not human. If you're ever wondering if maybe you're human or not, watch the first 10 minutes. If you don't cry, you got your answer. So, all right, everybody. Thank you, young Russell and Fangorn. Thank you for being, again, the first folks back from our hiatus of Drake's Dungeon. And thank you for all the players tuning in. Thank you for all the players that have been asking me for this last year, when's the next episode coming? Well, it's here. It's here now. It's out. It's out now. Listen to it. Hopefully you are listening to it if you're hearing me say this right now. We'll be back again next month with a different set of guests, and we'll be talking more and more about a lot of things to come. There's going to be, we have a lot of improvements that'll be happening in the next few months. Even just so much stuff going on. You'll be able to hear about it first here on the show before it even starts making its way into the game. So we'll be able to get it to you right here on Twitter. So we'll talk to you next month. Once again, thank you for playing War Commander. Bye. We have been receiving our springtime rain, as we love to get. So that's how we know that it is time. Torrential downfall, but we've been loving it. I love it. Hopefully, however you guys experience the end of winter and the beginning of spring is wonderful. But spring means change, and change is a-coming this spring in War Commander. And to talk about it, we have joining us again this month our lead designer, Young Russell. Welcome back, Young Russell.
Have me again. I'm glad to have passed the first time.
yes, you did not screw up, so we decided to bring you back. And joining us again, it's been over a year. Where have you been? Product designer, Curiel.
Hey, how's it going? Been a while.
It has been a while. I wonder what happened. It's like we just didn't do one of these for like a year or so. It's kind of strange.
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows. Well, I'm glad that you're both back again with you. And yes, a lot of changes are coming. I mentioned some of these changes in the CM diary, the March preview post that I posted last week to the community, that we have some major stuff. So the first thing that's going to be happening that I'm just going to jump right into because there's a lot to talk about with this episode. So starting on March 10th, so just like a week or so from when this episode is going to be going up in the community, we are retiring token bases from the game. And faction bases are now moving on to being the series bases exclusively. And on top of that, we're coming out with some new challenge bases. So that's a lot that's going on. So why all the changes? Let's just go straight into that. Why all the changes?
Well, our challenge bases, along with some of the other bases that will also be revamping, haven't been updated for quite some time. Right now, it takes players quite a while to get the rewards they want. They don't have much of a challenge in the current challenge bases, and it's really hard to find them on the world map for players. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be making them a bit more difficult, so it's a little bit more of a challenge. Consolidating some of those bases so that there's a few less bases, but the rewards are going to be much higher, so that if players want to get the rewards they need, they can just go into the world map and more quickly do that. And it'll also help with the world map clutter, which we know is an issue. Sometimes it's really hard for players to find the specific bases they want. So later down the line, we might obviously add some stuff to the stores, and we're going to be going through and doing a lot of the generic reward bases in the future to try and make them more up to date and make it a bit more accessible for players to get this stuff.
Yeah, and it's been about 2 years, really, since we've released a unit that's used tokens as well. So having things like the token bases, it's been just a really long time since those have been just relevant in general.
Yeah, there hasn't been many unit upgrades or acquisition based on tokens recently, other than obviously the Blood Thorium. We still use tokens for our Blood Thorium units, which are paid with the Blood Thorium payouts.
And the hero bases, which the hero token bases will still stay on the map. Just to clarify that as well, that the hero token bases are not going anywhere.
Yeah, that is correct.
Yeah, and this is not just the end too. Like we're coming up with these new challenge bases. This revamp is not just going to be challenge bases only. Like it's just challenge bases for now, but we are revamping other bases that are on the map.
The process, whether it be a long or short process, I'm not sure, of going through and identifying some of the more egregious issues on the world map and trying to rectify those first. We are going to be at some point, hopefully, maybe not revamping everything, but at least taking a look at everything and seeing where the issues are and where we can have some improvements so players have a better experience using the world map.
Yeah, most definitely. Well, so that basically covers a lot of the changes that are going to be happening just with the world map in March. But we have even a bigger thing that's going to be happening in March, which is stat compression, which that can be a can of worms to really jump into, and this is going to be probably a topic that we're going to be sitting on for a little bit on the conversation. But first off, I want to get into Kirill here. What exactly is stat compression? Like, what does this mean for players?
So what it means for players is right now we're getting into numbers that for some players are really hard to decipher. Like we've been in like hundreds of millions, tens of millions, even a million. It's quite a large number. So what we're doing is we're compressing that down so that players in game will see numbers that'll probably be on more recent units, like 10,000 or 100,000, so they're more easily readable and decipherable, and we don't have certain technical limitations that we're currently running into, which a lot of the time we want to be creating new stuff. We don't want to be fixing technical limitations with our time. So, once we get this out of the way, it'll actually give us some more room to help creating content for the game. So we're going to see it come back, but also what a follow-up question might be is like, what about my really older units? Like, what about my riflemen? What about my Gen 1 units?
Hey, it's my job to do the follow-up questions, Kirill. What about my old units, like my riflemen and things like that?
Well, for those units, we're going to stop around like Gen 3-ish power, somewhere around there. We haven't completely decided, but everything will be kind of a lot of units may not
The biggest takeaway from to do something like stat compression is kind of like a testament to how long this game has just been around. Like, games in our market, they'll be lucky if they stick around for 2, maybe 3 years. This game's been around for 10 years. So the fact that we're getting to this point where we have to start compressing down these numbers because whoever intended the tools to be able to hold billions of victims, billions of health, and there's other problems in the game, is kind of like let's not call it that, like, it's a Y2K problem, type of thing. Like, for those that are kind of curious about they first started popping up really in the game for players when we had the last holdout, and players, for instance, would take the Morningstar and add in like 10 crucibles and would get errors saying that they couldn't deploy that platoon. And that's because the platoon health value was so high that it basically exceeded the capacity of what was hard-coded into the game 10 years ago of what a platoon capacity could be. Because 10 years ago, they never dreamed that we would have, platoons with 2 billion plus health or whatever. So, that's why we really need to do this breakdown of this compression of the health and make it so we can keep this going for many, many more years to go in the future as we develop more advanced weaponry and things like that. Wow, I had my own little rant with this as well, but Russell, how is this going to affect players attacking enemy targets as well? Because if you compress down all of the players' stuff, what does that mean for all the things that they're going to be attacking?
Well, the things that are going to be attacking the rogue faction templates are going to be way harder. No, we're going to be compressing rogue faction units as well, so don't worry about that. In fact, anything that has a health value is going to be compressed. Anything that has a damage number dealt is going to be compressed. So health and damage across the board for everything we can find is going to be reduced at as much of a similar rate as we can. The goal, of course, would be to have there be no difference whatsoever to players. But like Kirill had mentioned, some of our older units aren't going to be as compressed as some of our newer units, and so there will be a bit of a leveling of the playing field a little bit. So yeah, you might see some old turrets be a little bit more usable than before, but the overall difference should be negligible.
Yeah, so you might get some use out of your special forces and some of your legacy units again, but you wouldn't expect that those are still going to be viable units to use in PvP or anything like that.
Yeah, you can still bring them with you and, use them as cannon fodder if you want to, more so than you could before, but I wouldn't try to tackle a full base with them.
Yeah, that makes sense. So, on top of all the changes that are happening in March, we also have our first unit in the Tungsten line coming up. So, Russell, why don't you tell us a little bit about the Pathfinder and why the Tungsten weapons are going to be important over this next arc?
Of course. So, the Pathfinder is the new air unit for the survivors. It's a fixed-wing aircraft, so it'll continuously fly over the battlefield, shooting burst weapons down. By default, it'll hit ground only, but once you upgrade it to level 20, you're going to get a AA machine gun that does sustained damage.
Nice.
So it'll be able to hold its own against hopefully anything that we can throw at you. Obviously, with it being the new weapon type, it's going to be the best unit to use against Mayhem's composite armor. Now, I know we have some new Mayhem units, and they're looking pretty cool, in my opinion.
Yeah, they look really cool.
So I'm very excited to have this faction. It's a big difference in terms of visuals from Iron Strike, and they're a lot of fun to play against so far. So, the Pathfinder is definitely the one to pick up to take into these Mayhem bases.
And I'll be dropping the podcast at the same time that I drop the event briefing. So as we're talking about this, head on over to the event briefing so you can see the art for the new Mayhem units. Really nice, like Mad Max kind of Road Warrior feel to these units. I love the look of them. Really cool stuff. Kiriel, we're going to be having a major refresh to the legendary Mega Tank coming up for Warpath this month as well. Again, so much new stuff coming up in March, like, stat compression, world map changes, new Pathfinder unit, and we're revamping the Mega Tank. So can you tell us a little bit about what's behind bringing this unit back to the front lines? Because this is one of the first legendary units, as I recall. It's a pretty old one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's one of the very, very early units. It's in the first, I think, 200 units that were ever created in War Commander. Like you've seen with the most recent PvP units, the Legendary Rifleman and Stinger, we're looking to kind of create an ecosystem in PvP, which we've been doing for months backwards, of making PvP units the best units to have. So creating something like the Legendary Rifleman and Stinger created like a really good baseline basic unit for players to have that really shows them that, PvP units are great for PvP, right? They aren't, just some units that you don't need to purchase that you can just skip and go through. We want them to be really good for PvP, so the serious PvPers want to bring them up. So with the Mega Tank, it's another, somewhat more basic design in a tank, but we want to create it is a really viable option in the PvP meta. So creating some more basic units and filling that PvP ecosystem up a bit more is kind of like our overall design for the last, I'd say, half a year in PvP, and trying to really push that needle towards, PvP units being a really good investment for players.
Right on. Yeah, I mean, the simplicity of its design is what I think, honestly, makes it so classic, and why I think it's going to be such a great addition to the updated legendary units. Funny enough, I've known for months now that we have had plans to update the legendary Mega Tank, but I kid you not, over the last couple of weeks, probably received over a dozen or so requests from players for an upgrade to the Mega Tank. So even before players had really started, like after we upgraded the the Rifleman and the Stinger, I started getting these requests like, hey, can you guys do the Mega Tank next? And already knowing that we were going to be doing the Mega Tank. So I think that this is going to be another one like the Rifleman and the Mega Tank, or in the Stinger, that players are really going to get pretty excited for. So this is going to be really good.
Yeah, no, I'm really excited about it too. And I mean, we've had this on the books for, I think, 7 months now. I mean, talking about speaking it a while back.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy.
Yeah. So is there anything else you guys would like to add about, I mean, there's plenty coming up in March, but is there anything else you guys would like to add or maybe tease that we don't necessarily want to give away everything that's happening?
No, I think I'm pretty good, at least for my stuff I want to talk about. I know there's a lot more to talk about stack compression and where PvP is going and all these base changes, so I think that's about it for me.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously lots of changes happening to War Commander, and I don't want to give anything away, so let's see what's in the stars for us.
Okay. Again, they're probably going with the conspiracy theories there. What's in the stars? Are we introducing aliens next? Is that what's going on, Young Russell? Are aliens coming into the game? Actually, we've already had aliens. Actually, we had the UFOs that have landed for the 4th of July. Little bases that we've had. We've had those UFOs that have landed. So we've already had aliens.
That's right. And in
Those
April,
the
we're
Independence Day base, right, Young Russell?
Yeah.
All right.
In April, we're combining Vega Conflict and War Commander into one game. So
Vega Commander, War Conflict.
War Conflict.
No, I did promise, starting with this month's episode, that we were going to start taking player questions. So in the monthly surveys that you hear about the game, the last question is a chance for players to submit questions. We had, I kid you not, hundreds of questions. So I went through and I basically created kind of like an amalgamation of some questions to kind of like, let's go, okay, there's a lot of similar questions here about a couple different things, so I'm going to combine a couple of those so we can get a couple questions. So I'm going to answer, we're going to get 2 questions for this episode. The first question is, currently the level cap is 53. Are there any plans on increasing the level cap or changing the way levels work?
So this is a complex question. Just prefacing that nothing is. This is something. There's a few ideas on basically, like I'm level 53 or I'm level 50. What does that mean? So creating some more information that gives level and possibly another thing would be a lot of players being paid by a local player, which may have a lot of PvP meta-units that have a really well-designed base, but so also we have some discussion about, is there a player level for PvE and is there so that's something we would want to revisit, and it'd probably be a lot of work trying to figure out how that would work.
It's not an actual representation of how powerful you are as a player. A newer player that's been playing for 5 or 6 months has been able to get a lot of the more recent units that are offered in the events, or just been able to consistently play, could feasibly beat a high level base if they've really worked on getting a lot of the newer content. So power level of a person in the game is very different from what their base level is. So have there been talks on changing? We talk about it a lot. We talk about it. We have a lot of ideas that we floated around. So yes, the discussion is out there, but there are no current plans. As for changing the current level cap, that's another thing that I don't think there's any current plans as well. So right now I think it's at 53, which is incredibly hard to get to, by the way. You have to really, really work to get to 53. But right now it's set to 53, but there are no current plans on making it go any higher. Yeah.
If we revisited it, it would be something that we'd also look at, like if we were into how we think of these systems to work, we would want to give players something, higher to reach for rather than 3. When and if we were to do something like that. So that would definitely be something that is on the table for players.
And this next question is actually kind of a bug report that I've seen a lot, so I kind of wanted to bring this one up and get it addressed. But sound doesn't work on my account. Will this be fixed?
Yes. I will say yes. It will be fixed. The question is when. Obviously, sound was one of the big things that stopped working or worked differently after we did the HTML5 conversion. And we've been, I would say, more focused on the gameplay and repercussions of that recently, and fixing a lot of those issues. And so now that we've addressed most of those, sound is obviously definitely on our radar, and it has been on our radar for the entire time it hasn't been working.
Yeah.
We've addressed the probable cause of it. It'll just be a matter of finding the time to have someone go in and find a new solution or new workaround, because it'll probably be needed to not remade from the ground up, but re-implemented in a new way. So there's no time frame for it. I don't want to give you a time frame and then have it not work by then, but it is something that is on our plates and on our radar. So
yeah, engineers are definitely aware of it. It is one of those issues that's they definitely want to get it fixed. Like, we know what's causing it, but it takes a lot of time to actually get in there and fix what's causing the problem. And sadly, every single time something comes up that is going to be we think we're going to get time to fix it, then this stat compression issue is coming up. And that's going to be more important, because without this stat compression issue, we're not going to be able to create new units and things like that going forward. So bigger things have sadly kept coming up that have kind of taken a bit more importance, but it is still on the list of things that they really want to get done. So it's not something that's been ignored. It's just sadly a couple more important, bigger issues are kind of taking place ahead of time. But hopefully it will be worked on soon. We just don't have an exact estimate on when. So yeah, those are the questions. Keep submitting questions. There's a survey currently live right now about the game. When this episode goes live, the survey will be up. So if you have any other questions, please go ahead and submit them. Well, Curiel, Young Russell, thank you so much for joining this episode and talking about some of these changes. I'm sure that these things that we discussed will be bringing up more questions. So I'll probably have more questions for you, but I will then try to get back over the next few days. But thank you so much, though, for taking the time and just having this discussion and cluing everybody in on what's going to be going on over this next month. There's a lot of great stuff, and it's all stuff for the betterment of the game, too. So I think that's the most exciting part of it, is keeping the map, cleaning up the map so fresh content out there that can be easier for people to get. Stack compression is all a lot of really exciting things.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you again to all the people that send me questions. Hundreds of questions asking for my personal phone number. But again, thank you.
Yeah, mostly because I'm tired of giving it out. So yeah, I can only copy and paste so much. But yeah, we will be back next month with another episode of First Dungeon. So until then, thank you so much for playing War Commander. Bye.
Previously on War Commander. In Operation Cast the Die, Greg and Jasma banded together to uncover the truth behind their real or digital circumstance. Coming up in Operation Speak Mayhem and Enter, Greg and Jasma have made their way out of their simulation, only to stumble right into the return of Mayhem. Can our protagonists hope to survive? Operation Speak Mayhem and Enter runs from March 3rd to March 9th, 2022.
Okay, welcome out to another episode of Drake's Dungeon. March is already winding down, spring has sprung, and we are getting into April. By the time you guys hear this episode, we should have stat compression out into the game. So a lot of exciting stuff will be kind of going on, so we'll have a chance to see kind of where the new stats are, and a lot of the bugs that you guys have been experiencing from in the game will actually potentially go away, actually, with stat compression, which I'll get more into later on in the episode. But a lot of exciting things will happen. I'll talk a little bit more about that in just a bit. But joining us today is our lead artist for War Commander. He has been on the game for a little more than a year now, but because we went on hiatus with the show, we never actually had a chance to bring him on. So I would like to welcome Artista to the show. Welcome.
Thanks.
So you are our artist. You've been basically designing everything. So first off, welcome to your first Drake's Dungeon. As I mentioned, you've been on the team pretty much since right when we went on hiatus. Like, I think we recorded a podcast in November or December, and then you joined up the team in January. So it's only fitting that we finally introduce you to the community now that we're back to doing this podcast regularly. Since you started, though, you designed the look of almost every unit in the game. So my first question for you is, what's the favorite unit you designed?
Oh, that's a tough one, but I mean, I wouldn't say I've got one top one, but there's a few that I really liked. I really liked the Crucible, that was a lot of fun. The Dervish, the Echo, Perseus, and there's a new one called Skywolf coming out that was also a lot of fun.
Ooh, we're teasing what's coming next. Yeah, Skywolf is a couple months down the line, so there's a little tease that we're coming out with a unit called the Skywolf soon. So be on the lookout for that. I really love the Perseus. I think the Perseus, the look of that is probably one of my favorites. I love, like, we used to have a lot of mechs in the game, but I think they always had more of like a traditional, like old school 80s, 90s mech feel to them. And I think like Perseus and Claymore and those ones like feel much more futuristic and modern and futuristic at the same time. I don't know how you really get around that, but I definitely love the look of those ones. Those are some of my favorites.
Yeah, the old school mech warrior type, right? Big boxes with legs. Yeah, and they're like they look like they're inside a cage of sorts,
right. As opposed to like something that's kind of more part of them. So yeah, I can definitely love those. Well, you are not just designing like just the units per se. You also kind of, in a lot of ways, design the entire look of some of the factions. Because since you've been here, we've introduced like the Descendants, and now in the game we have Mayhem. So when designing the look of an entire faction, not just a unit itself, but an entire faction, what's that process like?
I go to my boss and I go, hey, what's my process? I mean, it's sort of true, sort of not, but basically the designers will have some idea. I'm like, yo, we need some dudes to live underground, or like, we're making like a hardcore apocalypse game. And I'm like, alright, that's cool. So at that point, then I get to do it. So I'll go out, I'll do a bunch of like aspects. Biker gang, pretty straightforward. Bikes. Then you're like, okay, and also like apocalypse, so Mad Max, so once I find a couple base ideas, like, you know, like pistons, tires, chains, spikes, skulls, I then run out to Google again, and I just Google cool ideas of those ideas. And then I just start landing all that stuff onto like a Doom buggy or whatever type of they want and stuff like that. So yeah, it's really once they give me the initial idea, I get to just run right down the pipeline until I pump out something fun.
Yeah, you know, I definitely, because, you know, I get to be a part of all the planning of like what comes next. So I definitely see like they'll give you like a 1-sentence description or something like that, like kind of like X ship from X whatever, you know.
Right. Like sometimes I'll even get like some really bad like MS Paint thing that's all been hacked together, and they're like something kind of like this, and I'm like, that's cool. No, but we'll all come up with something like.
Yeah. So like you don't really get, like, you say that they kind of give you an idea, but like in all reality, the idea is like a phrase sometimes, maybe
Exactly.
a question, and so you are kind of like, from what I've seen, kind of left to be like, all right, well, let me figure this out. And you know, some of the stuff that you've come up with has been great. Like, I mean, I'm a huge Mad Max fan. I've probably mentioned this on episodes before, but having like this post-apocalyptic, I mean, it feels like since War Commander kind of takes place in a bit of a post-apocalyptic, you'd have something like the anti-survivors. You know, so seeing that come together has been great. And like I said, you know, I get lucky enough that I get to see some of this art and stuff like that before the rest of the folks, but some of the stuff that's coming up is going to be a lot of fun. I think people are in for some treats as the mayhem, more units come out with them and everything along that line. I mean, speaking of units, so you've made some awesome looking tanks, you've made awesome infantry units. I think the Wastelander is one of my favorites. I actually like the Wastelander design so much that I went out and found an action figure that looked very similar to it and had to buy it because I just loved the look of it. But you also have been doing a lot of the air units and everything that comes around. So out of all the different types of units we have in the game, mechs and all that stuff, what's your favorite kind of unit to design and why?
Oh, well, I mean, right off the bat, I mean, I love tanks. Making tank treads is a ton of fun, and it sort of takes the unit in a direction based on just how you make these tank treads. They're just so complicated and fun to make. And I also love mechs, so like really complex mechanic stuff is just a blast to build, and it's a nice challenge and stuff like that. So I would say between the two of those would be my favorite. So anytime a mech or a tank comes across my desk, I'm just like, yes! And that. I mean, I love everything else, but those would be my top two that get me real excited.
I mean, I can definitely tell with, like I mentioned before, with the mechs, you put a lot of love into those. You definitely take it to the next level. What's your? I mean, you mentioned the Crucible is one of your favorite tanks. Would you say that that's like your favorite one out of all the tanks that you've done?
Yeah, I would say it's definitely one of my favorite ones because at the same time I was really trying to take the Sentinel overall faction design in a more noticeable stylistic direction. So it was almost a compilation of just wicked tank plus a really nice like design style that I liked, and they just merged so well that I was like, yeah, this feels right.
And there's something too about the colors that the Survivor units, or no, I'm sorry, the Sentinel units kind of bring that white and orangish and black, like with the kind of sleeker design. It always gives a lot of when you can make something that really pops with that, it really pops, you know.
Right. Yeah, and they have that more sci-fi, like everything's just so clean and slick look to it that almost makes it feel cold and deadly, that it gives that nice sharp feeling in that. So it brought that across so nicely, and it just looks like an angry tank. You know, so I love it.
Yeah, say what you will about the machine god and those who worship the machine god. They say what you will. They do have a good eye for design. Those folks. So we have a lot of players in the community that love your art, and love the art that goes out in the game. There's actually a channel in Discord just called All the Art, where anytime I release something new to the game, I throw in the art for it. People love it. People take it. Some people make gifts with the different art and all that kind of stuff. But we do have some actual artists out there in the game. Like, I've run contests before where people have created art, and it's looked really good. Just so you know, whenever we have an artist on, like we had Santiago on a while ago, you know, I always try to get that question in there about how do you make it, so those folks who are aspiring artists can kind of get an idea on the actual nuts and bolts process of making the stuff. So, what programs and tools do you use to create your art?
Well, that's awesome to hear that people are liking what I'm doing. I mean, the process is pretty straightforward. I mean, it's really just Photoshop and Maya for me. We have the basics for something like this. Right off the bat, block it out, you know. When I came in, I really felt like I wanted to strengthen the style of each one. So when I'm doing the block out, I'm really using key parts of the faction and keeping that in mind. So Sentinels, for example, very triangular, sharp, angry. So you block it out with that in mind, and then again, and really start to hammer it home in that. So yeah, that's the basic process.
So for those who don't know, Maya is a 3D modeling program, right? Yeah. So basically you start doing the basic modeling, and then with Photoshop, do you use that for the colors or and stuff like that?
No, I would use Photoshop actually for concepting if I just don't have a clear vision and that, so I'll do my ink splotches and then start finding a cool shape that I like, and then I'll just draw out a rough sketch. Once I have something that I like, then I'll go into Maya and start blocking it out. All the texturing is all done within Maya. I just have a whole bunch of materials and I'm applying them as I go. So yeah, Photoshop is used much more for conceptual things, or if you have that random, like Mayhem, they have the skulls that are like planted on the top of the vehicle. So I'll go into Photoshop and actually create a metal texture with it on there, or a jacket with leather and paint it on there almost like it's worn and stuff like that. So if there's any custom decaling, I'll do that in Photoshop as well.
Okay, so you like make some assets and stuff like that, then bring it over, and you know, that's kind of cool. It's just, I know I'm a horrible artist. You put a pencil in my hand and tell me to draw something, and it's going to look like a 5-year-old did it, and I'm pushing 40. So it's very shameful. But I always am amazed by what folks like you can do, and you know, I try to understand, like, if I ever wanted to do that, which you guys don't want me to do that, but if I ever wanted to do that, how it's done, that's really cool.
And if you ever want to do it, all you have to do is do it every day, 8 hours a day for the last 40 years. And
that's it?
Fine.
That's it? That's all you have to do? Oh.
All you have to do.
Oh, okay. Yep. Yeah, I'll pencil that into my schedule.
And just know that even after 40 years, you still hate everything you do and wish that you could do it better.
Isn't that always the thing? You always feel like an imposter, no matter how good you are or how long you've been doing it. Yeah, that's shameful, because you do great work, and I know it reflects on great work. But yes, you do.
All the artists in our company will sit and talk to each other about how much stuff, and I wish it was the stories, and we're all patting each other on the back, and we're all just loading our own stuff.
Yeah, I think creators are like that too. So I do a lot of writing and stuff like that. Everything I've written, people are like, oh, this is really cool, I can't wait for more. And I'm just like, it's horrible. It's horrible. That's the curse. Well, is there anything else you'd like to share with the community about what it is about yourself? I can't go outside. It's just too much of that sunlight stuff. I don't know. I'm part vampire though. I think most gamers have to have a little bit of vampire in them.
Yeah.
But
I grew up when it was minus 40 and we had 8 feet of snow. Loved it.
that sounds like one of those stories that your parents like tell you to shame you when you like. Back in my day, it was minus 40 and like you had to
Uphill,
walk
both
uphill.
ways.
That's how we play video games. All right, as mentioned earlier in the show, we will be having 2 potential bug fixes that will be coming about with stat compression that I definitely want to make sure that you guys know about. There has been one of the ongoing issues of battle logs not loading properly. That is likely due to the fact that the numbers are just too large. that the logs themselves are not loading properly because of that. So in theory, stat compression should fix any future attack logs that are unable to load. So that is one bug that I know people have been pretty concerned about. So that should hopefully be fixed with that. And then the other bug, which we mentioned last episode, that stat compression should help resolve is the error message that pops up that says you have a platoon that needs to be repaired. So you can't actually deploy that platoon. That should be resolved directly through the stat compression, since the numbers were so large in that platoon that essentially the game couldn't register it. So definitely want to make sure that not only are we compressing these stats, but this will give us a few long, annoying bugs fixed along the way. As a new segment that we've been adding on the show, just to answer some player questions and get that, I'm going to change it up a little bit because I'm going to start out with an update to a question that we answered last month. The question last month was, one of the questions last month was about sound in the game and what happened. And we said it is something that the team wants to work on and get into. Well, they were able to get on it and look into it. Interestingly enough, it's nothing wrong with the game itself that actually changed. Chromium, which is basically the code that's used for many browsers, Chrome, I believe Opera uses it, I think Edge uses it, a lot of different browsers use Chromium as their base code. They released an update that it basically disabled the sound. So engineers have gotten into it, figured it out, and found out like, okay, this changed on Chromium. And not this week, but next week. The next release that we have, I believe it's 12.07 release notes, or you'll see that we should have a fix for sound in the game. So, players have been asking for the sound back. We should have that fixed. From the time you hear this, it should be about a week after this podcast goes up. It should get fixed about a week later. So we're really excited about that. So it'll fix the sounds, it'll fix the music, and basic things like that. So who would have thought that a browser update would basically break something in the game? But it happens, and we figured it out, and we have a fix for that. So that's an update on the sound issue. Sound will be fixed shortly in the game. But this month's question is one that I've definitely been seeing a lot of people on Discord and forums ask this as well. I've answered on Discord and forums, but I know not every player is on Discord and forums. So definitely I'll answer this here as well. I sent in a ticket a while ago, and I still haven't. It still hasn't been answered. I saw many questions kind of around this. So yes, customer support first off is very far behind right now in War Commander, unfortunately. Basically, we had a lot of issues with the servers and a lot of issues with the database leading up from October and November, December. Ultimately, the resolution meant that we added more servers to the game, so the game's actually much more stable now than it was a couple months ago. But that did create a huge backlog in tickets for us because there were a lot of issues that were happening, understandably, which meant a lot of tickets coming in, which meant a lot of tickets for folks to answer. And we've been pulling people from other games as well to come and try to answer support tickets as fast as we can. So the team is working incredibly hard on getting through the backlog of the tickets. I even get in there every day and between all my other duties and help out over there as well. So we do apologize that it has been such a wait for many players to get their tickets answered. We're not ignoring you. Customer support is still here. We're not going anywhere. Your ticket will get answered. It just is going to require a little bit more patience. In the meantime, we do request that you do not send in multiple tickets for the same issue or similar issues. That creates even more tickets for us to go through, which means it's going to be even harder to get to your ticket. So if you're wondering why your ticket hasn't been answered, you can reply directly to your ticket and ask there. But you don't need to send in additional tickets if your ticket still shows as being open. So that'll help us answer you faster, help us, everybody out if we can just make sure we don't send in multiple tickets for the same issue. But yeah, so hopefully we'll be getting to get things caught up as soon as we can. Everybody is working their hardest. I know that's not the best answer for a lot of folks. We definitely own that, it's on our end. We got to answer those tickets, so we're not trying to pass the buck or anything. We're just working as hard as we can to get to the bottom of that. So, thank you. Well, Artista, this was your first podcast. This is the first time you've been introduced to the community as a whole. How does it feel?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, I usually just sit in the background, just pumping out art, so it's nice to say hello, and I'm glad everyone likes my stuff.
Yeah, no, they definitely love it. So yeah, just you keep up the good work, even though you don't believe you do excellent work, but you do. And other people in the community will and have said many times that they really like the designer stuff. So you keep doing that, players keep loving it, and thanks for being on Drake's Dungeon.
Thanks a lot.
All right, well, we'll be back with a new episode next month. Until then, thank you for playing War Commander. Bye.
Previously on War Commander, Greg and Jasma were captured by Mayhem forces and imprisoned. Using their immeasurable wit, they managed to escape the clutches of their captors. Coming up in Operation Minefields, Mayhem's return is signaled the start of a new conflict for the sector, with Greg and Jasma stuck right in the middle. Can our protagonists find a way to bring peace back to the sector? Operation Minefields runs April 7th to April 13th, 2022.
This month's new Corpus faction unit is the Orion. The Orion is an energy damage air unit that acts as flying artillery. It will naturally only hit ground targets, but with the gold tech attached, it can hit air as well. At level 10, it gains a movement speed increase, and at level 20, it gains a range increase. This unit is part of the Tungsten series, and therefore its weapons are perfect for defeating the Mayhem faction. Earn the Orion in Operation Minefields from Thursday, April 7th to Wednesday, April 13th.
Alright, welcome back to another episode of Drake's Dungeon. We took a month off to give the team some heads down time to work on some pretty cool stuff that we're going to actually talk about today. We're going to give you a little bit of sneak peek of some of the things that are going to be coming out into the game soon. We can't tell you a lot of messy details yet, but we're going to give you a little bit of heads up on what the team has been working on. And who better to tell us all this cool stuff than the lead designer himself, Young Russell. So Young Russell, welcome back to the show.
Hello, it's great to be here. It's a bit dark in here, but that's all right.
Yeah, I specifically turned the lights off just to creep everyone out just as much as I can. So I'm glad you appreciate the ambiance I'm trying to create here.
It's a beautiful ambiance.
This actually does lead into one of the player questions that I'll be getting into later on. So we'll talk about that a little bit more. But yeah, so we have some cool stuff coming up soon. And let's go ahead and jump right into it and announce it here first. Command Center 18. That's going to be happening, and it's going to be happening soon. Players are going to be getting their hands on Command Center 18 soon, and we don't have a firm release date on it yet. It's still in development, so we can't give the actual release date exactly yet, we're hoping for what, this summer, right? That's kind of where we're shooting for right now.
I would describe it as late summer. Yep.
Late summer is what we're shooting for right now. Okay. Well, with each command center, we tend to have a bit of a mission behind what we're trying to do to improve the game. So, what would you say is kind of the goal of this command center? What's going on with Command Center 18?
So, like you said, in the past we've had command center updates that have sort of specialized in one thing or the other. One of the things that they always tend to do is increase the base defense of players. More turrets, higher hit points on buildings, new levels of walls, and that sort of thing. One thing that we're wanting to change up a little bit this time, and I won't say how we're doing it yet, but we're also wanting to improve the offense of players.
Interesting. Okay.
PvP offense. So instead of having it shift really far in the defense side for PvP balance, we're hoping to keep the meta not quite as much of a drastic change. So we're wanting it to be a bit more balanced. But that's the biggest thing that we're working on. The other thing we're wanting to do for this one is significantly change the resource economy. And by significant, I don't mean like revamping how metal and oil and everything else works, but by giving it a change that I haven't seen in my time here.
Okay.
So I won't say too much else about that, but it'll I think fun for players.
Yeah, and as we definitely do get closer to this, we'll have more details for players kind of get into it. But yeah, so this is kind of interesting. I mean, normally with every CC update, we always try to have defense get caught up with the offense as the offense is always kind of increasing. But this will be kind of something new where we're going to see some improvements to offense. That'll be really interesting. I'm excited to see what we have cooking. Actually, I already know what we have a little bit. We have cooking. I'm playing coy here a little bit, but it's I only know what we have on paper, so I don't actually get to. I'm not actually in the lab where you guys are cooking, so you can see it being made. Some players might think, but I am excited to see what comes out.
Yeah, you can see the sugar and spice, but you can't see the chemical X.
It's more like I see the recipe of what you guys are making, and then I'm like a couple offices away, and I'm smelling what you're cooking, and so I'm just like, damn, that smells good. That smells good.
And some of it smells spicy.
Yeah, and then every once in a while somebody microwaves fish for some reason, and then I don't know. And then we have to go back and start over. No. So I know we're still a ways though, like from CC18 as we're saying, but is there anything specific? I mean, I know we can't go into too many details specifically, but is there anything specifically for sure you can confirm will be a part of this?
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be new CC turrets.
Okay.
And
it's been a while since we've had one of those, right?
Yeah, I've been on the game for a while, and I don't know if we've introduced new CC turrets while I've been here.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think it's been a few years, yeah.
Yeah, that'll be a lot of fun to, one, learn how those even work, and two, add some more flexibility to what the command center can do.
Cool.
There's a few other things that are also probably going to be happening in one way or the other. We're looking at some potentially multiple bastions being added.
Interesting. Because we've added new features to bastions before with CC updates, but we haven't added a new bastion itself in quite a long time.
That's right. So we're hoping to do that. That'll be a big thing for us if we can get that working. Because there's a lot of cool functionality that we can bake into those that we couldn't bake into a normal building. And on top of that, there's also potentially a new building being added.
Okay.
And this is a building that I've been asking for, I guess, probably 3 years in the game.
What was the last building we had in the game? Was it the weapons? Was it the weapons factory?
Well, if you count Dragon's Teeth and Low Wire Entanglement, it was.
That's true. Yeah. So it is. So yeah, it's been a while since we've had a new building. Yeah. So this is a pretty fresh update then. So we're talking about not just like new levels, new health, new armor. We're talking about like a whole bunch of brand new features that have never been seen in the game.
Yeah. We actually had a lot of pretty, in my opinion, fantastic plans for this CC, but obviously we don't want to overwhelm players by the amount of grind they have to do all of a sudden at once. So we're going to be potentially taking some of the things that we had planned and spreading them out a little bit more as well, so players are able to acquire them at a better pace.
And of course, things always change through development and through testing, so some things might not work or might be overpowered. So things can change from now until then. So obviously, we can't make too many promises, but these definitely sound like a lot of really cool things that are in the works.
Absolutely. If last year's CC was a ramping up of learning what we can do in a CC, this year's is it going to junior high, elementary.
But like a television sitcom, junior high.
Everyone's 30 years old.
Yeah, right. Like everyone's way too old, and then there's got to be some kind of weird supernatural element to it as well.
Yeah, we're not sure which two buildings are going to have romance yet, but we'll find out.
Yeah, wasn't Tom Welling like 28 or something like that on the first season of Smallville or something like that? I think that's, I don't know, that is like a real thing where it's like you get 30-year-olds to play high schoolers on teenage shows. I don't get that. But back to command centers, or War Commander in general. So after CC-18 is out, after that work is done, then we're going to be moving on to another project that I think is going to be pretty cool. Is we're going to be doing some PvP improvements after that. So we're still months away, though, from the PvP improvements, because that's going to be after the command center stuff. But what can we talk about with some of the PvP changes and improvements that we're thinking of?
The bigger the bigger scope of this is quality of life changes with PvP. One of the things that I'll mention that I'm pretty excited for is we're looking into changing the Warpath Honor calculator, just to make it be a bit more logical for what players can expect to get when they hit a PvP base in Warpath. We're also going to be looking potentially at altering the defender repair costs, and the most important thing, in my opinion, is we're going to be fixing accolades so they can work.
Yes. Yeah, that is one. I mean, we've actually addressed that as a player question before on the show a few months ago. I believe that was one of the things that players ask about all the time is when are accolades going to be fixed. And yeah, for about a year and a half now, that has been a bug that we've wanted to tackle. And last I checked, one of our engineers might be pretty close to figuring it out. So yeah, we should hopefully be closer than further away on getting that one fixed. So yeah, hopefully we'll have the accolades fixed soon for the game.
Yeah, I think at this point it's just improving the reliability of them, because that was one of the bigger concerns before. They would work sometimes, but over the course of time they would slowly work less and less. So just improving that reliability, and when players can expect to have it, they will actually get it, so they don't just have to wait for us to fix it. So I'm very excited for that. I've been scrolling around the world map and seeing all the colorful bases.
Yeah, I mean, it was always cool, especially it's one thing, we secretly have some bases of ours out on the map. We don't battle other players because we work for the company. We don't want to be bullies or anything like that. So we don't fight other players, but it is always cool that players can come beat us up, but then we kind of look and see who fights us, and we say, oh yeah, that person's got a gold ring around their base. They're kind of awesome. No wonder they beat us. But we haven't been able to see that in quite a while, and it's always good to see that the recognition for their hard work and all that kind of addressed on the world map. So that'll be really awesome to see again.
Mm-hmm.
So we've talked about what's coming out hopefully later this summer. We've talked about what we're hoping to see a little bit afterwards with the PvP stuff. Let's talk about what's happening right now. Next week, we have Fireteam Delta coming out. The next the next factionless unique unit. Now that's one that definitely seemed like it was a lot of fun to put together. I know that everybody that's been working on this has been kind of having a giggle about it. So why do you think this is a unit that everyone should go and pick up?
Oh man, Fireteam Delta, I love this one. So this was actually the sort of brainchild / creation of Curiel. He really put the time into this one, and it really shows. This unit is one of the most customizable units I've seen in War Commander. We've really taken a lot of the lessons we've learned from previous customizable units, like the Fighter Company, for example, and put them to use in a really interesting way here. And so he's done a lot with that. But the thing that I think players are going to love about this is it really feels like a special forces unit, in the sense that there's activatable abilities that you can equip to it, and it's a fire team. There's the main commander, which is what you control, and then with tech you can equip its operators, the units that go with it, and there's 4 different types, 2 of which have already been released as tech, and then there's going to be 2 more being released in this one. And once you've purchased all 4 types of units, you can unlock the Fireteam Delta itself and equip them all and bring it into battle. The higher the level of the unit of Fireteam Delta, the more operators you can equip at a time. It has a really cool throwback feel that it's like using a special forces unit, but with all the modern things you'd expect from War Commander.
And honestly, I think you're underselling this too, because when you equip each different operator with it, each operator actually looks different. So, like, when you say max them out to the max level, and you can get 4 extra operators.
Yep.
You can have a full crew of 5 different units that are all one unit.
Yep.
So you'll have a laser dude, a mortar dude, the main dude, all of them all looking completely distinct from one another. And then that are all going to do different things as one unit. It's going to be really cool. I think this is, I think a lot of people do miss the faction era. Those units had a special functionality to them that you mentioned, that they just had a cool customizable playability to them that while we've definitely created a lot of awesome units, we've missed that little bit of magic. And to bring something like that back into the game, I think is going to be a little bit of 6 years ago magic that I think is going to be a lot of fun, that players are going to have a lot more fun with than I think they might even realize right now. I think once they get their hands on it, they're going to be like, oh, this is so cool. Just basically being able to make it how they want to make their team. Having multiples of certain types of a operator, and all that kind of stuff. It'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah, and I think that depending on how this unit does, it'll really determine how future uniques and units in general are kind of made in the game. So it'll be very interesting.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we've talked about a lot of really cool stuff today. Is there anything else you want to add to anything we talked about at all?
Nope. All I would want to say is that just in general, we have a lot coming down the pipe, even more than what we mentioned today. And there's a lot of things that we're wanting to improve with the game still. Not just add more content, but actually hopefully fix some of the underlying issues we've been having, and keep the game as great as it's been, or even improve it. So I'm very excited for where things are going.
Most definitely. Well, we do have some player questions, so we're not done yet. Since we did skip an episode last month, we'll have a few questions to cover this time.
Sure.
So the first question is, will the Jericho rapid fire tech be added back into the game?
That is a question that I've gotten a lot, and I think it's a very good question. It is. It's funny that obviously we haven't done anything to the Jericho unit. In and of itself, but we have done a new Jericho unit. Tech for older units is a bit tougher to put into the parts of the game we would want to, but that is something that I do want to address because players have been asking for it. Where exactly it will appear, whether that's, an event store, a gear store, a sub-event, I'm not 100% sure where it will go or when we'll be able to get it working properly in terms of being able to sell it properly that way, but once that's working, we will want to add it at some point.
Okay. So definitely it could show up again, just not sure when, or if it'll be during an event or part of the gear store, but it's definitely something that is being considered.
Exactly, yeah, exactly.
Right on. I think I can get this next question. When will Bub upgrade tokens be coming back? So this is actually something that I spoke with Curiel a lot on, because there was a lot of confusion a few, I think it was showdowns ago when Bub tokens were available, and then we removed. Well, they won't be available this next showdown. So this is actually an appropriate question to kind of talk about before this next showdown. The Bub unit was meant to be a special unit for the Nightmare showdown specifically. So it was only supposed to be kind of like a this time only unit. Kind of in the sense that like Shadow Sarkis is only meant for special occasions as well, so we only offer it very rare times. So we offered it again this last holdout. And then we occasionally make some offers for it, or every once in a while we'll have a base available on the map for it. Bub is going to be a unit that is going to be similar to that, where it'll be offered every once in a while, and you might see some offers pop up for it in-game, but it's not something that upgrade tokens and the unit itself is going to always be consistently available, because it's more of a seasonal special unit. So that is something that will probably expect to see again and be able to get a bunch of the upgrade tokens again around next October, next Halloween, when the next Nightmare event happens, is when you'll probably be able to get that all leveled up and everything like that. Let's see. And then the final question, and this is, I think, the most important question I think we've ever really had. Do you really live in a dungeon or your mom's basement? I think this is a very important question because at one point in my life, when I was in high school, I did in fact live in my mom's basement. And when I was in college, I have lived in several basements that did not belong to my mother, but basement like apartments and things like that I lived in while I was in college. And I actually do prefer some sort of sub-earth dwelling if possible. Just because I am a person that likes colder temperatures and tends to stay cooler during the summer. But I do not currently live in an actual dungeon. I live in a home. It is above ground, unfortunately. There's a backyard. There's actually a sizable koi pond with a little bridge over it. It's very relaxing. Has a nice little gated area where my dogs can run around as well. It's very, very, very zen. It's where I go to center myself and find the energy to be the best war commander I can be. But no, I do not in fact live in a dungeon or my mom's basement. Young Russell, can you say the same? I don't know where you're living currently. Where do Canadians live? Do you guys live in trees still? I don't know what happens up there.
Well, the rich Canadians can live in 2-story igloos.
Okay.
The normal ones like me live in just a regular igloo. I walk outside, say hi to my neighbor polar bear, and that's my day. I go and chop ice with a pickaxe like every other Canadian does for our daily ice quota.
Well, I appreciate you spending the 1 hour a day that you have electricity and internet service to spend it with me recording this podcast up in the wild Canadians.
Yeah, I mean, I'm using 2 moose antlers as antennas for this.
It's amazing how you guys just find some ways to make it all work up there.
Adaptability is important.
It is. and it's a great lesson for any war commanders out there as well. You guys, if Canadians can find a way to make this work, so can you. It's really you guys actually are the survivor faction up in Canada. Well, and you are the person that designed a lot of the coolest looking survivor units as well, like the Outback, and was the Dreadnought the one that's the boat?
The Dreadnought was a Curial idea, but the Outback was my baby.
Yeah, so I mean, that does make sense that you guys. I mean, that's probably all stuff you guys have in your backyards, like legitimately. So.
Well, when you have an empty truck and the top of a tank, you got to stack them up somehow.
Yeah, you got to do it. Yeah, what are you gonna do? What else are you gonna do? Well, young Russell, for real, thank you again for spending the afternoon with me, and I'm excited to see what's happening, man. The Command Center 18 PvP changes, Fire Team Delta, it's all a lot of fun stuff, and I hope players are going to enjoy it as well.
Before we go,
yes,
I would like to actually ask the players a question.
Sure.
In the comments right here or anywhere, you can put them wherever you can. What is your favorite rogue faction?
Ooh, favorite rogue faction. Interesting. Yeah, so on the YouTube comments, go ahead and leave a comment. Oh god, I'm gonna sound like one of those YouTube guys. Like, go ahead and smash that like and subscribe button. Let us know in the comments below what your favorite rogue faction is. And make sure to come back for Operation Chaos Control from June 2nd to June 8th. Oh, man.
What's up, guys?
Alright. We're having too much fun now. We're having too much fun. But really, smash that like and subscribe button, and we'll be back next month with another episode of Drake's Dungeon. We'll talk to you soon, and as always, thank you for playing War Commander. Bye. Welcome out to another episode of Drake's Dungeon. We took last month off because the team has been hard at work working on the biggest release in over a year, and it's coming faster than we thought because they've been, like I said, working hard on getting this out to you guys as soon as possible. That's right, Command Center 18 is coming this week, folks. It is coming this week. And here to talk to you about it today, we have our lead designer, Young Russell. Welcome back to the show, Young Russell.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Drake. It's great to be here.
It is great to have you. This whole episode is just going to be about CC. All right, welcome out to another episode of Drake's Dungeon. We took last month off because the team has been hard at work working on the biggest release in over a year, and it's coming faster than we thought because they've been, like I said, working hard on getting this out to you guys as soon as possible. That's right, Command Center 18 is coming this week, folks. It is coming this week, and here to talk to you about it today, we have our lead designer, Young Russell. Welcome back to the show, Young Russell.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Drake. It's great to be here.
It is great to have you. This whole episode is just going to be about CC18. We're going to talk a little bit about at the end about the next event and the new unit, which is a great unit. But everybody is wanting to know about CC18. All the questions that I've been getting from the community for the last month is about CC18. And everything is Command Center 18 related. So we are going to kind of go through today some of the main features that are going to be going out with Command Center 18. We're going to be kind of talking about the advantages, how you can use some of this stuff, what this is going to really do, how this is going to change the game a bit. So without further ado, we're just going to jump right into this. So, young Russell, you came here, you came to tell us what it's about. Let's kick it off. What is one of the first things that is going to be different about Command Center 18?
One of the first new things is typically when we release a Command Center update, we really increase the defensive capabilities of players' bases. And that leads to an overall shift in the meta to defenses being a lot more powerful than they were before the release of that CC. So think about, adding Dragon's Teeth and low wire entanglements, increasing turret levels, all these things that defenders get that make it harder to attack bases.
Mm-hmm.
And it really does shift things. What we are going to be doing this time to somewhat balance that out is introducing a new building, the Tactical Ops Center, the TAC Ops Center, and it will increase the damage output and decrease the damage taken of units attacking other players' bases. So
Okay.
not only will it be, not only will the CC have defensive things, which we'll discuss later, it'll also help players when they're attacking other players' bases.
So it'll buff you, and it will debuff them.
It won't debuff them. It will in a way. So how it'll work is, let's say you bring in 10 units into another player's base. Those 10 units will do more damage and take less damage.
Okay. That's pretty cool. I love how in the office we call it TAC Ops for short, but
Yes.
the way it's spelled, it looks like Taco PS.
Yes.
And then, but like, I'm really bad with things being shortened, so I'm like, Tac Ops or Tacos, and so I'm like trying to like, is this like a new Canadian taco like that I don't know about because I'm American, and I'm like, what are those Canadians up to? And so I'm trying to like think of like, what kind of tacos are they eating up there? And then it takes me a while. I'm like, oh, the TAC Ops, right? That's just me. But anyway,
I don't think we have tacos in Canada. Is that like a Donair? What is that?
I actually heard, and this is a slight tangent, but this is important for anybody visiting Victoria. I actually heard you guys don't have Taco Bell in Victoria.
In our city, which let's call it a city, is correct. We don't have a Taco Bell in the
Yes.
city. We have to travel about an hour and a half north to, in fact, a smaller city to buy Taco Bell.
Yes. So, if you are planning on a trip to Victoria in British Columbia, you're going to need to pack your own Taco Bell because it's not there. It's not there, folks.
And two, if you're planning a trip to Victoria, British Columbia, unfortunately, I will not be able to meet you because I'll be busy working on it.
There you go. All right. So, the TAC Ops, though. Is there anything else about the TAC Ops, the Tactical Operations building, that you can tell us?
Right now, it's going to be a pretty straightforward building. There's not going to be a lot of interaction with it other than just leveling it up and increasing the amounts of buffs that it gets. In the future, we have some more plans for more targeted buffs for certain types of units, but that'll be for maybe CC19.
So definitely this building opens the door for a lot of future iterations, a lot of things that can not just change the game right now, but a whole mess of ideas that can come down the road.
Absolutely. With any big launch, and I'm sure anyone who works in the game design industry knows, with any big launch, there's certain features that just didn't make it, unfortunately. And those features are not lost. They're saved, and they will be worked on for the next CC. So there's things that are already planned out and ready to go.
That's excellent. Okay. All right. So aside from the tactical operations building, what else can we expect from Command Center 18?
Well, I have a story for you.
Okay, I'm ready.
Back when I was a junior associate designer,
I already know where you're going, and I love this. All right.
when I was a junior associate designer, and I I hadn't proven to everyone any of my abilities yet. We released Dragon's Teeth and Low Wire Entanglement, and I thought that was fantastic. It was a way for vehicles and infantry to be slowed down in the base. But around that same time, we had a major issue, and that was legendary raptors were so fast that a lot of projectiles could not hit, meaning they were essentially invincible.
Yeah.
And so I thought, well, why don't we have something for air that can do that? And so I thought about it for a while, and then I pitched it to my game design lead at the time. I said, why don't we introduce air mines? Mines like deep sea depth charges, but they're in the air, they're floating.
They're in the air, yeah.
And you know, and you can place them wherever you want to, and it'll be an area denial thing when players, you know, release their legendary raptors. They'll go through and hit them and be slowed down or destroyed. He was very receptive to it. Okay, that's not true. He laughed in my face and told me that it was a dumb idea.
This has been kind of an inside joke for quite a long time amongst the team. Like, whenever we talk about new features in the games, we always kind of throw out there like, "Oh, we could always do air mines." It's always kind of,
while everyone else has been joking about adding air mines, I've been deadly serious about adding air mines to the game. And now that I'm, design lead, I finally have the ability to add them. So I'm taking my opportunity, and if it's the last thing I do, I'm going to add these air mines to the game.
You got some power. You give him an inch, and he thinks he's a ruler.
That's it.
No, but honestly, this is a good idea, though, because one of the pain points in PvP is sometimes people just get rushed by all these raptors and high, all these vehicles will get kind of spammed in a base really quick, and people don't have defenses against them, and this is a way to defend against them. So this gives people a bit more of a fighting chance against some of those hit and run tactics that are harder to really form a strong defense against.
Exactly. So the way it'll work, it'll behave differently than the historic ground mines that you've placed. This will be more of a building akin to a drone silo that you'll place on the ground, and then when the battle starts, there will be an interval timer, and after that interval timer goes, let's say it's 5 seconds, the air mine, let's call it, will spawn above the building, and then when a unit gets close enough to it, the air mine will target it and rush towards it and explode, acting almost like an airborne detonator. And so you can place that building wherever you want to, and then it'll keep on replenishing air mines after each one dies. So you won't have like a whole bunch spawned at once, but once the first one gets destroyed, and assuming the timer's already happened, the next one will spawn. So there will be a somewhat continuous supply until that building is destroyed.
So you'll want to target that building, take it out before you can use strategies like raptors and things like that.
Exactly.
No, I think it's one of those things too where it has. I think too, it was kind of originally a joke, and then people kind of been like, yeah, but air mines though, and then we started kind of thinking about
first they laugh at you.
Yeah, and it was kind of one of those things, and I think there were some technical issues at first with it, and then because when we actually did start taking you seriously and when we were looking into it, we're like, yeah, this could be a thing, but then there were some technical issues, and it did take some time to figure it out, but now that it's actually been figured out and we can actually do it, yeah, it's an actual reality. But this has been like a thing that it's been like 3 years or something like that. That has been a thing that's been on your mind. So also just bravo to your commitment on this one.
Absolutely.
Like most people don't even stick to a diet for 3 weeks, and you have stuck to this idea for 3 years. So that's very impressive.
Yes, I've been testing out various iterations of air mines for the last probably year and a half, and so it's great to see that we've struck on one that feels good, makes sense for the game, and I think it looks pretty cool too.
And it's not overpowered, so it's not like ground mines where you can put like a dozen of them out there. Like this is a one at a time thing where it does have to still be within range. There's a limitation to it. There's a way that players can strategize around it by taking out a building. There's some thought to it, so it's not a little overpowered or anything.
Exactly, yeah. I think it'll be a good strategic item, and it's not going to totally shift the balance of anything.
Okay. Now, there's one thing, and I might be jumping the gun on this one, but there's 2 new bastions that are coming out that I think are really cool. If you want to talk about those.
Yeah, so we've made changes to some of our bastions in the past. I think last time we introduced the ability for the missile defense bastion to also stop mercenaries from deploying. But we haven't added in a new bastion. And so we decided that we wanted to add some more of those because I think that they offer a really cool gameplay opportunity. So we're adding 2. The first one is, right now its working title is Medical Bastion. That may change. But essentially how it works is the same way that some of our previous healing units works, where it'll have an aura around it of a certain size, and every X number of seconds, it'll heal allied units for a certain amount of health in a pulse sort of thing. So, any units that are nearby will have their health somewhat restored during a battle, and so it'll give you a bit more time for some of your units to stay alive for defending your base.
Now, I know this question will be asked of me in Discord forums, but will that include buildings, or is it just going to be units?
It'll just healing units.
Okay.
It won't have any effect on the buildings.
And okay, all right, cool. So the units that are around it will get a nice little refreshing, little mist. Is it like a little?
Yeah, let's say it's like a little spritzer.
Yeah, a little spritz.
Yeah. It's an Aperol spritz.
All right. Yeah, that's good. All right.
And so that was very exciting because I think we introduced healing mechanics back with Logan, I think.
Yep.
And then we introduced them as well with the Buckler.
And the little robot dogs that everybody wants a robot dog now.
Yeah, exactly. So we have it with that as well, and so I really wanted to find other ways to use it because I mentioned in a previous podcast that we were wanting to find more ways to use that healing functionality in a way that wouldn't just make the game unplayable for some players, and I think this is very good. It'll help your defense. If you're purposefully playing like on invasion or something like that, you can choose which guys are your bastions.
Awesome. And then the other bastion.
Yeah, the other one's a bit more complicated, but I think it is a thing that makes a lot of sense for our game. It's called the Tactical Backup Bastion. You can think of it as a giant alarm bell.
Okay.
So essentially how it works is if this bastion does not get destroyed within X number of seconds, let's say it survives for 30 seconds or more, it will send out an alarm and it'll spawn in a preset platoon of units to help you defend this.
Okay.
So let's say you are allied with the Sentinels and you have this bastion in your base, someone attacks you, and they don't destroy this bastion for X number of seconds. Somewhere around the outskirts of your base, a small contingent of Sentinels units will come and help you defend that base.
Awesome. That's kind of cool. And this will be determined by which faction you're aligned with.
Yes, exactly. So we have it set up for which faction you're allied with.
That is awesome. Yeah, that's really cool. That's a nice little mechanic. And so, if you're basically attacking the base and you see one of these bastions, then you're definitely going to want to try to take that one out.
Exactly. Just one more thing that you should be targeting first before you target other things. Or, at least if you don't want to target it, you can at least expect some backup to come to try to stop you.
So if you can't get to it because the defenses around it are too good, then you best be ready for some trouble coming your way.
You got it. Yeah.
All right. So what else? I mean, you can't have a new command center upgrade without upgrading the command center. What else do we got?
So speaking of command center, we are going to be doing something we haven't done in a while, which is adding new command center turrets.
Okay.
What I was wanting to do for this is sort of simplify what the best options are for command center turrets. We've had a lot in the past, and some of them, like the stealth turret and shield turret, are just great support options, but when it comes to a bit of a situation, some that, you know, smaller, some of the other ones, there's a large variety. A fourth. Six turrets right now, if you include support turrets.
All right, so we're almost double. Oh, so yeah, close. Okay. So yeah,
I feel like the CC turrets, the turrets, have been.
So that's a pretty healthy upgrade to the.
Yeah, obviously we can have 18, of course, and other neat things as well. But yeah. That's exactly it. So there was so many things that I had asked for. This command center launch, so we're going to be releasing some of the other things as we go into the next few months as well. So
Well, that's good too. Gives people more time to kind of spread out. And on top of that too, like a whole bunch of other buildings are going to get regular level increases as well. So not just the things that we talked about, but other buildings are going to get upgrades and health upgrades and stuff like that on top of this. And so yeah, like that's a lot of cool stuff. I mean, these
really
are all.
excited for it.
Yeah, I think this is one of the more interesting upgrades that we've really done in a while because, like you said, like. You know, usually we have just a lot of the upgrade stuff, a lot of the health upgrades, a lot of the things that give you some bonuses here and there, but it's been really a while since we've done a lot of stuff that is going to shake up the way that people play the game a little bit. And I think there's a nice little shake up here, both offensively and defensively.
Yeah. If there's one thing that I am wanting to try to do with everything that is released,
this event is kind of a big deal for a couple of reasons, because we have the return of an old enemy that we haven't seen in a while. An old enemy that's a little more grown up, by the way. So who's coming back, young Russell?
Once again, coming back with a thirst for thorium and a large army behind him is Mutoten and his Eastern Horde.
That's right.
We've seen them a few times in the past. I've definitely enjoyed them whenever they've appeared, and I am very excited to bring them back. And over the next few events while they're here, I'm hoping to really flesh out what the Eastern Horde looks like.
But on top of that, the biggest thing about this event is we've been having a lot
to sort of see that come back, and also it's nice to introduce a new enemy type, Eastern Horde in this case, as also the thorium armor shared with Vercraft. So it's nice to be able to do that, and yeah, it's kind of cool being able to have a theme with it, not just a soldier that shoots bullets. It's nice to be able to have a bit more flair to what it does, so it'll shoot more solar-based weaponry, and it'll have a bit more personality to it. The other thing that we should mention about Series 2 units is each unit will come with what I'm calling variant tech, and so with each unit it'll function in one way. So let's say it's a unit that shoots a machine gun.
Okay.
Its variant tech might be converting that machine gun into a grenade launcher.
Okay.
But the idea is not that the variant tech makes it stronger. It won't change the overall damage output. It'll just change the functionality.
So make it a little bit more versatile.
More versatile. So yeah, you can choose how you want to have this unit engage in battle, and you can customize it for each battle ahead.
So you can make a platoon that is full of them that use, hypothetically, machine gun, and a platoon that makes, hypothetically, grenade launcher, and have one for one situation. One for
Exactly.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it will, and this comes for free with it, making you pay more for.
Yeah, you automatically get it. It's just
you automatically get it.
Comes with the package. Yeah.
Just go into the workshop. You can equip it for free, and it'll sort of give a new light on how the unit works. So that's what we're doing for all of our series students. Definitely, as per feedback is fantastic. So
surveys as well.
So we do surveys as well, yeah, exactly. So there's lots of ways to give us feedback, and it's not like we just get a bunch of reports and toss them in the garbage. We actually read what's going on.
We don't respond to everything because there's just always so much feedback.
Yeah.
But believe me, like, part of my job is to literally go through all of that stuff and create reports for the team. And believe me, like, every week I go through and report a lot of this stuff to the team, like, all the time. They hear from me constantly about what you guys are saying. So
yeah, and even if we don't have a chance to fix or change the exact issue that you're referring to, we will keep that problem in mind when we come across a similar thing, and treat that one differently accordingly to your feedback. So
absolutely,
it definitely does affect the future of the game.
Absolutely. All right, so you can get all this and more on Wednesday, August 3rd. That's right, Command Center 18 is going live on Wednesday, August 3rd. That's where we're going to be having our downtime at 10 a.m. Pacific time. I guess what daylight time with all the daylight savings times and all that going on. So it'll be Wednesday at 10 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time. We'll be having our downtime, and when we come back up, CC 18, Command Center 18, and all the glory that we just described to you will be available. And Thursday, August 4th, is when Operation Cold Promises is going to be available for you to start playing, and that's where you're going to be able to get the first Series 2 Corpus Unit Solar High Purity. So lots of content is going to be coming out in that July 28th update. So much cool stuff, guys. I'm excited. This is probably like our biggest release of the year coming up next week, and it is exciting. Young Russell, thank you so much for go over this. This is a big one. You have been working so hard. Material have been leading the charge on getting Command Center 18 just getting all that. But on top of that, our hopes. Of the future of War Commander.
Absolutely, and thank you, Drake. Now, how do I get out of this dungeon?
Left, screaming half bat, half human thing. That's where you take a right, and then a little hole that has some weird dripping mucusy stuff. Crawl through that, and then there is something with teeth. You give it a little bit of flesh, and then it will move out of the way, and that's your exit.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Once again, everybody, thank you for playing War Commander, and we'll have another episode of Drake's Dungeon for you soon, and we'll talk to you later. Bye. Okay, welcome to Drake's Dungeon. It's been quite literally 2 years since we've done one of these. Probably more than 2 years since we've done a Drake's Dungeon. Obviously, it's been a while, so let me recap you guys on what the heck is Drake's Dungeon for anybody who hasn't listened before. This will be the show where I get to sit down with somebody from the War Commander team, and we kind of just talk about the game, talk about what that person does on the game, and we try to talk a little bit about things that are going to be happening either presently and in the future of the game. Just as a reason why we haven't done one of these in 2 years is because I've been working on 2 different games. I've been working on both this and Battle Pirates, and actually starting at the end of this month, I will be back to just doing this game, just doing War Commander. So it's going to give me a lot more time to do cool, fun things like this, along with cool other fun things that we're doing weekly. Like contests are back again. We have trivia contests. We have Player of the Month if you're over on our Discord. So I encourage you guys to, if you haven't been in Discord in a while, to hop on back to the Discord and just participate in some of these things, and you'll get cool free stuff. We give out gold, we give out upgrade tokens, or upgrade logistics, I should say, to be more specific, and all that kind of fun stuff. And we're, doing lots of fun things on our social media. So I'll include links to in the bottom of the video for all the social medias that you can follow. And we're going to have plenty of other cool things on the horizon, like more, lore posts and things along that line, which I'll have a lot more time to do the fun things I love doing now, and that's very exciting. And so, without further ado, I would like to bring on a longtime Drake's Dungeon guest. You know him as the head of design, the lead designer for the young Russell. Welcome back after a 2-year hiatus.
Hello, Drake. It's good to see you again, and it's good to be back.
It's good to hear you. I don't want to mislead our audience. We're not seeing each other. We're in different locations. I don't want to lie to our audience. Russell, can we make that clear? Can we?
That's true.
Can we stop? The buck stops here, folks.
That's true. We are between nations, in fact.
Yeah, we're not even in the same country.
International, baby.
Yeah, I for those players that don't know, I'm in the United States of America, and young Russell is in our great nation to the north, Canada's, where the maple syrup flows like wine. Does it flow like? It can't really flow like wine. It's kind of a thicker substance, isn't it?
Yeah, that is true, but we do drink it like wine.
That is true. You sit down with your poutine and a fine glass of maple syrup.
Yep.
We do the same here. It's usually just we just have the French fries, the burger instead of poutine, but we wash it down with some kind of carbonated beverage. Get a lot. Yeah, I hear that. But we've had a lot of things that happened in the last month or so that we want to talk about. And I'm going to get right in it. I'm going to ask you the hard-hitting questions that more kind of players and answers them. I thought you were coming for a friendly conversation. You're not. You're here for a civil conversation that could be interpreted as friendly. But no, let's talk about the new buildings, okay? We had CC20 that just came out at the end of August, and in it, we had the new construction yard and the agency. Tell us a little bit about what, from a design standpoint, what are these new buildings about? What can we do with them? And what are the future plans with them? Like, obviously, we don't just introduce something without having a thing in mind. So hit us with that first, young Russell.
So, yeah, there are two buildings that I'm really excited about because they offer us future design potential. Obviously, with the construction yard, it will allow us to offer players the ability to almost sort of block off certain areas of their base. Eventually, the idea is that with enough of these, and with the right ones, you can funnel your enemy into areas of your base that are better defended, and so it allows a bit more agency over where players build their turrets and build their defenses. And speaking of agency, that's actually my favorite one of the two. This is our way of offering tech for buildings. We didn't want to add a system that requires players to buy a specific piece of tech for every single building in the game. So what we decided to do is divide the buildings into certain departments that made sense, and then offer agent contract that could fit into there are multiple types of contracts based on what type of doing it, we're able to get a more and more robust system put in place so that we can offer more interesting types of tech other than just base defense bonuses.
Yeah, not a buff, not just a buff, but some of their cool kind of feature.
Yeah, exactly. We have a long list of things that we would like, and we're just working with obviously the engineers to make some of those things happen. But like with anything, we want to make sure it is working the way we want to do before we ship it. So you'll probably see a lot of different types of engineers and different types of contractors coming out in the future, and each one will hopefully have a very different use case. But ideally, you'll have eventually almost like a customized deck of cards that you can choose 8 from, and really customize how you defend your base, and how you set it up in different ways. So the choice will be in the player's hand as to how they set it up, and we're hoping that eventually, as we offer more and more things, that players can find really, really cool ways of interacting with these and combining them together. So that's what I'm excited for.
Yeah, and you can unlock just by putting the buildings. You already have one, so you can unlock it there. But with the last couple of events, with last month's event and the event starting up, well, actually, by the time this goes live, it'll already be live. There'll be new ones to unlock. So can we expect, like, over the next couple months, like a new one every couple months, a new one every month? What are we looking at?
The current goal is to do a new one every month, at least in the short term, just because I want to make sure that players are given a wide variety of them to use. Once we sort of have a lot of them in players' hands, we might tone that down to once every 2 months, but for now, once monthly in the event store is where they'll be.
Okay. So yeah, if you're liking these, you should look forward to a new one every month for a little bit, and just see which ones are going to give you kind of some cool ideas for customizing your base and your defenses. It's pretty cool.
And also along those lines, if you guys have specific contractors that you're wanting to see, like maybe you really want, one that offers you the ability to have more space for Go-Go Bar test battles or something like that, whatever it is, let us know, and if we can make it work, we can try to make it.
Yeah.
And if not, we can figure out why it won't work. So please let us know what you guys want as well, because there's lots of room for future contractors.
And that's a great time to plug that in the Discord we actually have a new method of suggestions, so you can submit your idea in Discord, and then the community actually gets to vote on it. Now, just because something gets a lot of high votes doesn't mean we're necessarily going to be able to do it. There'll be technical reasons why we might not be able to do it, design reasons why we might not be able to do it, but we'll have a chance to kind of piggyback on it. We did a round of stat compressions and rebalancing the CC20. So this is where it's going to get potentially controversial, because we do know that there were some issues, obviously, but we have to do these stat compressions every once in a while because the numbers can get so inflated that it can actually affect the performance of the game. So we do, periodically need to compress the stat numbers down. With this, and we're going to talk about some of the issues that happened with the stat compression a little bit, but before we get into that, let's talk about what was the idea behind the stat compression, because it wasn't just stat compression. We also rebalanced some of the heroes and legendary units. What was kind of the thought process from a design standpoint on going into the stat compression?
That's a great question. First of all, I want to apologize to a lot of the players who felt that we weren't as transparent as we could have been with this. That's obviously my fault, so I apologize for that. It wasn't anyone going into it wanting to deceive anyone, but we just wanted to make sure that things were done in a timely manner, and we maybe didn't spend as much time as we should have on that. the idea behind it, obviously, was that we wanted to decrease some of the more ludicrous numbers in the game. Obviously, we have some of the damage and health numbers, they were getting a bit crazy, and so we wanted to decrease them. As with the last stat compression, we can't simply divide everything by the same number, because then we would have a lot of early units having 1 health and 1 DPS, and the first 100, 200 units, they'd all have exactly the same health because they can't get compressed anymore. They're at minimum. So
like something that came out 5 years ago is going to be as powerful as something that came out like at the beginning of the game.
Exactly. And so because of that, we have to sort of have a scaling dividing amount. One of the issues that we ran into, just due to unfortunately, I guess, being a bit rushed, was that dividing amount was set poorly in some places, and that's on me. So we had to readjust that. But in terms of heroes, in terms of legendary units, while we wanted to have everything be compressed evenly, we also noticed that there are some ecosystems in the game and some things in the game that players I have found interesting. For example, I find heroes really interesting, and I would like heroes to be used more often. So we tried to keep more heroes meta relevant, and so we didn't decrease them as much as we decreased other things. Same goes for legendary units and some defensive units. We didn't decrease those as much, so that there are more PvP units and more defensive units in the viable pool for players to use. Now, due to a combination of that and over-compressing certain things and under-compressing certain things, it led to some older units becoming extremely powerful and some newer units becoming too squished. And so, luckily our players were very vocal about that, and not in a bad way, in a way that helped us a lot, because they were able to tell us what the issues were, and with a few rounds of tuning we were able to get things mostly fixed. Obviously there are going to be outliers, and there's going to be things that aren't quite perfect, and we sort of knew that going into it. It would have taken months to reevaluate every single unit and make it perfect. So there's going to be issues, and we really appreciate when players let us know, because it allows us to prioritize those and fix them.
Yeah. Well, this is the perfect, I don't know if you planned it this way, but this is the perfect segue into my next question, because there's no change. Whenever you're doing a mass change in anything, not just video games, but, city planning, any kind of thing that requires major projects, there's always going to be things that accidentally get left over, or mistakes that get made just because you're dealing with so much stuff. And, when these stat compressions happen, you're dealing with, hundreds of units that have been made, thousands of pieces of tech, and how those pieces of tech can affect one stat and, something crazy. Mistakes are likely to happen. And so as you were saying, we definitely want to thank the players for letting us know when some of these things happen. Anything that you found that is just kind of crazy, you can pretty much assume right away was unintentional. That something, working drastically how it should not was certainly not our intention. And letting us know that helps us, find those things and fixes them, as quickly as we can. So what are some things that, we've already fixed a bunch over the last couple of months with different releases, but what are some things that we're still looking into that haven't been able to get addressed yet?
So we're obviously wanting to continually optimize the game, whether that's new units being added or old units being adjusted. There are a few things that I'm aware of right now of some older units having certain abilities that are overpowered, and those are hopefully being rectified in the next release.
Yeah, Manticore specifically, I know is one that the players have called out a lot for the damage that the cloud does and how it's been traveling across the base. Those are both things that are being looked into. I can assure you guys of that.
Yeah, and the way that we choose to fix it, obviously we're going to give it a shot and see how it goes, but if we give it an attempt to fix it and for some reason it's still not the way that we think it should be, or you guys don't think it's the way it should be, we would love feedback on that as well too, because obviously we can do as much internal testing as we want to, but the people whose voices really matter are the players. And so I'm extremely thankful for any player who's been able to let us know when content is unbalanced, especially when they're able to, put it on Discord and say, hey, here's what the problem is, here's why it's a problem, and if they're able to explain that, clearly in Discord, it's perfect because we're able to see the issue and understand why it's an issue as well. So the more of that happening, the better. And I couldn't be more thankful for that.
Yeah, one other thing too that we've been trying to figure out and get fixed for the last few weeks has been the rebalancing of the resource bases. We certainly are aware that they're not paying out what they should. There's some discrepancies kind of going on from what you see with the scouting. That is something that I also want to assure players is being looked into. We actually have 2 engineers looking at it because it does seem to be some weird calculation issue that is outside the scope of what designers can fix. So we have to get people to kind of open up the hood and see what's going on there because it's acting very weird. So those will hopefully, no promises, hopefully be fixed with the next release. That's the goal. Obviously, you'll want to check out the release notes when I post them to get a full list of what has in fact been fixed with the upcoming release. All right, well, it's the most wonderful time of the year in War Commander. October is just about every player's favorite month because we usually do the Halloween kind of zombie events with the really cool, unique units that have been just kind of insane, whether it be Bub or any of the others. So yeah, we have, of course, another spooky season coming up. So what can you tell us about Dr. Aegon and Dr. Ake, which will be 2 of our...
Absolutely. So it's been a long goal of mine to somehow introduce dragons into War Commander, obviously. And obviously we're doing it in a War Commander way where we're not just literally adding dinosaur-looking dragons, but we're having some sort of science and tech behind them. I'm very excited for them. One of them will be a ground-based dragon, and one of them will be essentially ghosts. We wanted to look into other spooky monster type things to add, and so we thought that dragons were the next thing, so that's where we went. As for what we do next year, if there's any specific spooky monsters you guys want to see, let us know. If we have, we'll use it as inspiration if we find it interesting. So
I mean, I see you guys passed over my A-Team parody idea, which just breaks my heart, of the A-Team, a zombified A-Team van that has a whole crew of people. But I'll forgive you. maybe next year. If anybody likes my 18 zombie idea, go ahead, put that in.
We'll make the grave team next year.
Anyway. So yeah, and no, Dr. A good luck finding it. And yeah, either current or throughout the various history of the game. So let's close this up over here. So, is there anything that you are looking for? We got the new feedback system happening. We got a new bug report system.
As lets us know either going on the right track or moving going in the wrong direction. So we would love to hear back from you. Obviously, do everything I can like to do this game.
I think that's a really important thing because we make this game from a content point of view. We make it for you guys. We want you guys to have a lot of fun with the units, with the art, the design of them, with the PvP systems, and obviously there are technical restrictions to some ideas and there are design restrictions to some ideas, but we want to be able to take what you guys like or don't like and incorporate it in the future. I mean, a lot of those ideas end up getting put into a command center update. So you may see that some similarities to ideas that you guys have suggested have shown up in newer things for your command center over the years and things like that. So we do try to make sure we factor that in. But this ultimately is a game for you guys to play and have fun. So we want to hear what your ideas are and do what we can to incorporate those as best we can. Yeah. Well, anything else you want to add to this, Young Russell?
Only that I want to thank everyone for continuing to play the game, hopefully continuing to enjoy the game, and I'm looking forward to a long road ahead of improvements and cool new fun units and things.
Well, I know that you already have the storyline pretty much planned out for the next 2 years or something along that line. So you definitely have a lot of ideas for things. So there's no shortage of or no sense that we're stopping anytime soon with anything. So
absolutely not. I'm having too much fun.
Yeah. Well, as I mentioned, if you're not a member of our Discord, you'll find a link underneath the video for our Discord link as well as our social medias. So follow those so you can make sure you get any updates about the game. take part in any of the contests. I mean, we're just giving gold and upgrade logistics away to people. Like, I think I've given in the last 3 months like a total of like 1,000 gold away. I think I've given like over 100 logistics away in the last couple months. So come on to the Discord, take part in the trivia contest and the monthly contests and be an all-around good neighbor in the community, and maybe you'll get Player of the Month. Who knows? But we have a lot of fun, and we have even more planned that we're going to be doing over the next few months in there to get the community kind of more involved with a lot of things. So thank you guys for being as awesome as you've always been. And yeah, if we don't do this monthly, we'll at least do this quarterly. So this might be the only one for the rest of the year, but you will get one of these Drake's Dungeons, every couple months at the minimum, moving forward. So yeah. Well, young Russell, I'd like to thank you again for your time. I know you're very busy, incredibly busy with not just designing the game, but also figuring out all the story content and then wrangling all the other designers together to do everything. So I know you're a busy person, so I appreciate your time, and I know the players do as well.
Hey, thanks for having me.
All right. Well, hey, everybody. Have fun out there in War Commander Land, and we will talk to you soon. Bye. Welcome out to another episode of Drake's Dungeon, and good lordy, do we have an episode for you. We've been teasing that a lot of changes are coming to the game, both new play styles, new features, we have new characters, new storylines, a lot of stuff. And we have with us today the design and comedy team, just design team of Young Russell and Talvis, joining us to discuss a lot of that stuff. So, Young Russell, Talvis, welcome to my dungeon. Mind the swinging chains and cries of pain that are happening in the other room. That's just my poor little puppy who wants to come in and be pet.
The skeletons are what concerns me, but I'll pass that.
The smell for me. I can power through.
Both of those are because of me. Sorry. Must apologize on that. But we got a lot to jump into today, so I'm not going to waste any time. Like, we got people that are asking a whole bunch of questions. Like, we've had Friendly Fixer make some posts about just kind of overview, high-level things like the base weakness system, retaliation, changes to the world map, things like that. So we're now going to get into the nitty gritty. We're going to get into the details on what a lot of that stuff is. So I want to start with, I think, what is probably going to be one of the biggest, but at the same time, I think one of the most kind of easiest changes for players to really be able to participate in, and that's going to be the base weakness system. So let's start off. What are base weaknesses? How do they work? And how is this going to change the game?
Yeah, so base weaknesses we're super excited about. They're going to let players get these like massive damage buffs against specific bases. So you're going to see this in events coming up. Typically, bases will have anywhere up to 3 weaknesses that you can match based on the category. So that's things like the armor type, the unit type, whether it's like an aircraft, a vehicle, or an infantry, or the faction. If a unit matches multiple categories, it's going to get a stronger damage boost. Some bases, however, will also have like a bonus tag, something like maybe a unique, like Malachi, or a hero like Avery. And that will give them a bypass basically to the weaknesses. Some bases will even have like very specific, right? So we'll say, hey, like you need to bring in Avery for this base, or maybe a special and new unique. and that's going to give you bespoke damage buffs that you won't see for any other unit. And that bonus, that override, will take precedence over any of the other weakness systems. So the great thing about this system, though, is that it allows us to maintain some usefulness to the new units that we put out, but it also lets us avoid the monthly power creep that you've been seeing for years. Ideally, players should be able to use these units for a much longer time, and it will let us sort of kind of handcraft the bases in a way we haven't been able to before, to sort of create a more understandable path towards success for players. So, for example, like if you have you go into like a main event and the base says that it has weaknesses to heavy armor, sentinels, and aircraft, well, I'd want to be bringing in something like Malachi and maybe Lilith, luminaries, but instead if it had something like light armor, rangers, and vehicles, well, then I'd be opting more for something like the war wagons.
So this is going to help the lifespan, like you mentioned, of a lot of different units. Like right now, a lot of players kind of expect that if a new unit comes out, you're going to get like 3 solid months of this being the best thing. You're going to get probably another couple months after that of it being still useful, and then it's going to start kind of being a little less relevant. So with this new system, the way it's going to work is that you can hold on to some of these units that you've had for a while, because there's going to be situations that might pop up where using that unit is going to be part of the combination that you're going to need to really crack a base. So there's always still going to be some kind of usefulness for a lot of the things that are coming out. Is that kind of what I'm catching here?
Totally. We want to honor the veteran players in our community who have acquired so many units. And if you're one of those veteran players and you see an old unit that you might be able to use, well, it might actually be way better than some newer units just because of those weaknesses that you're taking advantage of.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so this is great, because I think one of the things that we always kind of hear is that we get some units that come out that really resonate with certain players, and they want to continue using those, and it just becomes harder and harder to find the opportunity to do that. So being able to have a favorite unit and still kind of keep it in storage, ready to dust off when the time's right, I think that's a great opportunity. Yeah,
100%.
Well, we got this system coming out. We're going to have some infographics and stuff like that to hand out to the community too as we get a little bit closer. So it kind of helps visually, something you can hold on to understand how this new system's going to work. So we will have some more resources coming up that's going to talk a bit more about that. So keep your eyes on Discord and social media for those, because it's just going to be some images that you can literally just save and just have for yourself, for your own reference when we get a little bit closer. But we do have the new event. Now, obviously, Holdout was a fan favorite event. It's actually one of our favorite events too. I think from our perspective, it's just kind of one of the funnest ones. You get Platoon, and you just kill endless waves of bad guys. So I do want to say, before we jump into what is retaliation and everything like that, we hear you, community. Like, this is not something that we just want to get rid of and go there. Like, we loved it too. We're not just willy-nilly killing off one of our babies. Retaliation is going to be very, very cool as well. So, but what can players expect about retaliation? How do they be competitive in it? What's going to be happening with this new event?
Well, I don't know how much we've spoken about so far in terms of what retaliation is, but I'll give a quick overview. I'm pretty excited about it as a replacement for Holdout. Before I dig into it too much, I will say that we don't want to just fully remove the gameplay of Holdout from our game. And so what my intention is to try to move some of the Holdout style bases into the event structure. So I'll talk more about that in a little bit, but the the gameplay of Holdout will hopefully not be lost. As for Retaliation, one of the reasons why we're implementing it is that oftentimes in our game, with all the different, vehicles, turrets, missiles, mercenaries, things we have, it can get quite chaotic. Battles can get quite chaotic with all of our, larger capacities now than we used to have and things like that. One thing we're wanting to do is to offer a chance for players to feel a bit more strategic when they hit a base. So in Retaliation, players can bring in one unique at a time, and that unique can be accompanied by spec ops, mercenaries, missiles, things like that. But the idea is that players have a central unit, the unique, that they will focus on and control, and the choice of backup they bring in, and the choice of vaults that they pop in the base will determine how they complete the base. So there will be some bases that do have some pre-built units to offer some help, and then also obviously we'll be offering some spec ops in the store, and they can also use their existing spec ops as well. As we move forward with Retaliation, we're wanting to hopefully roll out more spec ops as we go. So it might not be every single event we offer a new one, but as we go, we'll keep on adding new types of spec ops to the store for players to use, and to give them some different strategic ways of hitting these bases. So yeah, it's sub events all about uniques. We'll be offering a lot of unique parts. We'll be offering a lot of older unique parts as well. So
you can get
if
caught
you
up
are
yeah.
missing some stuff, you can get caught up a little bit. And so obviously the players have been unlocking the Mantis. That's going to be a big one to use, and pretty soon players are going to be able to pick up for a much lower than normal price a unit called the Meteor Storm. So I won't say too much about that, but keep an eye out in the game because it's coming.
Cool. So yeah, you're hearing it first right now. Right now, get the Mantis. It's available in Shadow Ops. Unlock that. Get that built, because that's going to be your best bet in going into the first Retaliation. And then we'll be offering the Meteor Storm very shortly as well. So those are going to be probably your two big units that are going to set you up for success there. I'm excited for it, honestly. Like, I think this kind of gives us a chance to, like you mentioned, be a little bit more strategic, so we can kind of create some fun, unique bases. Maybe add a little bit of story content in there if we need to. Something that gives just kind of the feel that, like, this is just a little different, change up the play a bit. So we have a new faction coming out. We've been teasing it. I just posted a short little scene yesterday with Caspian, Alia, and Marina. We've been putting some teasers up on social media for it. It's a new faction, and they're called the Equinox. Young Russell, who are Equinox? What are they up to? What can we expect from them? What is going on with this Equinox stuff?
So a bit of backstory about Equinox. Equinox has been around for a very long time, for centuries. Now, obviously, we have not heard about them, so they must have been doing something. Now, what they were doing was living in orbit. They were surviving in an orbital colony. They returned to Earth at some point in the past, and now they're looking for allies. They landed in one of the vast deserts on Earth in this post-apocalypse world, and they ran into something that they weren't expecting to, and a large chunk of their forces were taken out. So they are sort of on the run looking for help, and they run into the player. They run into a few other characters. They run into Sarkis. They run into a few other people who are offering assistance, and they have to make a choice of who they look to for help, because the wrong choice could be catastrophic. Their leader, Caspian, is a bit different from our other leaders in the sense that he's a bit younger. He is a bit less overly serious than the rest, sort of a bit not goofier, but a bit more casual. and yeah, he should be a lot of fun to play around with. So I'm excited to see where this goes.
Also, everything just looks really cool. Like, it's cool to add a new design element. Like, like everybody that we've designed so far for this has had kind of like a little bit of like space pirate astronaut-y vibe, and the units that are coming out of it have like this very sleek, almost faux future, like World's Fair meets a very celestial inspired designs. So it's just cool to add like another visual palette to the game. I guess that makes sense. Yeah. But everything looks cool. That's just the thing I like about it. Like, I don't know, all the character designs just look fresh, cool. It's just going to be a kind of a new angle to go at. So yeah, keep an eye out. As I mentioned, if you're looking for a little bit of insight on who they are, there's a little bit of a story that's already been posted on social media and Discord. But then also keep a watch out for Skirmish, because there's going to be a little bit more storyline about who they are that's going to get sprinkled in there. So as we ramp things up, we're going to be getting more into them, which is amazing. Like, almost like I wrote these questions they'd be a good order of things to talk about. Friendly Fixer mentioned in his letter that we're going to be moving on into a campaign structure for the way that things are going to be rolling out. If we're going to be having these new factions and some new story stuff and new flavor to the game, what is this new campaign structure? What does this mean? How are players going to be able to play around in this?
Yeah, so in the past of War Commander, we've obviously played around with a lot of different campaign structures. We've had some that were 4 months long. We've had some that were 3 months long, and now we're going to try one that's 2 months long. The exciting thing, I think, about this new structure is that each arc, or each campaign, of 2 months, you'll be working specifically with one faction. So coming up first for March and April, you will be working with the Equinox faction. And then, in the next 2 months, we'll cycle to the next one. So not only will you be fighting a specific enemy, possibly multiple enemies, you'll be really focusing in on the interactivity of a player faction. And I think this will allow us to sort of separate our factions a bit and allow each one to stand on its own, and for us to allow them to have a really strong identity. The actual events, the monthly events, aren't going to change too drastically. There's a bit of a structure change, but not anything too crazy. There's still 3 different tracks, but we're offering a bit more of an easier path for new players to get caught up and at least start the events. So we're really excited for that. If players want to, bring their friends into it, there's actually going to be hopefully a way soon of their friends catching up without, hitting that wall of, grinds too fast. But yeah, so it'll be a really good chance for players to really dig into a faction. And as time goes on, we're looking at adding different ways of incentivizing players for using that faction.
Mm-hmm. And just to comment on that too, that's obviously one of the biggest pieces of feedback that we get every month in the survey that we really take to heart, is that it can be harder for new players to get into the game, or it can be harder for returning players to feel like they can get caught up. So yeah, we are working on a system that's going to hopefully make that a lot easier for people new to the game to get the content that they need to be successful in the events, and for returning players to know, like, oh, these are the things I need to hit to get the exact things that I'm going to need to be successful. So yeah, that is a big piece of feedback that I do want to acknowledge the community that we do hear, and we are definitely trying to do something about. So you should see some new things in the future that we'll be announcing to help with that quite a bit. Is there anything else you wanted to add to that, young Russell?
No, just that, with everything that's coming up here soon, there is, there's going to be a lot of things that players might have questions about and, things that we would love to have discussions about. So whether you have feedback for, the event structure, feedback for, the way that the new units behave, things like that, anything at all, we'd love to hear from you in the Discord and have a conversation, because the more we can talk to you and the more we know what you are wanting, the more we can try to make the game that you're wanting War Commander to be.
It's like you're setting me up again for my next question, because this is literally something that we just opened up to the community to discuss about. We got a lot of great feedback from them. So I'm going to actually have this question for Talbus here, because you're the one that led this. Missiles. It's been a hot button issue lately in the game. And obviously some changes that we made to the weapons lab, really brought to light the importance of not just the weapons lab, but also the missiles in general. So we talked to the community about missiles, we proposed an idea for how we might want to change things. The community let us know that's definitely not the direction they want us to go in. Yeah, which is good. This is good. Yeah, it's actually really good to hear this type of stuff. So where are we at right now on the process of reevaluating the way missiles work, things like that?
Yeah, I mean, missiles are something we really want to be careful with. We know players love missiles. They love using them. They're a tactical solution to a lot of problems and a lot of bases. And so changing a missile changes basically the dynamics of how players end up playing. And we might be, if we're not careful with that, we might be taking away a really important dynamic to a lot of players. So getting that feedback is super important to us. And we do want to honor our players in that. And that's why, we've said those were just proposals or proposed changes. And that's not something we want to go through with if the community is going to be, if they're not going to like it, right? So, over the past few weeks, we've heard you all loud and clear. Those missile changes aren't going to go through. And we've also heard you very loud and clear about missile spam. Missile spam's in the game, and it's something we're going to address. Right now, we're investigating a couple different potential solutions to that. But just know that, spammers beware. We are definitely going to find a solution with the community that works for all the legitimate players out there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we're still looking into some ideas. We're still listening to the feedback from folks. There's a lot of good ideas that people have proposed. There's some ideas that might not work with how the game is currently set up, but maybe it's something that we can incorporate as we change things. So right now, I don't think anything is off the table, except for obviously the idea we originally proposed.
Yeah, that's right.
But so we're listening to a lot of stuff. So there is that thread on Discord right now about missiles. If you have an idea, if you're listening to this and you go, hey, I think I know how something that might be able to help, feel free to leave your idea there, and we'll take a look and discuss it. We're just kind of excited to really just make a positive change in this area, because it definitely seems like, with the missile spamming that some players do, that there is a bit of griefing that can go along there, but at the same time, missiles are an essential part of how the game works, so we can't just make them useless. So we need to find a nice balance, and ultimately, your guys' feedback is going to help us.
Yeah.
Well, we have talked about the new retaliation event. We've talked about how these campaigns are going to be starting off, and the first campaign is going to be starting with the March event Starfall. So, what are players going to need to start off this campaign with a bang? Like this is a pretty good jump on point. So, what are we going to need for players to be successful here?
For sure. So for returning players, you're going to want to look for this new supply depot bases that are coming. Those are what's going to help you get into the mix. They're meant to be approachable bases for new and returning players, and they're what's going to get you sort of the relevant units that will help you kind of get into the main event, get into some of the harder bases in the main event. For the more veteran players who are out there doing every event, you can also look at those supply depot bases and see the units you can get from them. That's your hint. Hey, those are the units you might want to look towards using for the actual event bases.
Okay, so it's kind of it's both a catch up device, but it's also a like little bit of a cheat sheet on what you need to be successful. So
yeah, it will definitely help you sort of get into the main event, but it's going to be those veteran players who are able to identify the three weaknesses and have that knowledge of what units they have that meet those three criteria that are going to let them really succeed in the bases.
See, that's awesome. So we got these new supply depot bases. If you're catching up, if you don't feel like you have enough of what you need, these are going to be your go-to. Hit these, earn the stuff, and then you'll be able to take part in the event.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
100%.
That is awesome. And of course, this is a new idea. So players will likely have some feedback for us. We'll keep an open ear to that as well. So if you do have any feedback to the supply depot bases or anything like that, again, let us know in the community, and we'll certainly take any advice you have to heart. We'll take a listen to it and see if there's a way we can improve on anything like that. All right, we are like almost a half hour into this. We've had a lot of stuff that we've discussed, from new campaigns, new events, supply depot bases, missiles, what else? New faction, base weaknesses. We've had a lot that we've covered here. So I'm just going to kind of leave this up to you guys. Is there anything else that you guys want players to know about heading into some of these changes? Oh gosh, we didn't even mention one thing. I mean, one thing I'll start off this question by answering. We've got a whole bunch of world map, like art refreshes and things like that are coming along too, that are going to be going out with the first release in March. How do we even forget about that? It's like on top of that,
so much.
The game's going to be prettier, guys. We're going to have new icons for the bases, new map stuff. And that's not even like, this is just the first wave of those map updates that are going out too. So yeah, we're gonna have new map. It's gonna look prettier. That's pretty cool, I think. So
It's an exciting time on War Commander.
Yeah. Aside from that, is there anything else you guys want players to know about?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to say, these are just like the first steps of our plans to breathe new life into the game. And if you haven't checked out Friendly Fixer's most recent post, go read that. It gives you an idea of some of the exciting things we're planning to do later this year as well. And I'm excited for it. I don't know about you guys, but
yeah, I think we're swinging for the fences, honestly. And
yep.
There's a lot of stuff we want to accomplish. There's a lot of stuff we want to look into. Friendly Fixer mentioned possibly putting the game up on Steam. One question that we got a lot when that was mentioned in the letter that I do definitely want to make sure is clarified and understood, that even if we put the game on Steam, that does not mean we'll be leaving, kickside.com. or anything like that. So you'll never lose access to your current account unless you do something that you shouldn't be doing to lose access to it. But if we do migrate on Steam, that's just going to be like another platform like Facebook and Kixeye as a platform. So you won't be losing your account. You'll still be able to play on Kixeye.com. I just want to make sure that that is clear because there was some concern that if we move to Steam, that people would lose their accounts. Not going to happen. We're not going to happen at all. This is just going to be another way for people to play and another way to introduce the game to a new audience, which is still quite a ways off. We have a lot of investigation that we still need to do to get to that point. It's just what we're shooting for, what we would like to do. We just want to be as transparent as possible on what our goals are, so you guys know what to look forward to. So,
I hope we make it to Steam.
Yeah, I mean,
It'd be so awesome.
There's not a lot of reasons why I don't think we can. I think it's just going to be some technical things we're going to have to figure out, just because it's an older game that was designed for browsers, so there's going to be some technical things that we're going to have to consider. So obviously no guarantees, but I think it'll be a welcome change, and should be a lot of fun. Yeah. All right, is there anything else you guys want to mention before we close this thing out?
Yeah. You want to go
first? You go first.
Okay. Oh, two Canadians trying to give each other the room. This is going to take forever.
Sorry, you go. No, it's okay. Yeah, no, I just want to say, there's a lot to work on War Commander. Oh, Graves. But there's a lot in the works to be excited about. The conversations that we've had on things like missiles are how we want to move forward. So that means we want to hear you and we want to listen. We're only able to make this game because you love it so much. So look forward to more interaction from us on how together we can make this game better.
Definitely. Yeah, you're in there a lot. You're in there quite a bit talking to players, and which is great. I mean, it helps you get the feedback directly from them as opposed to me always kind of delivering it. So it's good to have that conversation with it.
Definitely.
It's always welcome, and I don't know. I feel like players like you too. I don't know what that's about.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm just special. I don't know. Maybe it's the Canadian or something.
Yeah, so just a little more polite.
Yeah.
Young Russell, you had something you were about to say.
Yeah, just simple. I've been on War Commander for over 6 years now, and I've learned one thing in that time, and that our game is nothing without our players. And so I want to thank each and every one of you who plays or has played or will one day play our game. And I would love to see the game grow so that we can invest more into it, offer new game modes, bring back game modes, and increase the offerings of what we can do, not just the offerings of what we offer to players and charge and stuff like that, but in terms of actual gameplay features, I want to add more of a playground feature to it, or things like that. So anything that you guys would like to see us do, things that are things that are making you consider one day potentially not playing War Commander, things that would stop you from inviting your friends, let us know on Discord, make a forum post, whatever it is, and I want to address some of these things because I do think that our game is unique, it's fun, and it has what I hope to be a very long future. So keep in contact, and you know where we'll be.
Yeah, and to add on to that too, just about making sure we address a lot of the things that players are kind of concerned about. I do want to echo some of the stuff that Friendly Fixer mentioned in his letter as well about cracking down on the cheating. I mean, we've already done a lot more in the last few months. Now that we've kind of really shifted focus and have found a lot of things. So we're giving you guys monthly reports now on how many people we've investigated, how many people we've banned, how many of those bans were permanent, and how many of them are temporary. We're definitely trying to be very transparent with you guys about what we're doing. We have a lot more planned coming up. some things that we're going to be doing. One of them is we're going to be opening probably, I think, in about 2 weeks. Don't quote me on that, but I'm on vacation next week, so I don't want to launch the cheating channel while I'm out. It'll probably be in about 2 weeks or so. We'll be launching a channel on Discord that's going to be specifically where players can come in and describe the cheating that they're seeing, if there is any cheating. And if you have ways of being able to help us investigate it, like some code information or things like that, that's where you're going to be able to provide that. This is going to be a channel, just so you guys know, that is also anonymous to the rest of Discord. The only people that are going to be able to see who's saying what are going to be the members of the team. So you're not going to have to worry about repercussions from the community or other players because you decided to report something. So I want to make sure that that's clear. This is going to be separate from where you're able to report an individual player. Individual players, you're still going to want to use the regular flow through support. This is specifically going to be, these are the bad actions that I'm seeing. This is the information that we have on how to combat it. So our engineers and design team can take a look at this and figure out, like, hey, is this cheating or is this not? Or is the action that they're doing while technically cheating something that might actually just be a good feature to have in the game? And, because sometimes people are just using cheating to make things a little bit more efficient, which could be something that we can, make a better part of the game. It can help us improve the game from a playability standpoint. So in the coming weeks, keep an eye out for that. That will be the place where you can specifically go and say, I am seeing this behavior. This is how I think they're doing it. Here's the information. So I definitely didn't want this podcast to go without some acknowledgement that, hey, we got some plans, and we would definitely want to do whatever we can on that area to improve things. So, all right. Well, I think we covered enough, guys. Is there anything else that we somehow forgot to go over? No?
I don't think so. I think we got it all.
Yeah, all right. So this is one of those podcasts that you're going to want to listen to a few times to properly absorb it all. But yeah, a lot of stuff out there. So, Taldus, young Russell, thank you so much for taking time. I know you guys are so busy, obviously making sure that all the stuff that we talked about is going to be ready for the release coming up. So I'm going to give you guys your afternoon back and let you go and finish all the things that we just talked about. And we'll go from there. So yeah, once again, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, guys. War Commander, you guys are awesome. The Marina comes out in this month's skirmish, and that's going to be your first Equinox unit to get, followed by the Moon Skater, which is going to be the base unit for Marina, which will be in Operation Starfall. So make sure that you get those along with the R1 Mantis, which is available now. So those are going to be the things that are going to help set you up for success. So get out there, have fun, and what I actually say at the end of every team meeting we have for War Commander is I always end it with "Go Team." So go Commanders! All right, take it easy, everybody. Bye. All right, welcome out to Drake's Dungeon. It's been a while since we've done one of these. I want to say 4 or 5 months. So that means we have a lot of stuff to cover, because not only do we want to talk about some of the things that we've done the last few months for the game, but we also want to talk about what's on the horizon. We have Command Center 21 coming out. We got a whole bunch of awesome things that we haven't told you yet. So I'm going to save that for when our wonderful guests, Young Russell, our head of design, and Friendly Fixer, the head of the game, are here to talk about. So Young Russell, Friendly Fixer, welcome to the dungeon.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
don't mind the smell. It is a dungeon, so we got to keep it a little authentic. There are a few dead bodies here and there that we will eventually have taken care of, but I want to jump right into stuff because I think we have like 6 major topics that we want to talk about, and each one of those topics has things inside those topics. And so, yeah, we got a lot of stuff to just kind of cover. So obviously, this is the Command Center 21 podcast episode. So we're going to talk about Command Center 21 first. We're not going to bury that at all. So what new features can we expect with Command Center 21? And one question that I get all the time is, what's the situation with walls? Are we getting new types of walls? Are we getting new levels of walls? So I need all those answers. Go.
Thanks. Friendly Fixer here. I can answer some of those. We are focusing on what we were calling high value features for this one. We had a lot of ideas from the design team that we wanted to implement, but being a bit of a smaller team, we had to choose where we can get things done. And in this case, we chose a playable map size increase, base power rebalancing, and a platform and structure research mechanic.
Okay, those are 3, like you said, very big things. So I know we're going to talk a little bit about the rebalancing base power and the expanding base size a little bit more with young Russell, but like, why? Like, this is not just new levels. This is completely like, remaking a lot of the game mechanics, and that's not just a simple, thing to do. Why are we considering these high value?
Because they do change the game. We've identified a few places where the game has gotten a little bit stale, where it has become easy for players to just say, this is the way you do it. And that doesn't provide interesting gameplay. We want choice. We want things to matter a little bit. So by increasing the map size, we provide more choice in physical location. By changing the way base power is done, we provide more choice in the way players both build bases and approach bases. And this isn't just for player bases. It does also have an effect on rogue faction bases as well. Mm-hmm. The last one, the platform structure research, is actually a way of trying to simplify some mechanics in the game that have gotten a little out of hand related to Gen 2 buildings and how you research and create those.
Right. All right. Well, then what about walls? I mean, we teased.
Yeah, walls are a
contentious
one. Internally, we love the walls. We wanted, this goes back years. I was in charge of trying to create super walls, which some may remember. And that didn't happen for a variety of reasons. And then we came up with a new way of just cribbing Battle Pirates homework and making 2x2 walls. And that one almost made this release, but unfortunately hit the cutting room floor. So we would really like to revisit larger walls in the future, but it didn't make it for this Command Center release.
Mm-hmm. But we are getting, at least so folks that are feeling like walls maybe are a little underpowered, we do have a new level of walls that are going to be coming out, so they will be stronger,
Yes.
But yeah, I know that anytime a Command Center comes around, there's always the questions of like, are we getting the super walls? Are we getting those? And so I definitely needed to address it. So no super walls, but we are going to have a new level for walls, along with additional health that just comes with, Command Center upgrades in general. We usually up the health on buildings and things like that. So there will be some new life into the walls with this update in some form. All right. So young Russell, we have 2 of the major things that Fixer just talked about: rebalancing base power and expanding the base size. Why don't you kick it off with the rebalance of power? Because I know that's a big thing that you're working on. So what's this going to look like from a player perspective?
Sure. Yeah. Thank you. So this is going to be a pretty major overhaul on how base power works. Now, when I refer to base power, I'm not referring to the power of turrets and units. I'm referring to the literal power, the electricity that is required to power your defenses. Our current system is fairly simple. You need to produce via your power plants more power than you use with your buildings. And honestly, in the past few years, we've created, so many levels of power plants that it's never really an issue accomplishing that. The new system expands on that idea, and it refines it a bit. So basically, we rebalanced the power costs and outputs of every building that we have. Sometimes we've taken away power costs, sometimes we've added it, and we've basically, we've totally gone from scratch on that. We've rebalanced the power plants so that the choice of which one you have actually means a little bit more. And the most important thing, in my opinion, is we've added a new screen, the building power management screen. So you'll be able to overpower or underpower certain base defense elements. So you can either have a stronger defense, which will cost you more power, or a bit of a weaker defense, but you'll save on power. So you can customize where your power is going. If you want to overdrive certain elements and underdrive certain elements, you can do that. The idea is that we want to allow players to take risks by using more dangerous power plants, but getting more defense power in exchange. We've also changed the effects of being underpowered. So instead of it just being a simple, you're either over or underpowered, and then if you're underpowered, the percent of damage your turrets do is decreased, whatever. We now have a 4-stage system that is very easy to understand. If you can see what stage things are at, and go from there. Each stage has its own list of debuffs that it applies to your base. So it should be a lot of fun learning, and it should be a lot of fun playing around with and customizing things, seeing what works, seeing what doesn't work, and having a really, really good chance to make your base defense feel very personalized.
Cool. That is kind of cool. Yeah, I like the whole system management too, because I know that a lot of people try to make their base a little stronger by having less buildings and things like that, and this kind of gives that chance to play around a little bit with that management. Yeah. Fixer, is there anything you wanted to add to that?
Yeah, for sure. As Russell said, the system was simple. That was its defining trait, and in some ways that was good. But you either had enough power or you don't. And that simplicity kind of made it nearly meaningless. Buildings consumed roughly the same amount of power. So if you're blasting through a base and destroying buildings as you go towards the power plants, you're reducing the power requirements of the base as you go. So by the time you got to the power plant to destroy it, the power plant was already superfluous. It just produced extra power.
Mm-hmm.
And on top of that, the mechanic was incredibly simple. It just reduced the firing speed of all of the turrets. And that, yes, it does reduce the amount of damage coming out, but that's, again, really simple. We wanted something that was more nuanced, that had a way to show power was consumed in different ways by different buildings and by the choices you made about those buildings. And it really ultimately leads us with a much more interesting mechanic for when power is not available, for when you have a power failure.
Yeah, I think what we're going to see a lot of is, I see a lot of bases now where power plants are kind of all in a really protected area, and I think this is going to have a lot of people maybe spreading out their power plants more. So if they lose one, they're not completely handicapped because of this new tier system of the debuffs. So like having it all next year might be kind of a bad thing. It could be a bad thing now. So yeah, a bit more spread out with some of the strategies, along with that bigger base footprint that we're going to be talking about in a second. I think it's going to add a lot more options, a lot more fun to play around with.
Yeah, one thing that keeps coming back for me is the meaning of the word meta, which is most effective tactic available. And right now with power, there is only one meta. Have power plants, put them in one spot, and ignore and forget about them. And with this, it means that as new units are released, as new strategies are developed by players, the meta will shift. It may be, as you say, the best plan is to spread power plants out, choose the highest damage mechanic in your power configuration, and go from there. Or it might be that actually is suboptimal. And we're excited to find out how that goes.
Nice. Well, let's talk about the base expansion then. So we're expanding bases. This has actually been a request that I've seen from players for a long time, that they want to have a bigger footprint. So, Russell, what do you got? What do you got for me here on the base expansions?
So this is one that I'm really excited about. Way back when War Commander came out, our units were absolutely tiny, and so our battles felt massive in scale, very spacious. Lots of room to maneuver. Over the years, as I'm sure players have noticed, our units have gotten quite a lot larger. Maybe there's too much thorium in the water, and our battles have started to feel pretty cramped. Clown car-ish almost. So we're expanding the battle map size, or at least having some maps be bigger. Player bases will have this bigger map size, and so they'll have more. Attackers will have more room for tactics and flanking. Defenders will have a bit more room to place their defenses, and then eventually we hope to roll this out to rogue faction bases as well, so we can tell a more interesting story via level design. We can have bigger scale battles on some of the bigger maps, and there's a lot of things that we can do that we are going to be planning out pretty soon. So I'm very excited about it.
Nice.
Yeah, I agree. I'm completely excited for this one. The defending players get a base expansion, which is always great. Attacking players get the ability to have more space to deploy without being immediately under fire, both in player bases and then eventually in the rogue faction bases. But part of the reason I'm excited for this is it's resolving a technical issue that we've been struggling with the whole time. And that's that it's not simply just doubling the map size. If you increase the size in both dimensions, you quadruple the amount of data that's involved. And that's not just downloading for players, like downloading the image size of that big background, but also all of the data that the battle servers have to manage. And we didn't go with a full doubling of everything, but I am quite happy with where we've landed in terms of providing a lot more space for players and for rogue faction design, as well as keeping it within a reasonable limit for the battle servers.
Nice. And yeah, I think that this is going to, along with that power discussion too, it's going to change the way people just plan out their bases. They're like you were kind of saying with the powers, there was one meta, and now there can be multiples, and that this adds another layer to that as well. Where it's just we're going to see new original base designs. The tried and true methods that people have been using might not always be the best thing anymore, or you might be able to find some new creative things that work better when you have more of that space to play with. So yeah, this is gonna be cool. I'm very excited about that. I do want to touch on one thing that I realized we didn't talk about before this, but we're talking about the changing up of the turrets and how the structure is going to go, but that also includes a new resource that we're adding into the game that's going to be kind of replacing a currently existing resource. And we don't necessarily need to go into all the details about it, but if we could briefly, young Russell, just kind of tell us a little bit about how the overview of this change is going to be with these turrets and this resource.
Yeah, of course. The biggest change for this is that we're going to be adding a new resource to the game called Iridium. This will be your base resource. So if anything involved in upgrading buildings, we're going to be looking at converting it to being used in bastions as well. So anything involved in base defense will be Iridium. We'll be having new bases on the world map that you can farm Iridium at, and we'll have plenty available, so you won't be at a loss for that. So
this is going to replace cores and those lab requirements, as well as Gen 2.
Yeah, exactly.
So instead of having 3 or 4 different resources to manage, we're kind of converting it all into one resource. And instead of having multiple bases on the map to hit, the advanced materials bases and the bastion bases. It's just going to be one material that you need to get now. Only one material that you need to earn on the map. That's going to be kind of used across the board with this new system.
That's it.
Yeah, no, that's really cool. And just so you guys know, that when Iridium bases are launched, from when the command center goes live on September 11th to the end of September, we're going to have those bases on the map every day. So where it's most crucial, where people are trying to upgrade everything as fast as they can with all the new stuff that's coming out, we're going to make sure that, for the back half of September, that there is going to be plenty of available time for you to get those resources, and they're going to be all over the map the entire rest of the month. So, and then after that, we're going to be going to more of a kind of a traditional cadence. But just want to make sure you guys know that they're going to be very readily available once CC21 comes out. All right, so we've done a lot over the last few months with fair play. That's been a big topic that we've been focusing on. We've been putting a lot of our time into that. Even before these last couple of months, we've been putting a lot of effort into it. And I know that, Fixer, you wanted to kind of talk about a little bit about the history of what we've been doing, what we've done so far, and still some of the things that we're working on, because we're not done yet. We still have more that we want to do.
Exactly.
So I wanted to, turn it over to you on that.
Sure. Yeah. History. When I first joined KixEye, I actually did a search on War Commander because, you're going for a new job and you want to know a little bit about the product and things that they do. And hilariously, the first Google response was how to cheat in War Commander, which it's been a number of years, so that's not super surprising. At the time, the game was rather client authoritative, as we call it. And over the years, we've cleared a lot of those things out. But it's also a bit of an arms race between the people that profit off of cheating, and they've explored more ways to cheat and exploit. So we've continued that arms race, and we will continue it.
Yeah. Well, and that's
Dungeon has something in the background. I might have to go and just murder for a minute, but we'll try and ignore that.
I have a dog who is very excited to be on the show. So yes, I do apologize for him. Yeah. Well, okay, so yeah, it's we've had a history with it. And it is a kind of a game of whack-a-mole, but we're getting ahead of it in a way recently that we haven't really done before. So what are the things that we've been doing over the last couple of months that we've been focusing on?
So this time we did something a little different than the previous times. Before, we would look at reports that we would get, internal metrics on cheating, and look at things that damaged the product and would say, let's fix those things. In this case, we did something different by asking players to tell us where the problems were. And we got a large list of things. We ranked that list by importance to the player base, and then ranked that list by what could we reasonably accomplish within the time we were able to dedicate to it. We didn't get everything we wanted, but our focus was the main thing. Try to get player-facing fair play cheating and exploits corrected. And that's also where we changed our focus, or changed our metric a little bit. Instead of just trying to fix it all and say, your cheater's banned, you've been exploiting, you're banned, we wanted to try and address it in a bit more of a holistic way. Looking at it to say, is this something that actually should have been a feature in the game in the first place? Mm-hmm. And we're going to continue to try to do that, where when we see something that players are trying to do, we need to look at it is this actually unhealthy for the game, or is it only unhealthy because only some people get to do it?
Mm-hmm. Like the additional ability to spread out your units, things like that. Yeah.
And some of the macro actions on the world map that players were doing has now allowed us to add the attack a base without joining the battle. Building repairs, where there were scripts to allow for exploiting some of the cheaper ways to replace buildings. We've managed to now change it so that the entire base is significantly cheaper. Those kinds of things, where instead of just saying, how do we stop this or prevent it or ban people that do it, but how do we fold this into the game in a healthy way?
Yeah. And now there are some things that we still have on our list that we haven't been able to get to.
Yes, definitely. The biggest one is stealth units. That one turned into a giant nested mess spread across the entire code base. We do have some plans about how we might address it, but it's not a simple fix. So that one's going to take more time. It is something that we're going to continue to work on, but we didn't get it in the initial round of fixes.
Right. And there's also, I mean, a plenty of other things too that we want to rebalance in the future as well. Like, because we're not looking at fair play as just exploits and things like that. We're looking at it as like, is the game fair? So like, what are some other things that we're looking at like rebalancing later on in the future?
One of the ones is around the way platoon repairs are accomplished. Right now, there are some minor exploits around that, and they mostly hurt the game itself, not the other players. But the fact that players feel the need to pursue those exploits and the way repairs are punished at the ends of battles, that's something that we're looking at. I can't get into a lot of details right now because we haven't made decisions, but it is something that we are definitely looking at. The fact that repairs in general don't always seem very fair.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, and you know, that's it's we're always wanting, we're in a state right now where we really want to start thinking about these old mechanics and like, are they really, who are they serving? And yeah, I think it's stuff that's on our mind, stuff that we're working on. And when it comes to the exploits that are still out there, that is still currently exist, if you're on Discord, feel free to DM me if you have any actual information about how it's done. I always pass that stuff along to the game teams. And a lot of times that has led us to being able to fix some of those things from happening. So if you are hearing this and you know how some of these things are done, I mean, I'll keep you anonymous from the community. You're safe. You're safe in my dungeon. That sounds weird. I don't know if I should have said that. Weird. All right, but you're still safe. And you can pass me the information and I'll make sure that our engineers get it and try to take a look at it. So yeah, we can try to just speed up the process of making things a little bit more fair.
I understand. I also recently learned through some of my extracurricular reading that dungeons have safe rooms.
Yes. Just so you know, Fixer and I are big Dungeon Crawler Carl fans, and we take up a lot of our meetings of the entire team, just he and I talking about it. So if you haven't read that series, go ahead and read that series. It's great. So one of the biggest concerns that we see from the community is how hard it is to get caught up and really engage in the current events. You know, feeling like if you take a break, you're going to be too far behind, or if you come back to the game, there's just too much stuff. We've made some changes already to address that with like the supply depot bases, but there's a lot more that we're thinking about and working on. So I definitely want to give Russell a chance to kind of talk about from a design angle some of the things that we're thinking about.
Thank you. Yeah, so we added the supply depots recently, and that was our first step in creating a larger ladder to get players from being new or coming back after a while and getting them up to, you know, the metagame, the most recent stuff, and having them be able to play and have viable platoons and all that. We're in the late planning stages of an event redesign that should alleviate a lot of the barrier to entry issues. I can't say too much about it because we're still finalizing some of the parts of it, but in addition to creating more of a ramp that players can use to get quote-unquote caught up with, we are also hoping to expand the types of things players can do in an event. I know that our events have been shrinking a bit over the past few years and simplified in a way, and so we're hoping to not go back to having 16 separate bases they have to go through again. But
even back in the day, there was like north of 60, 80 bases sometimes.
Yeah,
in an event. Yeah.
So we're gonna be offering some more types of gameplay. Nothing that crazy, but we'll hopefully be offering some more types of gameplay. So if you get bored of doing one set, there should be another thing that you can do in the meantime, and then hop back around. More of like a theme park that you can attend to, as opposed to a movie you can watch.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to put it, because it's important to note, while I can't go into a lot of details yet because we're still finalizing things, the idea is to have a couple different paths that people can go in, and they're not stuck to those paths through the entire event. They might be able to spend some time on one ride, and then once they've got what they need from that ride, they can go to another ride, and experience the event in different ways. So try to provide a lot of different opportunities for people to get caught up, but also participate, and then also excel. So a lot of different ways to do that. Anything you want to add to that, Fixer?
Just a small amount. We do have a fairly comprehensive set of changes that we're designing for the beginning of the game, but also for what I like to call the missing middle of the game. However, we don't have a lot we can talk about right now. We're still in a fairly high level planning for those, and a lot of our focus for extra features beyond the command center itself is on getting a release on Steam, which we can talk about in a little bit later.
Right. Yeah, that's a big thing too that I get a lot of questions about over the last couple of months. So yeah, people are definitely looking for an update. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Before we get to that though, because that is kind of a what's in the future of War Commander kind of discussion. The immediate future is coming up, which is October, which means Nightmare, which is probably our most popular time of the year for the game. Zombies, monsters, all that kind of fun stuff. So Young Russell, I know everything that's going on for this upcoming Nightmare. We're actually kind of making October the entire month of Nightmare almost in some ways. But why don't you tell us a little bit about what's happening this year with Nightmare?
Absolutely. So this year we decided to not do any Nightmare. I'm just kidding.
It's called Daydream now. It's going to be very happy.
Yeah, absolutely. In the past, for our last few years, we've been using our weapon tech system of solar weapons versus thorium armor, and so we've been tied to using certain rogue factions in our main events. This year, with the field bonus system, it really frees us up to use any enemy in our main event basis. So we are going to start the month off with a zombie main event, which is something we haven't seen in a long time. An actual Nightmare main event, which I'm really excited for, because we can tell a bigger Nightmare story than just having it as a sub event. So we're going to start with that. We're going to go from that into an undead strike ups. So zombies again for strike ups. We're going to go into a spooky sector breach with some zombie flavor thrown into the bases. And we're going to end it all on October 31st with a scary skirmish. Nice. Throughout all of that month, you'll also be unlocking and upgrading a new unique unit. I won't say too much about him yet, so stay tuned for details, but I'm really excited for this, and it should be something that it's the barrier to acquire is very low, and we have some really cool tech we're applying to it. So,
and I just want to remind everybody too, because this does tend to happen every year, where a unit that is exclusive to October's Nightmare season is very popular. And we do say at the beginning that this is an exclusive to Nightmare unit, but then I hear for all year, when are we going to be able to get this unit again? So I just want to make sure everybody, goes into this knowing, again, this is going to be an October exclusive unit. So don't sleep on it. You're definitely going to want to get it. It's got really cool mechanic in it that we haven't really used before. And you're not going to want to miss out on it. But yes, remember, October exclusive unit. Don't sleep on it. Don't wait until November and go, I want that now. Get it in October. You need to get it in October. All right. I just want to make sure nobody said I didn't tell them. Okay. Well, all right. So we got that coming up in the immediate future, but then we have what is on the horizon. And you mentioned, Fixer, Steam. So why don't we talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, as you've said, a lot of people have been asking about Steam. How's it going? When's it coming? What's that mean? What is Steam? I don't think that last one was actually ever asked. I think people The short answer is it's going pretty well. We have an internal plan for how we're going to address this. It's a big project, but we have a plan. However, we call it the new platform release since we actually haven't completely nailed down that it's going to be Steam. It might be Epic Games. It might be some other platform that becomes big in the meantime. Realistically, it's probably going to be Steam to start with, but we call it internally the new platform release. The slightly longer answer is that we're currently in our prototyping phase. The way we do projects is we have high-level planning, what we call a brief. We take that brief, we knock it out and say, this is the thing that tells us that we're all on the same page, we know what we're going to make. And then from that becomes a spec, which is all of the details that say exactly what our goals are. What is the thing that we're going to make going to do? And then from the spec becomes the plan, the technical plan, the design plan, any other supplementary documents that have to happen in order to make that thing be real. We're still in between the brief and spec phase where we're prototyping out the approach we're going to take. And that's needed because we have a Flash game originally. It was a game on the web, on Facebook. And then it became an HTML5 game. But it still was always a web game. And it's a lot of data that the game makes some very large assumptions about. How do you log in? How do you get that data? Where does the data come from? When is it available? All that other kind of stuff. And we're not always in control of the eventual delivery of that data because we are beholden to the fact that it is a browser-based game, and therefore your browser will cache some of that data.
Right.
Well, we have to break all of those assumptions. We have to make a game that will be a desktop application, and we have to answer those questions about where does the data come from? How do we serve it to players? How do we update it when we need to for players? And all of those other types of things. And that's where we solidly are right now, is answering those questions. How do we get a game out there that we don't have to rebuild from scratch, but gives everybody the data they need without having to download it every time and work correctly?
Yeah, I mean, not to mention the fact that it's a 13-year-old game, so technology has changed quite a bit from when it was written to how it is now. And that it's, you know, you kind of mentioned too, like there's a massive amount this game is. I mean, this game has grown so much over its 13 years that it's not a simple just like copy and paste.
It's definitely not. And
yeah.
We do have some advantages. There are a lot of people over the years that have had to answer this question of how do I take a web application and turn it into a desktop application? And there are wrappers that you can stuff an app into. Electron is one of those for anyone who's technically minded and is probably already screaming at me, just use Electron.
Right.
We might, but it might be the wrong choice. And that's what we're trying to answer.
Yeah. No, that's good. I think that's the update that people are going to be happy to hear, that we're still working on it, that we're in the planning phase, that we're trying to figure it out.
We are in the planning phase, but the other piece of it that I should mention is that we're aiming to have an internal test launch by the end of the year.
Nice.
Which means that our internal team will be able to download something from Steam that hopefully will log in, not nuke their base, and then allow them to be able to play in some capacity. It will be broken as all get out, completely broken in many ways, but that will be the tech test.
Yeah. And one thing, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say, past that, we're going to try to open it up to players. I don't know when exactly, but the intent is to have the ability for players to help us beta test in the new year. And we will have a way for players to opt into that. So keep an eye on Discord, keep an eye on to Drake's Dungeon and other announcements we may make.
Yeah, and just to also circle back to something that was mentioned months ago when we first started talking about it, we will not be getting rid of the browser version, even if we do go to Steam. We will just be having an additional platform that you'll be able to play on. So
we will not be getting rid of the browser version, correct. Yeah. However, we may have some changes to the Facebook version, and that is something that unfortunately is out of our control.
Right.
Facebook has made it absolutely clear that by September of 2026, their web games will be sunset.
Right.
So depending on how we approach this and what changes we're able to make, we may be able to stay on the Facebook platform, or we might not. And that is part of the reason why we've been trying to push people over to our Kickside.com platform to play the game there.
For sure. Yeah. I mean, as you guys probably already know, there's exclusive deals on Kickside.com. You actually get a little bit more gold out of your gold bundles if you play on Kickside.com. We have been doing this intentionally because A, it's our platform, which is nice, but B, we are able to control a bit more of the game, the outcome of than we can with things like Facebook. So if you aren't already playing on Kickside.com, if you're a Facebook player, just go to the button on Kickside.com that you can log in with Facebook and just put in the same credentials that you would use to log into Facebook, and that should sync your account to Kickside.com. If there's any issues, of course, submit a ticket to support and they'll be happy to help sort it out. But yeah, we definitely, if you're not playing on Kickside.com, it's going to be better for you. There's cooler stuff on there for you. But there is that possibility that Facebook might not be an option in the future, which is fine. I mean, we've had a great home there for 14 years and we'll be sad to part ways. That's the case. But we'll always have the Kickside.com one as long as the game is active. So.
Yeah, and absolutely. And Facebook has given plenty of notice for this. We have over a year at this point. So we're not worried that we will not be able. This is part of the reason why we're looking into things like Steam and desktop, as well as just being able to try and find a more convenient place for people to play than having to log into Facebook.
Yeah. One thing I want to mention for the future too, and the current, and this is really just to pat myself and young Russell on the back here, is together we have been trying to flesh out a lot of the story elements of the game. Like we started with Skirmish by making sure that there's a cool story for all the heroes that we introduce. And we have some videos that we're now putting out that are more narrative focused videos. We just put up the Orpheus one on social media this last week. So check it out. If you're not on any of the social medias, follow us on there. But we have plans too for potentially taking some other events and adding in some story elements that weren't really there before. Like there's a lot of side characters that have never really been fleshed out before. And so there's some ideas that young Russell and I have been throwing out to make sure that we can get a little bit more, talk about the relationships between different characters, have like these nice little fun side stories away from the main story that happens in the main event. So if you're enjoying the story stuff, awesome. We're glad. We've been putting a lot of work into it. There is likely going to be more coming. If you haven't been checking out the story stuff, please do. We've been having a lot of fun with it. We plan out pretty far in advance, like the direction that we want to see the story go. And we have a lot of fun playing around with the newer characters and see where that goes. So check it out if you haven't checked it out yet. All right. We've talked about a lot of things, guys. I think we got just about everything that people are going to want to know about. I gave you a lot of questions to answer going into this because it's been a while since we've had one of these. So if there's any major questions that I missed, which I'm sure there are, please let me know. So the next time we do one of our podcasts or next time we do one of our designer diaries, we can make sure we get that topic covered as well. So this is a long episode. It's going to be like 40 minutes or so. So hopefully there's plenty of stuff for you guys to chew on. Any last things from Russell or Fixer that you guys want to add in?
Just stay tuned because we're always coming up with new stuff and finding new ways to make things interesting. Obviously, coming up with novel concepts on a 12-year-old game, or actually probably more than that now, is always a challenge. But we have lots of cool ideas coming up, so stay tuned.
Right. Cool. Anything from you, Fixer?
Nothing else to add right now. I've enjoyed being on this one. We've answered a lot of questions, and I look forward to trying and answer more on a future episode.
Well, a lot of these new features that we talked about are going to be coming out with the Command Center 21 update available September 11th. Just stay tuned to that, and we look forward to you guys getting a chance to play around with it. Other than that, Russell, Fixer, thank you for your time. I know you guys are crazy busy getting this Command Center thing out the door, so I appreciate it. I'm sure the players appreciate the update. So hope you guys have a great day. Hope all you players out there have a great day. And Until next time, we are out. Bye.
See ya.
Happy holidays, everyone, and welcome to the first installment of Bernie's Briefing Room. Today on the show, we have a War Commander community legend, Wrongthinker. We're going to be discussing what we learned from Operation Thorium Rush and how we're applying that knowledge to future monthly events. We also want to throw a thank you to everyone who filled out the event survey. The team has been going through the results this week, and we're really excited about what we've learned so far. Before we bring Wrongthinker out, I wanted to update you guys on von Kruger's Vercraft and the threat that they pose to the sector. Vercraft have always lusted for our supplies of thorium, but a recent discovery has them risking it all. My intel reports that Kruger has discovered a massive thorium vein running deep underneath the sector, and he will stop at nothing to claim it. A vein of this magnitude has the potential to cause serious devastation to all that we hold dear. We need your help to ensure Kruger and the Vercraft don't begin the mining operations in the sector. Can we count on you? That's some pretty serious stuff. We also wanted to update you guys on some common concerns that we're seeing from the community, from the forums to Facebook, to in-game chat and everywhere in between. The leaderboards are a hot topic, obviously. We have some big changes coming to them very soon. I can't go quite into detail yet, but what I can tell you is that the leaderboards are basically being built up, from the ground up, and they're all going to be consolidated into one menu, and the functionality will, work properly. We also have an exciting video for you guys coming out soon about the Siege Squadron, so stay tuned for that. You can keep an eye on our YouTube channel, the official Kixeye YouTube, as well as, our Facebook pages and the forums, because we'll be posting it everywhere. Awesome. So now, without further ado, he's the lead game designer for War Commander, and at least some of the brains behind many of the units and events that we all love. Help me welcome Wrongthinker to the briefing room.
Woo!
Yay.
I'm in the briefing room.
He's here. All right. How are you doing today, Wrongthinker?
I'm doing pretty good. Super excited for the upcoming event, as I admittedly always am. I'm probably about as biased a source as you can get, but yeah, doing good. Having a good time, sipping a delicious carbonated beverage, and life is grand.
Nice. Well, we allow, all the burps possible.
All the burps possible.
In the Bernie's briefing room.
There could be burps in Bernie's briefing room. New name for this. We've come up with it a few seconds in.
Burpee's briefing room.
Burping. Yeah. We're gonna think about that.
Yeah.
We're gonna think about
We'll get
that.
back to you guys. All right. That's awesome to hear. So why don't we get down to business? For those out there who aren't aware, can you kind of go more into what a lead designer actually does? Do you make the game yourself? And kind of give us some more insight on that.
Yeah, it's funny. I actually think there is a perception on the forums, and among the community in general, really, that, some people don't realize that we have a pretty big game team that works on the game. Obviously we have engineers and artists, but we also have a team of designers. We have a couple of guys who work on creating the levels, some that work on units. And my role in particular is I often describe it as sort of a compass, in a sense. I'm sort of a team compass, which maybe oversimplifies a little, but I'm sort of involved in all those creative discussions, and I certainly make plenty of calls, but I really work with a team of immensely talented people, and it's my job to just shove everyone in the right direction, so to speak, more so than it is to come up with every unit or come up with every mechanic. I'm definitely, again, I'm responsible for some of them, for sure, for better and for worse, I'm sure, over the years at this point, but definitely not one dude in a garage.
Damn, too bad. I think that's what we were all hoping for.
Yep. Pros and cons to that, for sure.
So when you guys are going about designing, say, a new unit or a new event, can you kind of go through the process from the beginning to the end?
Yeah, that's a good question. So typically, the starting point lately has been we start by deciding what faction the unit is going to be and what role the unit is going to fill. So we have different stratifications of units in the game. Of course, we have sort of our standard faction units. We have hero units, and we have our unique units, which are sort of our highest power tier. So that factors into it, but really the faction is a big starting point. Of course, part of the reason we introduced factions into the game was we wanted an excuse to add more variety into the experience, and the factions are a great way to do that because the survivors tend to rely on numbers, corpus on their technology, and sentinels on brute force. And what's nice about that is from that comes a great diversity in what we're thinking about with units. So we're not just creating units that are pure generalists necessarily. It gives us a good flavor. And so we start there, and then we just try and come up with something unique that makes sense and can compete favorably with other units in the field of battle. And lately we've been pushing things a little bit more to make the units themselves, and I'm going to have to use this term even though I just used it in a different way, but to make units in general more unique.
Right.
To make them play differently and interestingly, because we really don't want people to get bored with just another machine gunner. Doesn't mean we'll never release another guy that shoots a machine gun. Could happen. Will probably happen at some point. But we don't want to just rely on tropes. We want to be interesting and original, and we can be to make the game fun for people.
Right. And since, War Commander is such a, it's an older game.
It is.
Are you guys running into any sort of challenges while you're designing new units, in efforts to be more unique?
Yes and no. That's fascinating to think about. We obviously, the more units that are in the game, the more challenging it is to come up with something that hasn't been done before. Just simple math would dictate, well, once you've come up with, the first unit is easy to be original, the 201st is much more difficult.
Yeah, I can imagine.
But the flip side of the coin is, sometimes we, inspiration can strike, or, we've fixed some aspects of the game so we get increased resources to develop a unit that has some special functionality. And, internally there's a leadership group. I talked about being the lead designer. There's other members in the leadership group. Of course, there's a lead engineer and a lead artist, and we collaborate. We work together. But lately we've been kind of pushing to really on the front of let's devote more resources to making interesting units, to making them fun. And I think we've seen some of that lately.
Awesome.
I think we're going to see it more so in the coming months as well.
Cool. I'm sure we can go on and on, about unit design and, what goes in
for sure
to, different design aspects of the game. But why don't we move on to the monthly events?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, so we got really great feedback from Operation Resurrection, but, not so much from Thorium Rush.
Yeah.
So what went horribly wrong there?
Well, definitely some things. I'll start with, sort of the goals for Thorium Rush. So there was a lot of good and a lot of bad that came from, I think, Resurrection. And I would say more good than bad. But it was also an extremely, extremely lengthy event.
That's right. There were 3 tracks, right?
Yeah, that's correct. There were 3 tracks. We had the zombie track had 10 missions, which was out of nowhere, with sort of unprecedented. Like, you get to play as the zombies, which was really cool, but we added a lot of content that was dedicated for them, which we had to do because they're melee units. If you just took the zombies up against a normal base, it would... It's a can of worms. Let's call it a can of worms.
A can of zombie worms?
A can of zombie worms. I mean, the zombies might come with worms, actually.
They probably do.
They've built-in worms. But in any case, the event was really, really big, really, really lengthy, and I think because of those unique experiences in there's a lot of fun that came from that. But we also wanted to create an event that was more concise after that event shipped, because first of all, creating that much is a tremendous drain on the team. So we wanted to optimize that a little bit and make sure that we weren't driving ourselves to an early grave, which is appropriate for Resurrection, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly.
But we literally cannot do that for every event. So there had to be some changes there. But also we do get feedback from players about the grind a lot. And if a player wants to complete an event twice and there's 30-some missions, then completing it twice is a sum total of 60-some missions, or even 70.
Right.
And that's a ton of content for a player who wants to replay a couple of times. So we swung the pendulum very far in the other direction. We consolidated down to a much smaller number of missions, which we really wanted to do to favor people who wanted to do that sort of replay experience, and that caused some people to like the shorter structure. Some people did say positively, we like the shorter structure, that's cool. But it also caused some problems, which you were talking about, with difficulty.
Right.
And the big issue was if you imagine the difficulty increases, let's say we have an event that has 100 missions, and the event increases in difficulty 1% per mission. So mission 1 is 1% difficult, and mission 100 is 100% difficult. Well, if you condense that down to 10 missions, the hardest mission could still be 100%.
Right.
Mission 10 could be 100% difficult, but to make that work, you have to have, the second mission be 20% rather than 2. In other words, we're increasing the slope of the difficulty. And I think that caused a lot of frustration in players who wanted to get farther into the event and couldn't because the slope of the difficulty was higher. Even though the last missions weren't intended to be any more difficult than the previous event's last missions, because that slope was so much steeper, people really felt frustrated. And we also made the mistake of lowering the number of replays. And we tried to compensate for that by moving the replay token as an earlier prize, but it just wasn't enough. And it ended up, lower, and even some mid-level players sort of struggled because they had such a finite number of replays, and that slope was steeper, so they just didn't have a good event experience from that.
Yeah, so you just mentioned the replay tokens. What kind of went into the design decision to lower the amount that we were giving out for Operation Thorium Rush compared to previous events?
Yeah, so what we wanted to do is we sort of wanted to get this from two directions. So there's this, when we talk about grinding it out, there's a desire within, I think, all of us when we're playing a game, any game, to get the best outcome we can. We want to get the best outcome. But sometimes getting the best outcome isn't in alignment with having the best experience.
Right.
That's a very interesting problem. From a game design perspective, that's a very challenging problem to solve. So when we look at restart tokens, or replay tokens, whichever is the official term, when we look at those tokens, what players would often do is they would play through the event a couple of times, and then they would spam sort of those replay tokens to grind the early missions, because it gets them a little more experience, and those missions are free to a high-level player. So they increase their own rewards, but they're having kind of this boring grind through half the event experience. So what we wanted to do is, by compressing the event size, moving the replay token earlier, we actually were trying to discourage that a little bit. We wanted you to, we actually kept the experience payouts in the cumulative event very, very high. I think the total event had about 95% the experience of the previous event, but had 60% the mission. So the per mission XP payout was really, really high in this new one. And so our hope was, hey, players will have more fun because they'll actually, be able to work through the missions that they're more engaged in, rather than just grinding out free missions where they're, not even really playing the game. They're just kind of clicking go. So that's why we reduced the number, and also made it easier to get more replay tokens. But again, it was sort of a catch-22, because with the difficulty slope being higher, lots of players still couldn't reach it. So even if we achieved that goal for our mid-high, and high-level players, there was a negative consequence, an unforeseen consequence, that it handicapped some of our mid-low and lower-level players.
Yeah. Yeah, so you mentioned difficulty a lot, and I think many of the complaints that we received were from our kind of mid to low tier players. So I'm sure they'll be interested to know kind of what went into the decision to increase the slope of the difficulty for Thorium Rush.
For sure. I definitely think, honestly, it was sort of a byproduct of the shortening of the event structure overall. It boils down to, we didn't want the later missions to be easier. The last mission we wanted to be just as hard as our previous last mission, give or take. And so, and we wanted the earlier missions to be as easy as the earlier missions before. But when you compress that whole spectrum down from 35 missions to 10 missions, the slope as a byproduct of that just gets steeper.
Yeah.
So in a sense, the cumulative difficulty wasn't significantly higher or higher at all, but when you were playing the event, you would hit difficult missions much more quickly.
Right.
So it'd feel like you were making less progress, in a sense, before you reached a point of challenge. and that is definitely not really what we were going for. Like, we didn't want that to be a negative experience the way it
Right.
ended up being.
So when you're going in and designing, the missions, how do you determine the difficulty to, implement for the defensive missions as well as the offensive?
So there's a slightly different methodology depending on whether or not it's an attack mission or a defense mission. With the defensive missions, I guess there's similar methodologies. They're not entirely disparate, I guess. In both cases, we have a reasonably sized QA staff, and they provide us with, they'll throw units at the bases, and we have varying degrees of skill level on the team, and some people will even play down to try and so we're all developers, right? So theoretically, we can flip a switch and all have everything, but we know that's not the average player experience.
Right.
So we try and create unit sets that adhere to different points in player progression. So, for example, we might have one person play through relying primarily on, without uniques, for example, and just using Gen 1 faction content, so Liberators and so forth, to see how far they can get before needing to repair, or how many Liberators they would need. And then we do the same for, now we have a high-tier player account equivalent,
right?
Where we have, this person has everything and, is incredibly powerful. How far can they get before they hit friction, and so forth. So we generate from that just sort of a graph set that literally shows us, okay, here's the amount of damage people are taking. If they use different tactics, how much can they save on that? And we always try and make sure that, most bases, I think all bases, actually have a spectrum. They all have different solutions. And some are always more efficient than others. And we always try to make sure there's at least one or two efficient solutions. And then as long as we have a handful of really good efficient solutions, we feel generally good about that base design.
Awesome. I think one of the main concerns players have when it comes to, difficulty, not just in the monthly events, but in pretty much everything else we do, is, the repair cost. Do you guys factor that kind of thing in when you're designing, the bases and the difficulty of the defensive missions?
Yeah, we do actually look at that. We made a decision over a year ago now, basically with the start of the faction era, sort of unify our repair structure a little bit. So all faction units have a 9-hour repair time for a full platoon of that unit type. So if you have a full platoon of Liberators and they get totally wiped, they're going to be about 9 hours. And that's uniform for, Hades. It's uniform for Phalanx. If all of your Phalanx in a platoon get wiped, it's about 9 hours. There's reasons that math isn't always perfect, but it's generally close. And every now and then we do an exception. For example, the technical has the talent at max level when you get it to level 10 that it reduces that 9-hour for a platoon to 8 hours. That's their talent.
That's awesome.
Which is cool. But so we leave the door open to exceptions, but generally that's the rule. So we're able to use that as a metric because it's standardized between our units. So that actually hopefully made things a little more understandable for the players when we did that, but it also helps us with our testing as well.
Yeah, that's really good to know. All right, so can you give us any insight into, how you're going about designing the difficulty for the next monthly event in December?
Absolutely. So I think difficulty is I'm going to use a slightly different word when we talk about difficulty here, which is I'm going to describe it as a value proposition. It's sort of the game designery term for difficulty. So it's not just about how much damage you take.
Right.
It's about what you get out of that effort and what kind of reward you get. So, for example, if you said, well, this base is really hard, but if you beat that base, if you got 10,000 gold for beating the base, you go, well, maybe that's not so hard, because if I beat it, I get 10,000 gold. So it's all about maintaining a good value prop. And so we're doing some things to try and address a series of concerns players had with Thorium Rush. So what we're actually going to do, and we were looking at XP payouts specifically, one of the challenges we run into, which I described a little bit earlier, is that some people have a tendency to farm out XP from the lower levels at the detriment of having a fun experience because it's rewarding.
Right.
But the flip side is if we make those values too low, then a low-level player can't earn enough experience to increase their power, to try and aspire to become more powerful in the game. So we're actually going to do something pretty interesting for this next event, where the earlier missions are actually going to pay out much less XP, but they're going to give out units themselves. So you're going to earn a lot more of, so for lower level players, they'll be able to earn a lot more units than they have in previous events, just by beating those super early missions. For a high level player, they'll earn those units, and it's not super helpful, but those missions are super, super easy for them anyway.
Right.
And the total XP amount isn't really changing much. So all that XP that's being moved out of those lower missions in favor of giving them high-cost units. So, and just for a frame of reference, like let's say a Liberator costs 25,000 XP for a single Liberator. Well, now, on the first mission, you might get 3 Liberators. So it's like
Awesome.
75,000 XP worth of units that will help you grow in power as a lower level, and that you just won't need to use XP for. So XP is shifting a little bit to be more valuable for mid and higher tier players. And so we're actually taking XP from 2 directions. I heard a concern last time as well from multiple players. There's too much XP in the final faction mission. So it's like, yeah, the total event XP is okay, but if I don't beat that final faction track, like the final faction track mission, I'm losing like a third of that XP, which is huge.
Yeah, definitely.
And I hear that concern. So we're actually taking some XP out of that as well, and all that's being distributed around. So what you're going to see is missions in the main track, outside of those first few where we're giving out units, are going to pretty quickly escalate to giving more meaningful XP payouts than previously. And of course, the higher missions are still going to be worth more, but you're going to see a better slope of rewards there to justify the fact that there is that like higher slope of general difficulty curve. And we did want to keep the shorter event structure. So what we're trying to do, because again, some players really like that shorter event structure. So we're trying to have our cake and eat it too. Like, we're trying to make everyone happy here. So we're keeping the shorter event structure. We're putting great Gen 1 faction units as free prizes for just beating those super early missions, which is, I believe we have it on the first 3 as well as the first faction. Previously, it was just the first faction you could get units for winning, but now it's like the first 3 you can get units.
That's awesome.
As well as the first faction. So you're seeing a shift there, and then more XP in the main track, so that if you can't make it all the way to the final faction mission, you should be earning more XP than you did last time, like if you're making it to the middle of the main track. And so hopefully all that will result in an event that is playable for almost any type of player, and any type of player will be able to make some progress towards bettering themselves, as long as they put in the work to do it.
That's awesome. I'm sure many of the players will enjoy those kind of changes.
Yeah, fingers crossed. We're giving it a shot for sure.
Awesome. So I think this is a good transition into the event store itself. As we're talking about XP and the payouts you get from the different tracks. Some of the complaints that I've been seeing on the forums is that the items in the event store are too expensive or unobtainable for some people, and then in Operation Thorium Rush, we also threw in the trophy, being only able to be unlocked from the event store. So can you kind of go through, what, design changes or thoughts went into that, and, how you're approaching that for the next event?
For sure. So there's 2 parts to the question. I'll talk about the trophy first.
Sure.
With the trophy specifically, because there was a lot of that sort of grind out XP from lower bases, and we had internal talks about this. We actually wrestled with whether or not to make the trophy require beating the event. But we ultimately ended up all feeling pretty strongly that the whole point of a trophy is to show a certain level of skill and power. That you really, to make it something that's truly an achievement. And so to that end, we felt like conquering the event demonstrates that you have mastery over the event, and then that warrants you having access to this trophy. So that was kind of why we made the decision. We wanted that trophy to mean more than it had in the past. We wanted it to be a true badge of honor. So we actually understand this means fewer players are going to get the trophy. But in a sense, that's kind of the point. The trophy is supposed to be an exclusive for people who actually conquer the event. And I think for those who do earn it, it will have more meaning. And for people who don't earn it, it's something more to aspire to. where when you reach that point where you're able to earn that trophy, that's a much bigger win than it used to be. So that's the answer to the trophy part of that question, and we are retaining that for the next event.
Okay, that's good to know.
So the second part of the question is, sort of how items might be overpriced in the store.
Yeah.
And I think so with anything like that, there's two directions that we can address that from. We can either lower prices or we can increase payouts. And in a sense, we're leaning towards the former. That is to say, we're increasing, or I don't forget which was the former. I didn't even remember which order to say. But the point is, there's more XP in that main track now.
Right.
So what we're trying to do is empower people to get more XP from the main track. So for mid-tier players, you should be able to get more from the store. The total XP for the whole event isn't changing from the last time. So if you push through everything, you're getting the same amount. But for players who aren't pushing through everything, you're actually going to be getting more.
Awesome.
So for players who are having difficulty there, hopefully they will be having a little bit less difficulty and be able to purchase a little more of the goodies they want.
Cool. So we're running short on time.
True story.
I wanted to ask you about the Dracon unit or the Dracon unit. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
People are pronouncing it in all different ways.
So for what it's worth, I pronounce it Dracon.
Dracon.
Like dragon. Kind of.
I pronounce it Dracon.
Yeah,
like something else that I can't think of.
Yeah, that's entirely fair. And to be truthful, there might, I think it's actually, I forget who proposed that name. I did not come up with that name, but I liked it a lot. I think it's from like Greek mythology or something. It's not actually Drake. We can look that up. That's a good one for future in terms of the naming. But
we'll put a briefing up on the forums for that.
Yeah. So for those who are debating on the forums and among the community how to pronounce it, we're doing that internally too.
That's good. Okay, so what were your thoughts on the unit itself, and also the first single-use hero, Max?
Yes. So for the Dracon itself, that was a great instance of where we started really pushing. It's really the start of our initiative to push for more original, interesting content in the game, and that will absolutely continue. I think we've already seen some of the Siege Squadron. When you see the Siege Squadron boss base, you'll get a sense of how it's also going to be something pretty unique and original. And we're really excited to start pushing the bounds of what you expect for a unit. And for the Dracon, again, I think the gameplay of the Dracon is so interesting because you want to maintain that maximum range. It deals more damage the farther the plasma travels. So they're actually relatively weak to something like an Acolyte, or they're really weak to a War Dog, because a War Dog gets in there, and not only will the War Dog chew through them, so to speak, pretty quickly, but they're not going to take much damage in the process because of how close they are to the units.
Exactly.
So they offer really compelling strengths and also really compelling weaknesses. And I think that's the sign of a good unit, is because that means it's got clear use cases, but you can screw it up and people can play against you, and that's...
Yeah, and that adds a lot of strategy to the game.
Absolutely. And that kind of strategy is really what we're after. For sure.
So what kind of new units can we be expecting in the near future?
Yes. So in the upcoming, we haven't revealed the upcoming unit yet in full, but we're going to push things even farther with one of the craziest ideas we've ever had. I guess the best teaser to give is that the next unit can't attack at all.
Oh.
It has no attack. And we think it's amazing. So
I can't wait to write the briefing on that one.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. Damage 0. But we think this one's a real winner, and it's so unlike anything else. I'm so excited for this unit. It is a Sentinels unit. I can say that. I think people know that's going to be the case. But it's very interesting.
Cool. I'm sure the players, they're going to be thinking about this nonstop.
Yeah, for sure. I hope so.
Awesome.
Units teased.
Yeah. All right. Well, I really appreciate you, taking the time to join me on the first installment of Bernie's Briefing Room.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you have any final thoughts about, Operation Thorium Rush or anything in the world of War Commander?
Yeah, I think the one thing I want to say is I want to echo something you said earlier, actually, which is how appreciative we are. Within the past 3 or 4 months or so, we started sending out those surveys, and we don't send those out to not read them. Like, we look at them, we, Bernie sends out, he reviews like the cumulative data. Many of the leads group will review that data, and it's like we look at this stuff. Is the point? We are so grateful to the community for actively responding. I think we got a good number of results for the survey of players filling it out, and that stuff is really, really helpful for us. So your honest feedback, both the good and the bad, is constructive and is valuable. So we're really appreciative of that, and we look at it, and it's just another way we collect information from you guys to make the game better, along with forums and so forth. But so thanks so much for taking your time, community, to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the point is, we're just as passionate about the game as, all of our players are. So that's kind of what goes into the surveys and how we review them.
Yeah, definitely.
Awesome. So that'll do it. Do it for us here today. We wish all of you watching or listening a very happy holidays, and hope you guys are excited for things to come in War Commander. He's Wrong Thinker, and I am CM Bernie, signing off.
Take care, everyone.
Commander, Kane and his zombies were once again pushed from the sector, but our victory was to be short-lived. After years of having only a minimal presence in the sector, Verkraft is returning in force. Why are they returning now? What do they want? We've got to find out, because whatever it is, it won't be good. Corpus has been revisiting our older weaponized plasma research, and by applying their advanced knowledge, Corpus has created the Dracon. The Dracon is a devastating long-range infantry unit that wields an entirely new power tier of plasma weaponry. Faction-era plasma weaponry has projectiles that deal more damage the farther they travel, dealing incredible damage at the Dracon's max range of 550. In addition, the plasma weaponry ignores enemy armor, allowing them to be equally effective against a large variety of enemy types. The Dracon's level 10 talent, Reposition, grants them a massive movement speed bonus for a short duration after first taking damage that knocks them below 100% health. Use Reposition to get your Dracons out of dangerous situations and apply strike and retreat tactics. Earn the Dracon from select faction track missions and the event store. Earn Dracon training tokens exclusively from the event store. This event marks the first appearance of the single-use hero. Single-use heroes are used just like single-use zombies from Operation Resurrection, fire and forget. Single-use heroes will eventually be released as standard heroes, but by releasing them as single-use first, the community gets an opportunity to provide feedback and try out the hero before pushing for the standard version when it finally releases. The debut single-use hero is Max, whose bark is loud and whose bite is fierce. Kara's favorite canine is an improved war dog, with better damage and durability. Max also comes with the ability to concuss enemies right out of the gate, and is much more effective at damaging buildings and vehicles than the standard war dog. The single-use version of Max also includes the same functionality that will be available to the standard version of Max through components, including the effects of alpha training and imprint training. So who's a good boy? Max! Max is a good boy. Earn single-use Max from select main missions only. In addition to the Dracon and Dracon training tokens, there are also some kick-ass new components in the event store. First off, we have Deathblades, the final component for the War Rig. Deathblades massively increases the War Rig's damage to infantry when running them over, and also grants its Cowcatcher Busted status, making it the ultimate in anti-bunker weaponry. Make sure you pick up Deathblades and the other War Rig tech while you can, as they're all last chance this month. In addition, both the Hornet and Yellow Jacket are receiving a full suite of components, allowing you to customize both their offensive and defensive capabilities. Like the drones themselves, this tech is entirely unlimited, so once each type of tech is unlocked, you can equip it to as many drones as you want. This event also sees some major improvements to the event structure. Operation Thorium Rush was designed to be a more concise, rewarding, and skill-based event. First off, you'll see a significant reduction in overall event length. However, cumulative XP payouts remain similar to previous events, meaning the per-mission XP payout is much higher than usual. Initial restart token quantity is now reduced to only 2, but more restart tokens can be earned much earlier than normal, partway through the faction track, rather than after the final main mission. Defensive missions remain optional, but can be retried for those who seek their XP payouts, just like in the recent Nightmare Resurrection. Finally, the trophy is now only available in the event store to players who complete the entire event, meaning that it's a true testament to a player's skill, and no longer just a testament to grinding out lower difficulty missions. Don't forget to pummel those sector assault bases to collect Omega War Rig parts. This will be your final opportunity to get your Omega War Rig parts for some time, so get them while you can. Also pick up standard and elite War Rig parts from the event store. Vercraft is up to something, Commander. Let's get to the bottom of their schemes before it's too late. Operation Thorium Rush starts Thursday, November 23rd. Commander, a darkness has fallen over the sector. It's time for Nightmare Resurrection. What is Nightmare Mode, you ask? Well, I'm glad you did. Nightmare Mode is a different version of the most recent event. It's both more difficult and more rewarding. Missions have been remixed and reordered, zombies are tougher and more aggressive, and some new zombie threats have appeared, not the least of which is the Nemesis zombie. The Nemesis zombie is both really slow and really strong. Engage at your own peril. Other terrors may await you as well. But what is worth all this pain? First off, the XP payouts of all main track and faction track missions have been doubled. Second, the event store has been updated to include a ton of killer content. Pick up a new trophy, standard elite and Omega parts for both the Juggernaut and the Herald, custom zombie-themed war paints, Special Forces heroes and tech, classic collector's items, and everything else that was available in Operation Resurrection's event store. This is a great opportunity to stock up on— wait, what the fuck? Did that zombie just get back up again? Ugh. Nightmare Resurrection starts October 28th at 10 a.m. Pacific and ends October 31st at 10 a.m. Pacific. Single-use units are a new type of unit being introduced with Operation Resurrection. The first example of single-use units are various types of zombies. Single-use zombies are earned through completing missions throughout all 3 of the event mission tracks, and are also purchasable through the event store. These single-use units show up in the platoon manager, and not in research or production buildings, where they can be added to any type of attacking ground platoon, standard, PvP, or raiding party, but cannot be added as base defenders. Single-use units do not take up any storage capacity, but they do take up platoon capacity. As soon as you deploy a single-use unit in battle, it will disappear permanently once that battle ends. Make sure to separate your single-use units into separate squads, so you don't deploy more than you need accidentally. It does not matter if the single-use unit survives the battle or not. Once deployed, it will be gone, similar to a mercenary or missile. Single-use units will last as long as they are not used. They will not expire from your storage or from your platoons until you deploy them in a battle. This means you can hold on to them until long after the event is over, and surprise enemies with zombies as long as you have some left. Choose wisely when to deploy your new weapons, Commander. The utility of single-use units just might provide you the edge you need in the wars to come.
Oh shit! Hostile! Hostile!
Commander, zombies have returned to the sector. Even though we killed Kane over a year ago, the zombies have returned and are wreaking havoc again. We have to find out who has brought the zombies back from the dead and stop the horde before they destroy the entire sector. We need to make sure to equip our recently acquired fire tech, or we won't stand a chance. In order to fight the zombies, the survivors have developed the Technical. The Technical is a fast-moving light vehicle that adds a tremendous amount of battlefield versatility to the survivor's arsenal. The Technical's default turret is a high-caliber sustained damage machine gun, which rips through targets both air and ground. However, the Technical has two alternate turrets which are unlocked for you automatically as soon as you've earned the unit. Equip the Burning Man component to turn the Technical's turret into a flamethrower, which can only strike ground targets but changes the damage type to fire, and increases damage per second by 50%. Equip the Rocket Man component to turn the Technical's turret into a rocket launcher, which can only strike air targets, but changes the damage type to burst and increases the damage per second by 50%. The Technical's level 10 talent, Jerry-rigging, reduces its repair time by over 10%. For this event only, you can also purchase technical training tokens from the event store. This event also sees some major changes to the event structure. First, defensive waves are no longer required to progress in the event. In general, defensive waves are more difficult than they were in past events, and you'll only get a single chance at each defensive wave per playthrough. However, they will offer extremely high XP payouts, with the final defensive mission being worth 80,000 event XP all by itself. In addition, if you fail to defeat a defensive wave, you still get to go on to the next mission. You'll no longer be stopped by a defensive wave you can't beat or don't want to. The second major change to the event structure is the inclusion of the zombie track, in addition to an all-faction track. The all-faction track allows you to use units from any of the three factions, but the zombie track requires that you use only the new single-use zombie units, which are available in this event only. Defeating zombie track missions awards additional event XP and exclusive zombies. Single-use units can only be used in a single combat, regardless of how much damage they take. However, you can acquire them in great numbers, and they are added to your inventory already built. Don't worry, they don't take up storage space. Though zombies are only available this event, you can save them and use them whenever you want in the future. Just make sure you spend as few as possible in each mission, or you'll run out of zombies before finishing the zombie track. Zombies can be won from missions, and some can be purchased in the event store. Speaking of the event store, it's absolutely packed with treats this month. In addition to the technical training tokens, and some single-use zombies, there are also a huge number of additional prizes to purchase with your event XP. The amazing zombie missile is an instant travel missile that spawns a horde of your very own zombies wherever and whenever you need it. Zombie missiles behave like regular missiles. You can build them and use them whenever you want, unlike other zombie units. Steering knuckle tech improves the handling of your war rig. Anti-zombie serum helps you fight against the zombie hordes. The best base defense drones in the game, the Yellow Jacket and the Hornet, remain in the store. There's also a ton of zombie-themed items in the store for you to pick up, including the awesome Demon Dog War Paint. To wrap up the event store, the War Dog is back, and all Survivor content, except that Demon Dog War Paint, is 50% off. There are over 50 other items in the event store, so be sure to browse to find the items you need. Lastly, don't forget to pummel those Sector Assault bases to collect Omega War Rig parts. Also, pick up Standard and Elite War Rig parts from the event store. Let's get to the root of this zombie onslaught before we all wind up dead, Commander. I don't want to be dead. It sounds boring, and I hate the taste of brains. Operation Resurrection starts Thursday, October 19th. Commander, we now know the malevolent force behind the True Believers is Brother Jeremiah. He's been building his might while playing Kara and Malachi off each other. Though you and Shadow have uncovered the truth, it remains to be seen whether or not it's too late. Malachi, with your help, seeks the reason for Jeremiah's betrayal, and justice for his fellow Sentinels. Turn up the heat against the True Believers with the Sentinels' latest infantry, the Chaplain. The most durable infantry unit in the game, the Chaplain wields a powerful flamethrower which can fry your enemies with ease. Fire damage is strong against all enemy types, but is capable of massive damage against, certain enemy types. At level 10, the Chaplain gains its talent, Burning Devotion. Burning Devotion causes the Chaplain to explode on death, dealing incredible damage to anything near it, ensuring the Chaplain always gets the last laugh. Earn the Chaplain from the Sentinel faction track or purchase it from the event store. For this event only, you can also purchase Chaplain training tokens from the event store. Our internal researchers have also developed 2 new drone types, the Yellow Jacket and the Hornet. Though they cannot target buildings, they provide incredible base defense, since they are both durable and damaging. The Yellow Jacket exclusively targets ground units, and the Hornet exclusively air, making the blend you put in your drone silo an important part of your defensive strategy. Both of these drone types are unlimited, which means once you purchase them from the event store, you can build as many as you want. Completing the final faction mission grants a bonus XP payout, as well as a Sentinel training token bundle, where you'll get 2 training tokens for each Gen 1 Sentinel unit. This event also tasks you with a special mission. Can you find the True Believers' secret headquarters? If you can solve the mystery of Jeremiah's location, you have a chance at additional bonus XP. This event marks the first month of the Omega War Rig campaign. The War Rig recently received a significant buff, but at the Omega level, its power increases even more. In addition to bonus damage, the Omega War Rig gains improved movement speed, turning speed, and a massive 400,000 health per Omega level. Omega War Rig parts can be earned from Sector Assault bases. The War Rig also gets its first component this event, Deflection Tiles. This component reduces burst damage to the War Rig by 75% at max level. Purchase Deflection Tiles from the event store. Also, every Gen 1 Sentinels unit and component in the event store is 50% off. It's also your last chance to pick up Herald parts and Herald Tech. You can also pick up the newly buffed legendary units. There are over 50 other items in the event store, so be sure to browse to find the items you need. It's time to unite the factions, Commander, and push the True Believers out of the sector. Operation The Divide starts Thursday, September 14th. Commander, the True Believers continue to cause chaos in the sector, but their motives are still unclear. While the survivors and Sentinels blame each other, the True Believers steadily grow their ranks through sinister brainwashing tactics. Shadow seeks to get to the bottom of this mystery, but she'll need our help to unravel the truth. In order to help us with the True Believers threat, Corpus has granted us a powerful new weapon, the Cyclops. With the Cyclops, Corpus wields its full technological might. The Cyclops is a modern laser tank which fires powerful laser projectiles. Though the Cyclops starts off packing a punch, its damage increases as its laser heats up. The Cyclops maxes out at 300% of its starting damage after 15 seconds of constant firing. This 300% bonus damage continues as long as it continues to attack. At level 10, the Cyclops gains its talent, Stealth, which renders the Cyclops invisible except when firing or when detected by enemies. Earn this incredible weapon from the Corpus faction track, or purchase it from the event store. Completing the final faction mission grants a large XP payout, as well as a Corpus training token bundle, where you'll get 2 training tokens for each Gen 1 Corpus unit. This event is the final month of the Omega Herald campaign. This true monstrosity of Sentinel engineering casts a dark shadow of destruction upon its enemies. The Omega Herald not only boasts improved damage and durability, it also gains 20% additional movement speed over the Elite Herald, and has a larger clip size. Omega Herald parts can be earned from sector assault bases. This month, the event store has all kinds of goodies. In addition to the Cyclops itself, you can pick up the last resort component for the Omega Herald, which grants it a massive explosion on death, dealing incredible damage to any nearby hostiles that thought they were going to survive. Also, this month only, gain an advantage over the opposition by picking up War Dog and Cyclops training tokens for event XP. Finally, by popular demand, both Standard and Elite Herald parts are in the event store as well. Don't forget to use the event UI to see what faction tracks are coming up over the next months, and plan accordingly. We are the only thing keeping the survivors and sentinels from wiping each other off the map, Commander. It's up to us to solve this mystery before it's too late. Operation Blind Faith starts August 17th. The factions agreed to a temporary ceasefire, hoping to build enough strength to discourage hostiles from outside the sector, like the Highway Zealots. But the latest threat to the sector comes from within. Are the Sentinels breaking the ceasefire, or is there something more sinister going on? To combat this new threat, the survivors have trained the War Dog. The War Dog is a fast-moving survivor infantry unit that excels in taking down enemy infantry. Though the War Dog can deal damage to non-infantry units, it is best used to mow down hordes of enemy infantry. When in packs, using Ruby causes each War Dog to pick a different target, making them incredibly efficient. The War Dog is also able to sniff out mines while Ruby is active, ensuring safe passage for other ground troops. At level 10, the War Dog gains its talent, Lockjaw, which adds concussion to all of the War Dog's attacks, making it even more effective at chewing through the opposition. Earn the War Dog by playing through the Survivor's faction track. Completing the final faction mission grants a large XP payout, as well as a Survivor's training token bundle, where you'll get 2 training tokens for each Gen 1 Survivor's unit. New to this event, use the event UI to see what faction tracks are coming up over the next months, and plan accordingly. This event is the second month of the Omega Herald campaign. This true monstrosity of Sentinel engineering casts a dark shadow of destruction upon its enemies. The Omega Herald not only boasts improved damage and durability, it also gains 20% additional movement speed over the Elite Herald, and a larger clip size. Omega Herald parts can be earned from sector assault bases. This month, pick up the AA Weapons Kit component for the Omega Herald, which grants it the ability to target air, and a close-range anti-air machine gun. In addition, the event store contains Omega Titan parts and components, Elite War Rig parts, and both silver and gold tech for the Bone Saw and Disruptor. We must get to the bottom of this new threat before what little sector stability we have is completely undone. Find out the truth by playing Operation True Believers, starting Thursday, July 20th. What if we hadn't stopped Vang's thorium bomb in time? Nightmare into Chaos starts Saturday, June 24th.
What's up, Commanders? We're back with a mini installment of Bernie's Briefing Room. Light Touch joins us again to go over some of the highs and lows of March and what you can expect to see coming up in April. So thanks again for joining us, Light Touch. How are you doing?
Great. It's a pleasure to be back here, my man.
Awesome. So why don't we just get right into it? Our last Briefing Room podcast was just over a month ago now. How have things been going on your end since then?
Yeah, man. By and large, things have been going very well. We have experienced a few technical difficulties along the way this month. Some of the things we could control, like noticed bugs at the last minute during a deploy, and there were things that we couldn't control, like the Facebook outage that we had all experienced the other week. But some fun content has been released to the players in the form of the Shepherd Boss Base, PvP Season 13, our event, and most notably the Command Center 15 upgrades. Specifically, that last one is what I'm most happy about. For months, the players have been crying out for better defensive capabilities to offset the attackers, and we feel we have made some very good progress in that direction with our released content.
Awesome. So before we get more into those specifics, why don't we talk about kind of the turbulent releases that you alluded to just there? What has the team learned from those, and how are we moving forward now?
A good question. After each weekly release, whether it's a good release or a bad release, we sit down as a team and those involved and talk through what went wrong or what did very well and what we could be doing better going forward. We've had a lot to talk about over the last few weeks, unfortunately. And I think a lot of that is because leading up to the CC15 release, the team was working very hard to ensure that we push the content out quickly and cleanly. With the whole team focused in on this particular feature, we didn't give other cadenced content the close love it deserved, and we would catch last-minute mistakes during our weekly deploy, of which needed to be fixed before we allowed players back into the game. Going forward, we were much more cognizant of where we had oversight, and we'll be doing everything in our power to ensure that we catch it before release day, so as to not impact the player base that just wants to get in and play our game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so a couple times this last month we had to either go into emergency downtime or take, extended downtime or additional ones for a couple of the releases. So my question is, at what point in the whole process do you feel like taking, emergency maintenance or additional downtime is needed? Kind of what's the process to make that decision?
Yeah, so it's sort of on a problem by problem basis. Depending on the severity of the thing we catch, whether it is very much player facing and player impactful or it could affect a player experience, is usually our gauge for whether we actually go for extended downtime to make sure that this goes away. If it is something that the players don't notice and that we can fix later on without impacting the player experience, we often will just bring it up and then in the background release the content needed to fix whatever the problem was at the time.
So we've talked about CC15 a little bit already, but we did see the release of that in March, and it was a big deal. Can you give the listeners tuning in an idea of how much work goes into a feature like that?
Yeah, for sure, man. We try to produce a CC upgrade every 6 to 7 months, just for a cadence feature and to keep things fresh. These lifts are always very large, however, and very tough on the team. The day-to-day content itself doesn't slow down, and so we have to do all the extra work for a CC in conjunction with the week-over-week content. So I'll give you sort of a layout of a timeline and what sort of is involved when we do something like this.
Mhm.
So first of all, our designers and product team put their heads together and dig into the analytics of the game and identify which types of bases and equipment are needed for upgrades. Next, a document gets drafted up with a proposed plan of what we should be buffing and adding additional levels or functionality to. In addition to the analytics stuff, the team put their heads together and come up with ideas for things that we should be building. And we also listen to the player base and see if there's anything that has a lot of merit with what they are putting forward, or just straight up sounds cool. So from there, the leadership of the game sits down in a giant sort of circle of love and go through the document and go through the document to decide what we can do, what we can't do, what would be nice to do if we had the time. Then a final document is drafted up with all the ideas and things we are planning on doing for the event, and we hand it over to our project manager, who then breaks the work down into manageable chunks and starts handing out the work to the team, setting deadlines, making sure all the disciplines are on task, etc., etc., etc. Art, engineering, design, and product all do work their butts off to get everything that was assigned to them done, and in the time allotted, with their quality assurance team then left to take up.
I am Alexis Bont, and I'm joined by our CFO, Emily Villate, today. Before we go into financials, I will start by taking you through the key franchises in the quarter, including the progress that we've made and key developments. Looking at the second quarter, we continue to make progress in building a more focused and franchise-led Stillfront. Net revenue amounted to 1.323 billion SEK, corresponding to an organic decline of 1.3%. This means that organic growth remained broadly stable despite a significantly lower level of user acquisition investments compared with the first quarter. Profitability strengthened clearly in the quarter. Adjusted EBITDA increased to 387 million SEK. That corresponds to a margin of 29%, which is up from 23% in Q1. This was mainly driven by the normalization of launch investments in Big Farm Homestead, as well as a broader reduction in user acquisition costs. We also saw continued double-digit growth in our key franchises, which grew organically by 10% in the quarter. This was the second consecutive quarter of double-digit organic growth in the key franchises, and this is a statement to our strategy to focus on our key franchises and the fact that that strategy is working. Finally, cash generation was strong. Free cash flow amounted to 519 million SEK in the quarter, supported by the underlying businesses as well as the upfront settlement with Gameberry. This strengthens our ability to continue reducing debt while investing selectively in our key franchises. I will now go through the franchise development in more detail, starting with Joe Walker. So, Joe Walker delivered a strong quarter and returned to double-digit organic growth. Net revenue amounted to 23 million SEK, corresponding to organic growth of 11%. This represents a clear rebound from the slowdown in commercial activity we saw in the first quarter. Looking ahead, our focus remains on expanding Joe Walker's presence in Syria and Iraq, supported by reseller partnerships and marketing initiatives. We continue to see long-term growth opportunities in the franchise, supported by its very strong local relevance, its very loyal player base, and a strong established market position and brand. If we move on to Supremacy now, Supremacy reported net revenues of 214 million SEK, corresponding to an organic decline of 2% in the quarter. This development reflected a more challenging user acquisition environment for the existing titles compared with the favorable marketing conditions that we saw in the first quarter. At the same time, the team continued to focus on technical improvements and on preparing Supremacy Warhammer 40K for global launch. The game is now currently in soft launch, and the focus is on refining the player experience, improving technical performance, and in order to ensure a high-quality global rollout. If you move on to Big now, Big continued to perform very strongly in the second quarter. Net revenues amounted to 172 million SEK, corresponding to organic growth of 79%. This was driven by the continued momentum in Big Farm Homestead after a successful global launch, as well as continued strong performance in Sunshine Island. So the franchise maintained positive momentum. This is despite significantly lower user acquisition investments compared with the launch-intensive first quarter when we launched Big Farm Homestead. This shows that the investments made during the launch phase continue to deliver even as investments level normalized. So this is a definition of a successful launch. As we have said before, we do not expect the same pace of growth to continue quarter after quarter, but the performance in Q2 confirms that Big is developing well and that we've been able to build on the strength of the franchise through both new games development and strong live ops execution. If we now move on to BitLife, BitLife reported net revenues of 109 million SEK. This corresponded to an organic decline of 19%. The year-on-year decline was mainly driven by challenging comparison figures and the more disciplined user acquisition approach in the franchise. If we look ahead, comparison figures should be less challenging. At the same time, revenue actually improved sequentially compared with the first quarter, and it was supported by strong live ops execution. Some of you may recall that we stated that we've been investing in the live ops engine there. And actually, as a result, during the quarter, BitLife released the Ultimate Fighter Mode feature, which actually became the franchise's best-selling expansion pack to date. So clear indications that the franchise is starting to head in the right direction. Empire delivered a strong quarter with net revenue of 104 million SEK and organic growth of 2%. This was the franchise's highest quarterly net revenue since 2024, which is a strong achievement for a game that has been live for 14 years. The performance was supported by strong monetization, live ops, and a very good execution of in-game events. Empire continues to demonstrate the strength of long-lived player communities and the value of operating established games with discipline and consistency. At the same time, the team continued to invest in new game development within the franchise, with the development of the new upcoming game, Empire, Titans, and Dragons. So very excited about Empire and its future. If we move on to Albion, Albion returned to growth in the second quarter. Net revenue amounted to 95 million SEK. This corresponds to an organic growth of 10%. The growth was supported by the successful launch of the title on the Xbox Series X in April, which marked Albion's first expansion into console. This is an important milestone for the franchise as it broadens Albion's addressable player base and gives the game access to a new platform. The quarter was also supported by strong feature releases and player engagement. Albion continues to benefit from an established and engaged community, and the console launch provides a broader foundation for the franchise going forward. So with Albion clearly delivering on the strategy that we had set. In terms of Board continued strong development in the second quarter. Net revenue amounted to 71 million SEK, corresponding to an organic growth of 24%. The performance was driven by strong development in Ludo Club, which remains an important contributor to the franchise. The team also continued to roll out live ops improvements, including greater automation of in-game events and offers. If we move on to other games reported net revenues of 334 million SEK that correspond to an organic decline of 24%. The decline reflects the continued underlying development in the remaining portfolio, but also a deliberate reduction in user acquisition as we continue to focus on profitability and disciplined capital allocation. In addition, we successfully divested OFM Studios during the quarter and did the Gameberry settlement. And this, of course, impacts the reported net revenues in other games from June onwards. And with that, I will hand to Emily to take you through the financials in more details.
Thank you, Alexis, and good morning, everyone. Let's jump right into the financial details. We reported net revenues of 1.3 billion SEK for the quarter, representing an organic decline of 1.3%. As Alexis noted, this was driven by strong performance by our key franchises, which grew organically by 10% year on year, offset by a decline of 24% in our other games portfolio. On an absolute basis, net revenue was down 8% year on year, driven by negative FX impact of 3 percentage points, as well as the recent divestments of Narrative, OFM, and the Gameberry settlement, together having a negative 3 percentage point impact. While organic growth was broadly stable compared to Q1, the last quarter, our strategic focus on our direct-to-consumer channel keeps yielding results, and our gross margin increased by 2 percentage points year on year, reaching a strong 84%. DTC, or direct-to-consumer revenue, now accounts for 46% of bookings, a proper step up from the 39% we saw in Q2 of last year. And this is strengthening not just our margins, but also our direct engagement with our player communities. On to UAC, which amounted to 340 million SEK in the quarter, down from 436 million SEK in Q2 of 2025. This corresponds to 26% of net revenue spent in UAC in this quarter, compared to 30% last year. And the year-on-year decrease was driven by a more strict user acquisition approach. Sequentially, UAC decreased from 447 million SEK, driven by the investments in Big Farm Homestead normalizing in Q2 following the trampoline launch in Q1, but also a broader reduction in UA costs, particularly towards the end of the quarter. Adjusted EBITDA amounted to 387 million SEK, which is an increase of 3% compared to last year. And it is great to see that we're achieving this while our reported revenues and organic growth decline year on year. The adjusted EBITDA increase was primarily driven by decreased UAC and higher share of DTC bookings, driving a higher gross margin. But the increase was partly offset by a decline in reported net revenues, primarily from recent divestments, together with a total negative FX EBITDA effect of approximately negative 23 million SEK. And the adjusted EBITDA margin increased to 29%, up 3 percentage points on the same quarter last year. Moving on to our cash flows. We reported 644 million SEK in cash flows from operations for the quarter. And this quarter's cash flows benefited from a total of approximately 245 million SEK related to the Gameberry settlement. 196 million recorded within items affecting comparability, and the remaining balance came from working capital movement. Working capital movement overall positively impacted cash by 73 million SEK in total, which was underpinned by tax payments of some 38 million SEK in the quarter. Cash flow from investing at SEK, and this primarily reflects cash earnout settlements in the quarter of some 515 million SEK. In addition, we had product development spend of 117 million SEK, mainly relating to our key franchises, in line with our strategy to focus capital and resources towards our key franchises. These costs were partly offset by the divestment of OFM at an impact of plus 24 million SEK in the quarter. Cash flow from financing activities was a positive 206 million SEK in the quarter, mainly relating to the drawn RCF in correlation with our earnout payments, which took place in Q2. Free cash flow for the quarter increased to 519 million SEK, which was greatly impacted by the upfront Gameberry settlement of approximately 196 million SEK. Now, on an LTM basis, we generated 1.037 billion SEK in free cash flow, or 841 million SEK when adjusting for the upfront element of the Gameberry settlement. Of this, 469 million SEK went towards earnout cash payments, minority buyouts, and the divestments of OFM and the Narrative portfolio. 404 million SEK was directed towards deleveraging, and additionally, we completed 220 million SEK in share repurchases, which went towards the settlement of earnouts. To summarize, our underlying cash generating capacity remains very healthy. Now turning on to our financial position. And we ended the second quarter of 26 with total net debt of 4.6 billion SEK, including all earnouts, a significant 621 million SEK reduction from the 5.2 billion SEK in the last quarter. This reflects our strong underlying cash generation in the quarter, further improved by the Gameberry settlement. In terms of our net debt and leverage ratio, including next 12 months cash earnouts, it remains stable at 4.4 billion SEK and 2.2x leverage ratio, respectively. This is a mixed effect of the strong underlying cash flow and the Gameberry settlement, offset by adding on the next 12 months cash out earnout obligations. And as noted by Alexis in his CEO letter for Q2, as the payments continue to absorb cash, as earnout payments continue to absorb our cash in the near term, we are moving closer to the important inflection point we have in Q2 of 2027, when the remaining earnout obligations will all be settled. The resulting release of annual cash flow will strengthen our capacity to deleverage, which remains our near-term capital allocation priority. During the quarter, we also successfully settled the 1 billion SEK bond refinancing secured during Q1, and we secured our revolving credit facility, now at 2 billion SEK through June 2028. And lastly, post the quarterly close, we extended our 60 million euro term loan facility with the Swedish Export Credit Corporation, now maturing in 2028, continuing our diversified financing platform. With this, we improved Stillfront's debt maturity profile, with all debt now maturing beyond the final earnout settlements taking place in Q2 of 2027, while maintaining a sound level of financial flexibility. In short, we're in a very good position to keep calm and carry on. Now handing back over to you, Alexis, to wrap up. Alexis, I believe you are on mute.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you very much as well for going over the financials. Before we open up for QA, I would like to summarize our recent events and priorities going forward. First, our focus on key franchises remains unchanged. The second quarter again demonstrated our key franchises are the main driver of Stillfront's organic development, with double-digit growth for the second consecutive quarter. This is a clear indication that our strategy to focus on these key franchises is working. Second, the strategic review remains ongoing. During the quarter, we completed a Gameberry settlement and successfully divested OFM Studios. These transactions simplify the group and allow us to focus resources on the franchise and studios with a stronger long-term prospects. Third, as announced at the end of June, the board and I have agreed to initiate a CEO succession process. I remain fully committed to leading Stillfront until a successor has been appointed and to ensuring continuity and an orderly handover. Importantly, this transition does not change Stillfront's strategic direction. We will continue to focus on execution, profitability, cash generation, and long-term value creation through our key franchises. Our strategy is working, and I want to thank the teams for their strong execution again in Q2. With that, I want to thank you for joining today, and we are ready to take your questions. So please go ahead.
If you wish to ask a question, please dial #5 on your telephone keypad to enter the queue. If you wish to withdraw your question, please dial #6 on your telephone keypad. The next question comes from Nick Dempsey from Barclays. Please go ahead.
Good morning, guys. I've got two questions for you. So first of all, having followed Stillfront for a little while, it tends to be if the UAC has dropped, particularly when we're rolling in towards the end of a quarter, that's because the environment is looking less attractive for deploying it, and therefore we should watch out for a more negative rate of organic revenue growth in the coming quarter or quarters. Can you maybe just talk about the environment for deploying UAC And I know you're not going to give us guidance, but help us understand whether we should be looking out for a weaker revenue growth trajectory as a result of that environment. And the second question is just on the sort of decision related to the CEO. Can you maybe just give us a bit more background, Alexei, on is there something that you're moving on to that you have decided to go to, or what the motivation is there? Because we don't have a lot of detail on that.
Thank you, Nick. I'll start with the first question in terms of the UAC. I think the main change in terms of UAC is obviously we're moving away from the high intensity launch of Big Farm Homestead that we had in the first quarter, what we call trampoline launches. And so now we're still obviously aggressively investing in the title, but at the lower level. So that's what Emily explained. The second thing as well is what I mentioned in terms of Supremacy. We would have liked actually to allocate a bit more UA for Supremacy towards the end of the quarter, but the environment wasn't favorable for that in the quarter. But what we tend to see, I wouldn't read too much into it either, because that the USC environment, as is very dynamic and tends to move sometimes in slightly unpredictable ways. So you might expect to have a very strong UA ability to allocate a lot of UA in a certain month, and then you're not able to do so, but then you're able to do so the month afterwards. So there's a lot of movements, but it's not completely incorrect to say that, yes, we're seeing weaker UAC allocation possibilities that we expected, at least in particular for Supremacy. I don't know if you want to build on the UAC point, Emily.
I think that's correct, particularly towards the end of the quarter, end of June, that environment weakened. But we apply, as you noted, Alexis, we apply very strict ROAS criteria to our UA, and we will continue to be very strict in how we assess our ROAS and our returns. But we will also take the opportunity to deploy UA where we have the abilities. And if we have a good global launch, such as the one we had with Big Farm Homestead in the future, you can expect UA and revenues to increase. Of course, UA investment is taken up front, and the full revenue potential and profits are taken over time.
Mm-hmm. And as for the second part of your question, Nick, basically when the board asked me to step up as CEO a little under 2 years ago, my objective was really to set the group and the company onto a new strategy, and really kind of see if that strategy, we were able to execute it, build a team, a new kind of exec team that was able to take the company to the next level and execute on that turnaround and start delivering on that turnaround. I think we've now had 2 successive quarters that demonstrate that the strategy is working. So I feel that when discussing with the board, I feel that the group is now kind of well set with a strong strategy, strong execution, strong new team, and it will be the right moment, I think, to pass on the baton to a new CEO when we find that person. But I remain fully committed until we do that transition.
Thank you. There's good context on both things. Appreciate it.
As a reminder, if you wish to ask a question, please dial pound key 5 on your telephone keypad. The next question comes from Rasmus Engberg from Kepler Cheuvreux. Please go ahead.
Yes, hi, good morning. Good morning, Alexis, Emily. Just coming back to your decision together with the board to step down. As you say, you've done really good progress in turning the company around, but you did also launch a strategic review that is still ongoing. Do you think you might be able to finish that before you leave, or how should you think about it?
Yeah, Rasmus. Basically, as you've seen, we've done quite a few divestments. They're not massive divestments, but we've done a lot of small divestments that have allowed us to basically clean up a lot of things outside of our key franchises, and have been quite clear about the fact that we want to focus on our key franchises. Now, the fact that we're also saying that the strategic review remains ongoing means that there might be more to come, and we will close it when we feel that is completely completed. Whether that is completed, before a new CEO comes in or not, that hopefully is not 100% within my control. But we continue with the strategic review open. Yes.
Right. Thanks. And the second question. It certainly surprised me a lot that Jawaker rebounded so strongly. Given the ongoing ups and downs in the turbulence in the region they operate, can you shed some light on what you're seeing now? Does it continue to show reasonable progress, or has it reverted back again as bombs start flying?
No, I think what we see with Jawaker is that it's a tremendously resilient community and game. I mean, when really we were at the maximum possible difficulties in the region, the franchise still grew by 1%. And as you see, the situation with easing out, we're back to double-digit growth. Also, to give a bit extra context, and we did mention this when we spoke about the Q1 results, we did have an exceptionally strong, with a lot of sales, Q4 for Jawaker, so that impacted a little bit negatively also the Q1 results. So Jawaker, what I can say, it's a very, very resilient part of our business, obviously a very profitable part of our business, extremely strong brand in the region, very, very unique product, very community-led, not UA dependent. Very, very confident about the continued stability within Jawaker.
Did it surprise you that it rebounded so strongly after Q1, or was that explained by also you had the religious period and being earlier, or was this in line with your expectations?
No, we were not surprised. We did maybe expect a bit more negative impact from the World Cup, from the FIFA World Cup. Usually that tends to make it a little bit different, but we were not. I mean, it was there was less impact than we expected there. But other than that, there was no big surprises. No.
Right. Okay. Thank you so much.
There are no more questions at this time, so I hand the conference back to the speakers for any closing comments.
Well, with that, thank you very much for joining our call. I hope that you found it informative. And again, we continue delivering on our strategy. I think it's now 2 strong quarters in a row for our key franchises with more than double-digit growth. And we will basically continue executing on the strategy that is working. Thank you for your time.